Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
However, as Yigo, he did not let his own split directly descend on the earth in the end. It frightened this group of poor bugs, but there was no fun anymore. Igo spoke to himself, and at the same time a dark blue vortex suddenly appeared on the split planet. In this dark blue vortex, bones and muscles are slowly forming. A humanoid structure reappeared. Well, this kind of body is much more flexible. Using the newly created body, Igo nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after this body turned into a streamer, it continued to fly in the direction of the Earth. During this long flight, Igo seemed to feel something suddenly thoughtful. The villain's breath disappeared. On the one hand, the direction of Yigo's advancement is based on the information of the Earth, and on the other hand, in the vicinity of this coordinate, Yigo can clearly feel the existence of the villain's system. With these two pieces of information as a guide, Igo didn't worry about not finding the direction of the Earth at all. But at that moment, one of the two pieces of information that Igo noticed had changed. The breath of the Earth still existed, but the breath of the villain suddenly began to disappear quickly, almost disappearing in the blink of an eye. This guy overturned the boat in the gutter and was planted on such a low-level planet. A smile of disdain suddenly appeared on Igo's face. That's good, there is less annoying character, and more infinite gems have been gathered on the Earth. After pondering for a moment, Igo continued to turn into a streamer and rushed forward. Except for the feeling that this guy who has been domineering in the universe for many years has passed away, Igo didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. Such things are good for Yigo but not harmful. By the time Igo reached the edge of the Earth, it was 3 days after the end of the villain. They absorbed technology very quickly. Looking at the various star spaceships slowly moving outside the Earth, Igo chuckled lightly. However, these technologies are regarded as trophies for the captives after defeating the villains. Although Yigo is now a humanoid, the energy in him is undisguised. What's more, he doesn't feel there is any need to cover up. The energy accumulated in even such a small body is quite considerable, and this considerable energy naturally attracted the attention of protective devices outside the Earth's atmosphere. Discover abnormally fluctuating energy accumulation. No record, the other party refuses to receive the signal. Seeing this peculiar existence floating in outer space like a human being, it quickly attracted the attention of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Read more fictionzone.net. The Heavenly Sword Bureau, which was already adept at handling the invaders, responded quickly. The Heavenly Sword Bureau, equipped with various weapons and new humans, was finally stiffer now. An unknown target was found. It has not been recorded and there is no response to the warning signal. Just hit it. No matter what you do, it's over. The interstellar spacecraft located in the first defensive circle suddenly changed its course and aimed its weapon at Igo. The crimson light flashed by, but Igo was unharmed. Sure enough, it's the equipment of the captive villain. Do you think you can be unscrupulous with a little bit of other people's things? Feeling the intensity of the attack, Igo chuckled lightly. This kind of energy attack, which is more like a higher civilization, made Yigo more certain that these spaceships were captured rather than unique to them. After all, just a few decades ago, Igo had just descended on the Earth. After seeing the neutralization of the attack, the second defensive circle immediately outside the atmosphere began to operate at the same time. This time it was no longer an interstellar spacecraft, but a satellite floating outside the Earth, slowly opening its weapon slot. Far more fierce than the energy weapons loaded on the spaceship just now. The attack like a beam of light came again. It's just a pity that Yiji just waved his hand gently as if driving a fly away, and these lasers instantly changed his direction. In this regard, Igo did not show any joy or anger. There is no wave on his face. For Yigo, his level is completely different from that of the opponent, and there is no need for these low-level creatures to cause too many emotional fluctuations. Not only this, but even the death of the previous villain was not surprised by this. These seemingly powerful attacks just now are as insignificant as a game of ants in Igo's eyes. Suddenly, a streamer broke through the atmosphere and came into space. The neutralization of such an attack has reached the point where the Heavenly Sword Bureau needs to notify Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly frowned when he saw this Yigo who had a human appearance but did not have the slightest human breath. Is this Ego? I don't know from what channel. Su Chen also knew Yiji's name. It's a pity that it's just a split. It's too much to look down on Utopia and the Earth. But then Su Chen shook his head and sighed. Su Chen can perceive invisible energy fluctuations pouring in continuously from the back of this split body like a remote control antenna. Igo looks down on the Earth, but Su Chen looks down on Igo. It's just a puppet shell. Eagle's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Su Chen suddenly appeared, and Su Chen's body faintly made Yigo somewhat wondering about the energy. In front of Su Chen, Yigo's headless body was slowly disintegrating. How is this going? Igo continued to speak as if he was in order, but before he was halfway through his words, he suddenly felt that his split was out of control. Su Chen withdrew his hand, looking at the blue energy in his hand that did not belong to him. His expression was slightly disgusted. Put infinite gems. What did he do? The amount of energy, good money, good that was originally input into the split body seemed to have found an exit and suddenly leaked out desperately. It's not that people have to pretend to be people. This kind of stuff is the most disgusting. The whole body suddenly seemed to fester, slowly collapsed, and the blue energy dissipated again. The villain was shocked and angry but found that the vision of the split body had long been dark. Are you the one who killed the villain? The bag can be filled with water, but now this bag is suddenly cut with a cut. The body itself is completely composed of energy, and Su Chen directly destroyed the energy circulation of this split body with a wave of his hand. The villain is weird. And the villain's consciousness instantly returned to the body. This abominable human being, what did he do? In Yigo's body planet, the entire planet seems to be trembling slightly. On the planet, all kinds of weird plants also trembled as if they were bearing the boundless anger of this planet. There is a reason for Yigo's anger. Before the split sight disappeared, the last picture Igo felt was Su Chen's eyes full of contempt. The human being who was originally regarded by Ego as an ant dare to use such gaze and such a means to deal with himself. Igor suddenly felt that his dignity had been insulted. This is exactly why Igo is angry. This group of ants dare to despise my existence. There was an endless tremor in the star field where Ego's body was located. At this moment, the angry Yigo even ignored that in his body, the perception of Thanos was disappearing bit by bit. In the process of continuous expansion and assimilation of Yigo, Yigo needs to keep copying his own memory. When a new planet becomes Ego's clone, this part of memory will continue to grow in this new clone 383, reaching the same state as the ontology so that a brand new clone is completed. Between the different clones, the spirits are connected to each other. If you care about what happens, the other parts will get the same memory growth. This ensures that there are countless Yigo's bodies in this universe, but there is only one Igo. And this kind of copying method, which has never been before, has also led to the law of this universe, and a small bug appeared in his body. Su Chen completely erased Thanos' presence in this world. The existence of rebellion in Yigo's memory was also erased, but because the memory in the other splits was constantly copied, this memory that should have disappeared reappeared and renewed in all splits. In the memory. So Igo did not realize that this had modified the power of the universe. Because of this, he doesn't have much fear of Su Chen. I want the Earth to taste the feeling of being hostile by the entire universe. Igo pondered for a moment and thought gloomily. This anger made him intend to put this seemingly the most inferior intelligent planet to the end. Now he wants to continue his greatest career. In the universe, countless planets have also turned dark blue, and an identical human face appeared on the surface of the planet. Again, start expanding. A new round of devouring and expansion begins, morefictionzone.net. It's just that this time some information was sent to different people. My brothers, I think we should redivide this universe, right? An identical message was sent to the other members of the Senate. This message quickly received responses from other members. Remember to set aside a galaxy for me. This time I will turn the entire galaxy into my arena. Gao Tianzun stayed at his Sakar star, thought about it, and replied such a message. Immediately afterwards, Gao Tianzun himself had gently rolled out a blueprint and began to plan enthusiastically. My collection can't be released anymore, this time I need a bigger place. And the gloomy collector also nodded in agreement. Other members of the Universe Pension Association have also restored similar content. Well, my last worry is gone. After receiving the information from all the members, Yiji finally felt a hint of joy in his heart, barely diminishing the anger he had caused when he was on Earth. This time not only to continue to expand, but also to solve the problems left over from before. Ego's thoughts flowed. Besides that damn Earth, there is another hard bone. A big bone that even the Carey Empire can't gnaw off, the most famous neutral planet in the universe, Xandal Star. Now Captain Marvel is also on this planet, and Captain Marvel is talking with Su Chen at this time. Earth has also been invaded by Ego just now. Captain Marvel has a dignified dark face. It is slightly stronger than the dark blue trash encountered during the previous expansion, but it cannot reach the strong standard in the universe. It seems to be the arrival of a split. Su Chen also showed a thoughtful look on his face. Not long ago, Captain Marvel has reached Xandal and is trying to fight against Igor with the planet's Legion Nova. At the same time in this process, Captain Marvel thought of Su Chen again. A person who can increase the military power of a relatively low-level intelligent planet to a level almost comparable to that of the new Star Legion in a short period of time. There must be more locations like this to unite in order to be able to fight against this moment, the trouble of the entire universe. Just when Captain Marvel made up his mind and contacted Su Chen to start telling the situation this time, Igo happened to land on Earth. It is precisely for this reason that when Su Chen saw Yiji, the first reaction was the guy Captain Marvel said. When Su Chen solved Yiji and resumed the call, Captain Marvel's face became more solemn. What you encounter should only be the clone bred from the clone. While talking, Captain Marvel sent a picture to Su Chen. These are some of the changed planets encountered by the new Star Legion when investigating in other places. This is the split that belongs to Ego, and the human form should be a weakened form bred by the split. The photo passed by Captain Marvel is a faint blue planet with a huge face on it, but this is not a good omen. Both the Earth and Sandal are planets that survived Ego's invasion, according to your current news, Su Chen. Captain Marvel bit his lip. It seems that Yigo is about to attack these surviving planets and the second invasion may begin. Thinking of this, Captain Marvel is already a little bit unable to sit still. Although it's just some speculation, all of Captain Marvel's conjecture is infinitely close to the truth, and the changes brought about by this truth will be extremely cruel. Su Chen's face remained as usual for the terrifying news that Captain Marvel speculated. There is always a solution to a problem. Su Chen sat in front of the projection and turned a pen gently. I would like to see how sacred this slightly disgusting guy is. Brother, do those aliens look exactly like it? Su Chen, are they hitting it? Two lowly, one big and one small, looked at the sweaty Su Chen with big eyes and small eyes and asked questions. There are some people who look like us, just like the Asgardians. Some of them are strange, you will naturally see them then. Seeing some curious questions from his sister, Su Chen explained. You have also seen the big purple guy who came before. It is the strongest among them. It is conceivable that they don't have much fighting power. Facing the question of the super-killing girl, Su Chen was of course an understatement, but Su Chen's answer made all the alien races embarrassed. So it is. The super-killer nodded thoughtfully. Tilda nodded. After the video call ended, Captain Marvel officially sent an invitation to Su Chen on behalf of the Rising Stars Corps. Should you come to send Sandal's star? Let's fight against the Yigo, who is about to swallow the entire universe. Regarding Captain Marvel's request, Su Chen nodded gently after thinking about it. Unlike Captain Marvel, Su Chen's return to Earth is only a matter of thought even if he arrives at Sandal. The Earth has just shattered Yiji's second invasion. Judging from the reactions of other planets, there is still a period of respite in the future. Enough on the Earth, do you want to go to other planets to play? Thinking of this, Su Chen returned to his home and spoke to his sister Susan, who was still working hard, and the super killer girl. It is good. It is good. Sure enough, Su Chen's opinion quickly got the two lowlies' raised hands to agree. When Su Chen was arguing in the non-stop space, the two of them could only stay on the Earth, patiently learning all kinds of magic, and they had already stayed enough. Taking advantage of a bit of effort, it is also a good choice to take my sister and the super killer to go to different places for leisure. Obviously, space gems can be used, but Su Chen, who arrived directly at Chandel Star, did not do that. Since it is relaxation, then we must respect this journey. Su Chen chose a good interstellar spacecraft and took his sister and super killer to sail slowly to Xander Star. Although it seems to be slow on the surface, it has actually reached the highest speed that can be driven smoothly. In interstellar spacecraft with multiple technological gains, this speed is almost second only to that of Captain Marvel. Su Chen also took advantage of this rare opportunity to enjoy a quiet time with his younger sister and super killer. After driving slowly in this way for about a week, they finally reached the most famous neutral force in this universe, Sandal Star. Read more fictionzone.net. Wow! My sister Susan was already lying on the window, her mouth slightly widened, looking at the various buildings outside. They use more space than we do. We rely too much on the ground, and they use this type of suspension to fully increase their activity space. As for the super killer girl, she saw more than Susan saw. Unsurprisingly, in a few years the Earth will also develop in this direction, and it will develop better than them. Su Chen smiled relaxedly on the side. Are you sure these three are really recommended by you? Just when Su Chen got off the spaceship and was arguing with his sister and the super killer girl, someone had already noticed them. With the arrival of Captain Marvel, the fluctuations of the Earth's spacecraft have also been included in the Legion's detection sequence. Su Chen just got close to this planet and attracted their attention. But then Su Chen's actions really caused a big question mark and distrust among this Legion. They are more like a small family tour group than three fighters. The commander of the Rising Star Legion looked at the Su Chen 3 who appeared on the screen and criticized the Captain Marvel next to him mercilessly. To be precise, there is only one soldier. As far as I know, this Supreme will not let his relatives join the battle. Captain Marvel next to him tilted his head. Well, Captain Marvel, is this the one you said can do a great job for us? Looks so young. A light of mockery flashed in the eyes of the Legion commander. According to my observations, this is just an ordinary man who is still growing up on the Earth. Seeking flowers. Hearing the Legion commander's doubts and the slight contempt for the Earth in his tone, Captain Marvel's eyes flashed with unhappiness. But soon this dissatisfaction disappeared. You can experience the strength of this Earthling for yourself, and I believe it will never disappoint you. Seeing Su Chen dangling towards the Legion headquarters on the screen, Captain Marvel suddenly showed a smirk on his face. It is good. This proposal was in the arms of the commander of the army. When Su Chen brought his sister and Supergirl to the Legion headquarters, it happened that Captain Marvel and the Legion commander walked out of the headquarters like a meteor. Ugh. I don't know whether he is praising the Legionnaire or the sturdy building. Before the Legion commander had come to understand what had happened, he felt a distance suddenly spread from his arm, and then he was severely swept to the side of the building. I was posted on that wall by you. I should be able to get off in a while. The arm seemed to be unintentional, and the Legion commander was included in the trajectory of the waving. Wow, really strong. Looking at the Legion commander who was posted on the building, the super killer next to her blew a whistle. And the Legion commander had already made up his mind to give this young-looking guy a slap in the face. Seeing Captain Marvel standing there alone and the faint smirk on Captain Marvel's face, Su Chen asked himself and said. The Legion commander did not talk to Su Chen but leaned slightly when passing by with Su Chen. Seeing this scene, the surroundings suddenly became silent. Just as the Legion commander's shoulder was about to hit Su Chen's chest, Su Chen suddenly raised his arm and waved to Captain Marvel in the distance. Feeling the movement of this unknown guy has changed, Su Chen's eyes flashed with divine light. Captain Marvel, long time no see. Boom, when it came to this, Captain Marvel finally couldn't help but laugh. Mountain. The person in charge here, how can he talk about cooperation if he doesn't come out? According to this angle, the shoulders of the two people will collide. After the Legion commander posted on the wall was pulled off the wall, everyone formally entered the meeting room of the new Star Legion. It's just that the atmosphere at this time has become a little weird. Looking at the bruised and swollen Legion commander, Captain Marvel still had that wicked smile on his face. As a contempt for the people on Earth, the Legion commander paid his due price. Although he didn't know this situation, Su Chen felt that he probably guessed what happened. Su Chen doesn't mind helping them to correct the misunderstandings of those who are above the top. I think this one of you is very clear. This one is from the Supreme Su Chen from the Earth, the founder of the Utopia Alliance, the Zetarians and the Vanguard Army who invaded the Earth. It is under his leadership. All annihilated. Seeing that other members of the Rising Star Corps, including the Legion commander, have been seated one after another, the embarrassing atmosphere seems to have become more intense. Captain Marvel stood up and introduced Su Chen again, his tilde. Suddenly, a faint air conditioning sound rang in the entire conference hall. The face of the Legion commander even showed a toothache-like expression. Su Chen personally erased Thanos' existence before and made this universe completely forget Thanos. But Su Chen, the two legions under Thanos, was too lazy to deal with it. This made this universe remember the two notorious legions, even though they had forgotten their leader. Under the leadership of Thanos, no one would know how disgusting what these two legions were doing. But no one dared to criticize these two legions, just as no one dared to say that Sandal is the virgin. The mighty military strength discourages everyone and even feels fearful. Xander Star can rely on its new Star Legion, a powerful military force, to firmly sit in prison as the #1 neutral force. And these two notorious legions can easily tear the Xander Star from this position. As the Rising Star Legion that often regards these two legions as imaginary enemies, how could they not know how powerful they are? Now, just so inexplicably gone, the Legion commander twisted his body unnaturally. Although there was no toothache anymore, it seemed that his neck became a little uncomfortable again. But in this way, our chances of winning have indeed increased a lot. Because of the equipment of those two legions, our combat effectiveness can be improved by more than one level. Another member of the new Star Legion nodded suddenly after thinking of one thing. Other people's eyes lit up at the same time. Being completely annihilated, then it means that their equipment also belongs to Utopian forces. Hearing this, Su Chen's face suddenly showed a smile. Read more fictionzone.net. Captain Marvel turned his head to look at Su Chen, revealing a look of questioning. Su Chen nodded slightly, motioned but said it was okay. The two armies have no equipment left because they were attacked beyond the conceptual level and turned into ashes in an instant. Suddenly, there was a flash of light on Captain Marvel's face. The expression of the Legion commander finally solidified completely. This is also the reason why I invited the Supreme to come here. We don't have the increase in those equipment, but we have stronger power than those equipment. Captain Marvel's face was calm, but there was an unprecedented confidence in his tone. Originally, Captain Marvel wanted to add a few more words, but now he looks at all the members of the Rising Star Legion with Jiangzhai's expression. Captain Marvel felt that he had some words for them to digest slowly in the future. Now the conference room is silent again and the atmosphere is solidified like egg batter. Everyone seems to have been hit by a limit state so that they now stop thinking, but fortunately this state did not last long. Soon in this conference room I suddenly remembered the unique alarm of Xandal Star. Advanced alert, there is an intruder. The commander of the legions suddenly came to his mind and instantly stood upright from his chair. This is a unique reaction as a soldier, and the same is true for other members of the Rising Star Corps. It's really time to come. Listening to the piercing alarm, Su Chen sat on the chair and did not move but still kept this smile and looked out the window. Almost at the same time the alarm sounded, Su Chen also felt some differences from outside this planet. The breath that made Su Chen feel disgusted was not only approaching but also far stronger than the previous few times. And it is divided into several parts. We issued a warning in the farthest defensive circle outside the planet, and we issued a warning and were completely destroyed in less than a few seconds. The Legion commander who started to contact the headquarters looked gloomy and looked at the current Captain Marvel. Unsurprisingly, it should be the worst case we thought of. Captain Marvel made it clear, the intruder encountered at this time was still such a powerful intruder. This time I want to let Sandal Star completely return to my embrace. Looking up from the surface of Shandel, you can already see that several huge planets have appeared in the sky. The Legion commander took a deep breath and tried to put aside some embarrassing things he had done before. But this is not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing is that even if you stand on the surface, you can still see an identical face on these huge planets. Is the defense just now for children playing in the mud? In the galaxy where Xandel's star is located, the clones of Yigo finally gathered together, and this time gathered together as the planet itself. But I was a little surprised to find that at the last moment Su Chen, who was still sitting there, had disappeared. Who else besides Yigo? On the desire to fight, the Supreme will not lose to anyone. The gravitational force between the planets has caused some subtle changes in the gravity of Xandel's star. Captain Marvel smiled at the wrong commander when he adjusted his attitude again and then was about to turn his head and discuss with him how to solve this crisis. Such a weak ant does not deserve to have such a planet. It's just that before Igo's splits provoke again, a dazzling blue-white light has been emitted from Xandel's star. Almost all the planets surrounded by the Shandel star cluster have given out a unified consciousness. So, Mr. Supreme, where is Mr.? Get ready to fight. I think the Supreme should have already set off. I wanted to imitate Captain Marvel. So disgusting, let's forget it. Long before the Legion commander sent an invitation to Su Chen had already left Xandel and appeared in outer space. Seeing these one after another being wrapped in the dark blue matter and even has completely transformed into the dark blue matter, Su Chen frowned slightly. The meaning of disgust is clear. For this kind of matter that can even swallow the entire universe if it is left untreated, Su Chen just feels that they are like a combination of snot and virus as disgusting. I originally planned to learn Captain Marvel's abrupt spacecraft behavior so that these planets can understand what a body is like iron. But looking at the snot-like substance on the surface of the planet, Su Chen decisively gave up this idea. But in the face of the ridicule of these splits, Su Chen is not doing nothing. Blazing blue and white energy burst out from Su Chen's body again. The Rune Supreme state is on. Looking at the many planets surrounding it, Su Chen gently placed his index and middle fingers on his temples. The energy of Su Chen's body dimmed slightly for 12 minutes, but the energy in the eyes is getting brighter. Immediately after that, 2 rays of light as thick as an arm shot out, and in the blink of an eye they had already penetrated an ego's body. The thickness of this light is not directly proportional to the size of the entire planet, but it still caused lethal damage. In an instant, the light easily destroyed the core of this planet, and Su Chen, who is fused with rune magic, adds another concept to this energy. Although you can't explode these planets with your body, watching a huge planetary firework is also a good thing. Thinking of the super killer and younger sister Susan, who are definitely looking up at the sky now below, Su Chen's face suddenly showed a gentle expression. Just as Su Chen showed a gentle expression, the power of that rune also began to play a role in the interior of the planet. The surface of the entire planet is no longer a dark blue jelly material, but cracked, and a dark red light is exposed from the inside. The terrifying temperature slowly radiated from this split planet, and the faces of the other split planets instantly showed expressions of doubt and horror. At the moment Su Chen shot through the core of the Earth, Igor suddenly lost contact with this planet, and naturally he couldn't detect what happened on this planet. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of Yigo's many split bodies, the ground and the slowly disintegrated and finally collapsed into one meteorite after another. Read more fictionzone.net. Su Chen, who showed a gentle expression, did not stop there but naturally continued to extend the blue and white gaze rays, sweeping gently. How the hell could this be? This is just an earthling. Yiji's body suddenly let out a heart-piercing howl. Because of the expansion of so many clones, only a single individual was destroyed and Yigo did not feel too much pain. However, in this galaxy where Shandel's star is located, all the clones are gathered here and Su Chen can easily cut them apart like a vegetable. The pain caused by this attack is quite obvious. But compared to the pain of destroying his clone, what makes Yigo even more incredible is how could this guy possess such power? This is Star Destroyer level power. How can it be in the hands of a carbon level life? Igo took a deep breath, trying to remember what all the clones saw at the moment they were destroyed. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is only in the most normal state. he should have other things that he hasn't taken out. At the thought of this, Yigo's heart seemed to tremble slightly. Is it possible to reach the level of star annihilation with normalized existence? No, my expansion speed is still far from enough. I can't openly appear in front of them now. Igo exhaled a heavy breath, forming a dirty protective cover on the surface of his planet. Before I assimilate the entire universe, I must hide myself. Seeing the many wins he had, there was no obstacle to Su Chen at all, and then Yi Ji had quickly thought of a countermeasure in his heart. Can I hide if I can't beat it? There are so many bodies in me, can you be sure which one is my main body? By the time they find their own body, they may have assimilated this universe long ago. Chandel Star is hidden so deeply, it's quite possible. Igo thought viciously, and at the same time, the planet where the body was suddenly slowly dimmed and finally gradually disappeared from this position in the universe. When my strength becomes stronger, you will suffer. Seeing that all the clone planets that were cut open by him also began to disintegrate and collapse, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Leader, please tell Su Chen about the information we have integrated. Yi Ji regards Su Chen as a guest on the Sandal Star as a member of the Rising Star Corps. This time the fireworks should be seen all over the Sandal Star. The child was in the active Nova army on the ground, and some Captain Marvel saw those planets in the sky suddenly explode into huge fireworks, and they couldn't help but feel a little stunned. As for the Legion commander, although trying to maintain his composure, his slightly whitish lips still betrayed him. We have found the same substance in most places, but we have been unable to locate the body of this guy, but we have found a part which should be useful information. Then Captain Marvel turned his head and spoke to the captain. Supreme, is your side over? Su Chen's communicator suddenly heard Captain Marvel's voice. Captain Marvel reported, it's just a few trash fish, it is not this guy's body that is killed here. I can feel that after these planets are destroyed, there is still a stream of consciousness being transmitted in the universe. Individuals with annihilating stars. Su Chen shook his head slightly, then held the communicator and spoke to Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel knew Su Chen's abilities, but she never thought that his abilities would be amazingly strong. You wrong, do you know the Cosmic Elders Association? Captain Marvel, who wanted to ask Su Chen if he needed help, was also a little surprised. Words are without proof, seeing is believing. After giving the Legion a fierce news impact, Su Chen once again proved with his own strength what Captain Marvel said before is true. The Rising Star Legion itself has doubts as to whether Su Chen has such an individual ability to fight against the Legion. Even with Captain Marvel's guarantee, it will inevitably arouse their suspicion. After all, this does not seem to be something that one person can do. However, it hasn't been long before their doubts like this appeared, and Su Chen used his own strength to prove it all for them. I really want to strangle the me before. The captain smiled bitterly. This kind of existence can almost be called an absolute weapon, but it is also what I wanted to test before. What an interstellar joke. All this caused him to appear extremely respectful when reporting what they had learned to Su Chen. Cosmic Elders. Su Chen nodded gently, chewing on this new term. Although Yigo's methods seem very secretive, his only way of expansion is too obvious. Such characteristics are only possessed by him in the entire universe. The Rising Star Legion that can find out the status of Eagle can naturally also understand the cosmic elders that Eagle is in. In some ethnic heritage with a little history, it is easy to find evidence of their existence and obtain some corresponding information. Can you find where he is now? I mean where his body is. The next moment, after the Legion commander finished reporting the information with a flash of blue light, Su Chen reappeared in front of the Legion commander. Fortunately, after experiencing too much shock, the legionary commander finally did not gaffe again. Maybe it's just a kind of numbness to some degree. We have also searched for the location of his body many times, but we haven't got a reliable result, but we have another different plan. The Legion commander thought for a while, and then continued to report back. Although we don't know where they are, but the members of the Cosmic Elders are his brothers, we can find them. Maybe this will be a breakthrough. Several documents were quickly placed in front of Su Chen. Collector. Gao Tianzun. Su Chen flipped through the materials, then nodded gently. Read more fictionzone.net. Then start with them. Su Chen flicked his fingers lightly and then clicked on the collector's document. There is no priority, only luck. The collector from the ignorant place was very lucky to be selected by Su Chen as the first lucky audience. Then I think it's time to show off the power of the Rising Star Legion this time. The Legion commander finally returned to his daily calm state. Seeing the profile figure that Su Chen had nodded, the Legion commander nodded gently. Rising Star Legion Gathering, target Nothing Land, characters collectors. In order spread again on Xander Star. The entire fleet composed of the new Star Army assembles quickly at the speed of an army and heads to the void. The menacing appearance did not show any signs of peace, and the same action caused dissatisfaction among some other forces in Void Land. Every place will have a different power and network of connections. Also in the Land of Nothingness, collectors are also connected with some local characteristics and interdependent with each other. The Rising Star Legion made no concealment and directly specified the arrest of collectors, which instantly caused a backlash with these characteristics. It seems that your speed needs to be strengthened. Su Chen stood in his interstellar spacecraft, looking at the head of a huge ancient god outside, as well as the ping-pong forces outside. He shook his head lightly and said, slightly dissatisfied, "They have not yet formally entered the void, they have been welcomed by these local characteristics." The interstellar villains and pirates from the Nothing Land expressed their warm welcome to the arrival of the new Star Legion. Even before the new Star Legion entered into the void, there had been a fierce conflict with the new Star Legion. Their weapons are diverse, but there is no shortage of powerful weapons among them. "We need to screen." The Legion commander opened his mouth and explained. In the view of the Legion commander, what he is currently engaged in is a regular interstellar battle, and on the opposite side is a group of miscellaneous troops. Although it seems fierce firepower, it will be gradually disintegrated by himself. Calculated at this rate, they can clean the place completely in almost a few days. Since they have a close relationship with collectors, they will inevitably have conflicts with their own side, so using force to resolve them will be the fastest way. And they have now controlled the entire periphery. Even if the collector wants to escape, it may not be an easy task. We don't need to waste such a long time. If you want to waste a few days of my time, the school of miscellaneous fish on the opposite side is not worth it. The Legion commander stood in the cabin blankly, recalling the slightly disgusting look that Su Chen had just looked at him. And the other party's dislike was justified and well-founded, and he couldn't come up with the slightest rebuttal. Su Chen continued to shake his head dissatisfied and at the same time motioned to the driver Captain Marvel to open the hatch. Open the hatch. Without any influence? The Rising Star Legion, which I am proud of, seems to be unparalleled in the world, but now it is actually being rejected. You will get used to all of this. If the armed forces of the Earth can be upgraded to the Star Legion in a short time, how can it be worthy of conventional combat? As the commander of the glorious Rising Star Legion, the current commander suddenly felt a kind of grudge. Accompanied by a huge shock, the head of that huge god seemed to shift Good Money Zhao a little bit. He is the only one on Earth, Supreme. I feel that we seem to be disgusted by this Supreme. As the driver, Captain Marvel seemed to feel a deep resentment behind him and explained with a smile. It seems to others that he is still too slow. Boom, facing the opened hatch, Su Chen was directly exposed to cosmic radiation without any protection. This is a very fast speed, but thinking of the Starkiller level fierce he is doing next to him, the Legionnaire can't help but feel a little discouraged. Times are changing. Seeing the explosion of colorful energies outside accompanied by the screaming scenes of the villains, Captain Marvel couldn't help but speak. The change is very big. The Legion commander swallowed, hesitating. Not only was this airship serving as the command center, but the other rising stars also froze in place. For this kind of large-scale Legion-level battle, it is not that they have not experienced it. On the contrary, they were comfortable with it, and after seeing this group of guys put on a posture of resistance, they immediately prepared to wipe them all out within a few days. This group of bastards is not pleasing to the eye. A long time ago, just take this opportunity to kill them. It's the weapons that flowed from the hands of these guys which made our work many times more than that. In the new Star Legion, there are also many people who are dissatisfied with this group of villains. In ignorance, there is no normal work. Smuggling and selling arms, these are the most normal. It is also precisely because of these abnormal normal work that I don't know how much trouble it has caused the members of the Rising Star Corps. This time I came to capture the collectors, and by the way, it was possible to strike a wave of the biggest tumor in the universe right in their arms. It's just when they put up an attack formation full of expectation, but they froze in place. A blue ray flew out of their command airship and slammed toward the opponent unscrupulously. Then there is no more. All kinds of terrifying energy weapons in front of this blue figure seemed to be just a child's play. And this improvised, powerful miscellaneous army was killed in an instant. High-power energy weapons do exist, but they are often misfired immediately after a roar. That is simply to explain to the strong man, I am here, come and hit me. No matter how big the head of this ancient god was, it was only the size of a planet. Not long ago, Su Chen personally cut off a bunch of planets with a knife. Seeing this scene, the Legion commander reluctantly raised his walkie-talkie again. Attention all members, check your weapons then, help Su Chen clean the battlefield. The commander of the Legion shouted loudly but still vaguely felt some weakness. As the strongest power of Xandar, the new Star Legion is actually just a sweeper. But no one laughed at the current Legionnaire, just as no one dared to approach the figure emitting blue light. Seeing the villains on the periphery being wiped out, fleeing and running away, Su Chen did not greet the new Star Army behind but turned into a streamer first and rushed in towards morefictionzone.net. In the collector's residence, the collector himself was looking stubborn, but he was tremblingly waiting for the outcome of the battle. He wants to run, but he can't run. He has collected all kinds of weird collections here. How can it be a simple thing to evacuate? However, in order to deal with the coming of the new Star Army, the collector has also been prepared for a long time, and he has held the master switch of all the collection cages in his hand. If you want to catch me, you have to pay the price. The collector's face originally looked a little gloomy, but now it looks even more frightening. Not all of his collections are just ornamental plants and animals. And the blue and white figure appeared in the sky, rushing towards this side directly. Su Chen came to the collector, whose body was trembling slightly and condescendingly. Where is Igo? No nonsense inquiries. The collector's reaction was also very straightforward. He snapped the switch immediately. In an instant, the mechanical humming sounded, all the storage cages slowly opened, and the various breaths inside began to unanimously release. Some different roars emerged from all directions. Noisy. Su Chen's response to this was only a red light. The ether particles turned into real gems slowly revolved in Su Chen's hands. The cages that were originally opened reclosed instantly. The cage material, which was already extremely strong, became stronger at this time and even reached an indestructible state. Because of the release of the place where he was imprisoned before, the roars of various colors all around also disappeared very strangely at this time. A brand new device has been added to the cage and their mouths have been sealed tightly. Ether. The collector stared at the slowly rotating red particles in Su Chen's hand, his eyes almost bursting out of fire. That is how many times in his dreams he has dreamed of the supreme collection that he owns. But now, the collector's head suddenly lifted up at a strange angle and his mouth hummed. Another gem in Su Chen's hand, the spiritual gem, also began to play a role. Looking at the collector, who didn't give him any answer, Su Chen understood. I'm afraid this guy is going to resist to the end. So the soul gem was released mercilessly and directly penetrated the collector's head. As if destroyed, all the information in the collector's brain was obtained. Cunning Rabbit 3 caves for his brothers from the Cosmic Presbyterian Church. Yi Ji will only tell them his hiding place. The blue space gem flashed past. Just when Igo sensed that ignorance was being attacked, he decisively removed the place where he was hiding. And the favorites in Su Chen's hands were instantly enveloped by a burst of purple energy, and there was no bones left. The soul gems also worked together, displaying all the information in the soul to the front of the soul gems. Then Su Chen picked up the collector's back collar. Feeling the remnant Yi Ji's breath wandering here, Su Chen sneered. Collectors who have no value for use will naturally have no value for survival. I think you should understand that your cowardice killed one of your brothers. The next one is another member of your Senate Council, Gao Tianzun. After a few breaths, Su Chen has already arrived here, dangerous and dangerous. And this really saved Igo's life at a critical time. It's just a pity that there is nothing here and there is no ego. Su Chen and the collector disappeared in place and appeared in a corner of the universe. Found it. Although the information obtained in such a destructive manner is comprehensive, it also means that this poor collector can only be a fool in the future. After a while, the new Star Legion, who was cleaning ignorantly behind Su Chen, turned around as if suddenly received some order. Now they have a new goal. The collector has disappeared since then, right? Onsaka, a pale-skinned person, has a gloomy face. Yes. As if feeling the low pressure of Gao Tianzun, the reporting person lowered his head and did not dare to speak anymore. Yigo's attack on Xander's star did not hide it, and it was also known to everyone. Eagle wanted to use this opportunity to declare to everyone that the age of the universe that belonged to him had arrived, but never thought of it. There will be such a funny scene. All the avatar planets that went there were destroyed in one fell swoop, and even he was forced to hide in Tibet, not staying in place. This point also attracted the attention of members of other cosmic elders. When they acquiesced to Yigo's actions, they actually stood in Yigo's camp. Although no one knows the default this time, so their reputation will not be affected, but it does not prevent them from being shocked by the defeat of Igo. As brothers of the Universe Senate, they know how terrifying Eagle's power is, and did not wait for them to wake up from this shock. Another news that shocked them even more came. After defeating a large number of Ego's clones, Xandel's star launched an attack on ignorance. The collector lost contact in this action, but no one felt that he was simply missing. Although Shandel's star is the largest neutral force in the universe, it does not mean that they will be extraordinarily kind. This is what caused other members of the Senate Council to feel a little uneasy while wondering why Shandel's star was suddenly so powerful. The same goes for Gao Tianzun. On the one hand, while he continued to send people to inquire about collectors, on the other hand, he was also prepared. Around his arena, the former arena champions have been regrouped. And those guys who have not yet become champions and are still fighting in the arena have also been forcibly separated from the arena. The best weapons were distributed to them. Is this old man crazy? Horse-Face Thor shook the hammer in his hand and looked at the three champions next to him with some confusion. Read more fictionzone.net. He has nothing to disclose to us, but it is conceivable that he must have encountered a strong enemy. The other champion made a gurgling sound like mud bubbles. Humanoid Ted Solis, I really don't know what kind of guy is going to be the enemy of this old man, but also a powerful enemy. Another guy with a strange look, with another head growing under one head, also raised his chin and said, maybe it's not just an enemy, it may be an army. I can vaguely feel that the atmosphere of war is approaching. The last champion was also wearing armor, and the guy who looked like an ancient Roman spoke up. Ares, the god of war, this is an existence that also comes from the earth, but he hasn't returned to the earth for a long time. The four champion fighters also felt that something unusual was happening. This is a sixth sense from the warrior. Although the other fighters felt excited because of the weapons and some were even plotting whether to quietly act against Gao Tianzun, they did not realize the danger. This is why they can't become champions. At this time in Gao Tianzun's reception room, a few rare guests also woke up. Silence for the collectors. When several people saw Gao Tianzun, they all expressed the same meaning. Not only did Gao Tianzun feel things that seemed to be developing in an uncontrollable direction, the other members also felt this trend. The existence of the Presbyterian Church is not a single person. They respect each other as brothers and help each other. When Igo extended the invitation to others, he also showed that he would not hurt them but continued to acknowledge this kind of brotherly attitude. Now that Igo is forced to hide, the collector has been hidden and the other members have begun to gather spontaneously. Seeking flowers. Gao Tianzun is obviously a pretty good gathering place. When will Xander's star already possess such a powerful combat power and can wipe out the planet easily? This is incredible. Among the members of the Council of Elders, a guy wearing a plant trimmer's costume asked curiously, Gardener Odziangs, I remember they had a particularly powerful army called the New Star Legion. Another member of the Presbyterian Church also spoke. I heard that this individual possesses extremely powerful energy, and can even reach the level of destroying the planet. It is precisely for this reason that Ego's expansion plan failed, and my father suffered from that Su Chen's poisonous hand. But guys, since we acquiesced to Ego's approach at the very beginning, then I think we can't escape from this situation now. The members of the Cosmic Elders gathered here quickly reached a unified opinion. Mountain, this time they found another helper named Su Chen. The next member spoke with red eyes. Then I think we need to help Yi to solve the trouble caused. Maybe the power of this Su Chen is indeed very powerful. Karina Tiwan. Karina gritted her teeth and said. Karina's next words silenced the other members for a while. It seems that Yigo's plan eventually provokes some ugly existence. She is the daughter of a collector, but she is also a member of the Zhangleihui. It is precisely for this reason that what she knows is more detailed than what other members know. No, it's not that they have another person who killed my father this time. This time Xander Star has cooperated with another powerful being. As for the price we paid, I will ask Igo to ask for it in the future. Gao Tianzun nodded gently. Gao Tianzun's face is very rare without the usual laughter expression. It looks like some amazing people have gathered on this small planet. The Legion commander felt a bit astringent in his mouth and swallowed again. After the ravages of different information for a period of time recently, the commander of the Legion felt as if the saliva in his mouth had exploded again. According to their information, all the members of the Senate have assembled here on the high heavenly sovereign Sakar star. They are about to arrive. Except for the dead collector and the missing Igo. In addition to the members of the Senate, the most powerful champion fighter in Gao Tianzun's hands was also summoned again. These are the most powerful fighters that stand out from the countless races in the universe. Although these fighters in the current Sokka star still seem to be insignificant, aren't you already prepared to face the existence of the Cosmic Elder Association? The captain looked at the captain curiously. As early as I knew that the biggest enemy we were going to face was Ego, I already had this kind of awareness in my heart. The Legion commander shook his head with a wry smile. But when they really assemble and face the force they have assembled, no one will feel uneasy. The Legion commander looked a little tangled. Even when I planned to attack the Cosmic Elder Association before, the biggest idea I had in my heart was to defeat them in the end, not to kill them. Want to completely obliterate the members of the Cosmic Elder Association, and there are more than one. This has always been an unattainable idea for the Legion commander. Including the fight against Igo, he almost fought with the mentality of seeing death at home. Every member of the Universal Pension Association is almost a unique existence. They are the last members of their race, which means that they condense the essence of this race. What's more, based on some special concepts, they can hardly achieve normalized death by themselves. Because of the special concept of the last existence, and most of them have the ability to directly avoid death, their relationship has produced a wonderful connection, just like brothers and sisters. This is also the source of the Universe Senate, and they themselves possess various powerful and special abilities, let alone wanting them to die, and being able to preserve their own safety is a pretty good thing. And now the death of the Collector has aroused the vigilance and hostility of the Cosmic Elders, and they have gathered together. Sure enough, it is not without reason to be called a supreme person. But immediately after the Legion commander's mind, another figure suddenly appeared, which made him subconsciously shiver. These opponents that he can't match at all are so easy for that Supreme. Read more fictionzone.net. The Supreme and we are definitely not at the same level, haven't you noticed? From the very beginning of the battle, the Supreme has never stood with us. The captain sighed suddenly after hearing the Legion captain's worries. He always appears in front of us. On the one hand, he is always used to taking the brunt of all the pressure, but on the other hand, it can be understood that we are not worthy of walking with him. Zakastar. This guy reminds me of a person I just killed before. Seeing Thor, whose body has turned into coke, fell on the ground. Su Chen thoughtfully. Behind Su Chen is a large area of ruins and more clearly visible parts of the fighters' corpses. It was like an appetizer, and it didn't even arouse Su Chen's appetite. All Su Chen's attention was focused on the members of the Senate Association who were waiting in front of him. 1, 2, 3. 11 everyone is here. Su Chen stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the number of people in front of him and then nodded in satisfaction. Except for one dead and one missing. Su Chen tilted his head and looked at the members of the Senate who were facing the enemy. You have two choices, I don't need to elaborate on them, you choose for yourself. Su Chen looked at these 11 people, or the last survivors representing 11 races, and spoke slowly. Several members of the Senate exchanged glances and then nodded. In an instant, terrifying energy erupted around them. After a long time of cooperation, they launched an offense almost at the same time. It seems that you are not going to accept the best option. Su Chen looked at the sudden emergence of a large number of vines spreading towards him and shook his head gently. The vines that appeared suddenly rushed towards Su Chen, and behind the vines flashed a golden light that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This came up like a posture of doing everything possible, but in Su Chen's eyes it was extremely ridiculous. Giggle, just when the overwhelming vines were about to come into contact with Su Chen, they suddenly stopped. But no matter how fast you run, you can't get rid of the limitation of space after all. But they can never break free. I heard that you have almost immortal characteristics. Even if they are petrified, they still have life and thoughts. When Su Chen retracted his right hand, a man who was struggling desperately covered with golden light was caught by Su Chen's neck and kicked in midair. Seeing the runner whose neck was pinched by himself, his movements changed little by little, and the golden light also quickly dimmed, turning into a lime gray without any vitality. Su Chen snorted coldly, looking at the members of the senator who were gradually stiffening, showing disdain. And the other members of the senator who were launching the attack also received the same treatment. In an instant, the gardener became a standing stone statue, his eyes filled with incredible writing. Runners have the speed that it is difficult to have rivals in the entire universe. The ants on the paper can never see that the palms on top of their heads are slowly falling. In an instant, a powerful suction burst out from another place. Then you have to learn the pain this immortality brings to you. The tip of the vine slowly turned gray, and then it continued to spread backwards and even spread to his master, the gardener. The red light of reality gems flashed from Su Chen's body. Su Chen suddenly stretched out his right hand and inserted it into the void like a wave. The fast person, because the speed is too fast, even avoiding the judgment of real gems, you are too far away from the immortal guys I met before. Su Chen shook his head lightly and sneered. The strength of the members of the Senate is not that they are immortal. It lies in the culture they inherited and belongs to their race. In a sense, they are more like immortality. Then using this kind of petrification that seems like a curse is the best way to deal with them. But then Su Chen frowned. Among the gray stone statues, a touch of blue looks so striking. We. Looking at the brothers and sisters who had been released quickly, Gao Tianzun's voice seemed to be trembling slightly. The reason why mental retardation can survive is very simple. He has the ability to be immune to aging and all diseases, just facing this kind of curse-like power with a corresponding restraint effect. This also allowed him to survive among everyone. Looking at Gao Tianzun, who had clenched his fists, Su Chen suddenly showed a satisfied smile. That's right, that's interesting. 12. Su Chen moved his hands, allowing the 5 gems in his body to float behind him. Infinite gems as expected. Seeing this scene, Gao Tianzun's trembling seemed to become more intense, his eyes almost bursting into flames. In addition to being immune to aging and negative energy, he also possesses a stronger ability. It is precisely because of this powerful ability that other members of the universe elders gathered here and gathered beside him. He can reverse the rules of death, although only to a certain extent. Gao Tianzun can resurrect any existence that has died within 30 hours. With him, the members of the Universe Pension Association can be truly immortal, but now Gao Tianzun couldn't make any member act. They did not die but were petrified. Their lives still exist in their bodies, not dead. It's not alive either. As Su Chen said, since they have an immortal life, they should enjoy the pain caused by this immortality. A blue and white light began to slowly emerge from Gao Tianzun's body. Gao Tianzun also possesses cosmic energy, and it can transform this kind of energy into various other abilities. As long as he has cosmic energy, then he has infinite means. A dazzling white light burst out from his palm. Read more fictionzone.net. In the place where the white light passed, all the matter was incinerated immediately. The powerful energy destroys the surrounding matter in a way as if a flame is burning. But the same blue and white cosmic energy burst out from Su Chen's body. The two identical energies suddenly collided fiercely. Boom. The whole world seems to be dark, and the surface of Sokka Star also seemed to be pierced by a naughty child with a pen, and a huge hole appeared. Two forces, collision, fusion, break out. It's just that the angle of the explosion rushed to the ground. The entire Sokka Star is directly penetrated. The rubbish that was originally seen everywhere around the Sokka type was no longer adsorbed on the ground but slowly drifted in the air, and the gravity of the entire planet had been destroyed. And those wormholes that dumped trash on Sokka Star also became scattered in an instant. How can this be? Gao Tianzun was shocked and angry, waving his hand to give out another blue and white energy. But when this energy approached Su Chen, it suddenly disappeared strangely. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out from the other side of Su Chen. His eyes were about to hit Su Chen's body hard. Su Chen's body suddenly showed a circle of light yellow runes. The entire rune slowly revolves around Su Chen, and when the blue and white energy hits the rune shakes suddenly. Gao Tianzun can transform his own cosmic energy into the ability to fold space. But so what? Even if it can change direction, this energy can't even break Su Chen's rune defense. That's it. Seeing that the runes around him became dim again, Su Chen chuckled lightly. The taste of disdain has become stronger. It seems that you have enough cosmic energy to let you squander it. Su Chen looked at Gao Tianzun, who was still wandering with blue and white cosmic energy in his hands, and nodded very seriously. Coincidentally, I also seem to have a lot of cosmic energy that can be squandered. Following Su Chen's words, every cell in Su Chen's body is madly releasing energy to the outside. Far more than the cosmic energy in Gao Tianzun's hand, and even stronger cosmic energy bursts out of Su Chen's body. The body of cosmic energy, damn the star swallowing. Seeing this total amount far beyond his own energy, Gao Tianzun's pupils subconsciously dilated. But immediately after Gao Tianzun seemed to have thought of something, he suddenly roared and said, he felt a familiar breath from this cosmic energy that was exactly the same as himself. It's the energy of that damn planet devourer. There is only that B*******D thing that can have so much energy. Why should he give it all to this person? No wonder that a single person dares to be alone. In the future, Sokka will be premeditated. Planet Devourer, I remember you. Well, Su Chen was taken aback when he heard Gao Tianzun's roar. Gao Tianzun said viciously. Before Gao Tianzun's consciousness disappeared, Gao Tianzun still felt puzzled by Su Chen's words. Su Chen rejected this word, and the blue and white cosmic energy on his body seemed to become brighter. I won't let you go, and I won't let him go. He actually joined hands with a low-level creature like you. Scum! Gao Tianzun subconsciously widened his eyes. Say hello to him. What does this mean? Are you going to find him? Are you talking about the planet Devourer? Indeed, this energy of mine comes from him. Su Chen felt a strange smile on his face. Su Chen suddenly turned into a long stream of light, passing through Gao Tianzun's body. Gao Tianzun, who felt that he was close to the truth of the matter, seemed to have become more irritable. And after hearing Gao Tianzun's roar, lower creatures. Then he nodded very sincerely. Don't worry, you will see him soon. Remember to say hello to him for me. The high heavenly sovereign who possesses cosmic energy is also composed of cosmic energy. This is the basis of its existence. It is precisely because of the existence of these cosmic energies in the body that the composition of the high heavenly respect has been completed. As a result, energy is used as the most basic power, and the concept of Gao Tianzun is added to it, so that negative forces such as immune aging and other special abilities can be completed. What Su Chen did was very simple, but to return this part of the energy of its existence back to this universe. Su Chen, who also has cosmic energy, understands very well how this should bring the cosmic energy back to the state of no ownership. The total amount of cosmic energy in Su Chen's body has far exceeded Gao Tianzun. This is thanks to the swallowing star. Gao Tianzhen is immune to aging and other negative states of the epidemic and can even bring people back to life within 30 hours. But there is no immunity to death. As Su Chen penetrated his chest, an energy that did not belong to Gao Tianzhen himself began to wreak havoc in his body. And this kind of destruction is to restore these cosmic energies on a fundamental level. The speed is too fast, the total amount is too much, and it is too late for Gao Tianzhen to react. I have already watched my body begin to disintegrate little by little. Your brother is dead, do you want to continue to hide? Su Chen raised his head and looked at the thin starry sky of various colors that had gradually appeared outside. With the leak of energy just now, this planet has been destroyed and riddled with holes, and the inner core has also been completely destroyed. Now on this planet there is garbage visible to the naked eye everywhere, but it is slightly different from the previous state of existence. Now all these rubbish are floating in the air and there is no gravity limit anymore, mixed with the wormholes that used to be the source. And on the ground, you can see all kinds of strangely dressed homeless people running wildly. Some of them boarded their own spacecraft, but some desperately discovered that the extraordinary power system could no longer operate in this chaotic environment. This group of natives from Saka Star are also desperately waiting for the arrival of the end. And in the rubbish, there are 10 statues colliding back and forth, floating in the air as well. As long as Su Chen is willing, these only remaining members can live in this universe forever in this state until the end of the universe. It's just that maybe it's better for them to kill them. The current statue is all mixed with other garbage of various colors. This also means that in the future they will be divided into the same area of rubbish as these rubbish. Read more fictionzone.net. The members of the once aloof cosmopolitan elders can only get confused with trash in the end. This is a cruel punishment for them that is worse than death. In the end, a few of the statues suddenly appeared cracks and then they broke apart. Lost confidence in their own future, some members who have been desperate have chosen to sever their lives by themselves. And the members who don't have this kind of ability can only watch themselves merging with the trash little by little. The tortoise with the shrunken head really deserves to be the tortoise with the shrunken head tilde. Su Chen also slowly floated up, watching all the chaos around him. Even at this level, all members will either die or be imprisoned. The ego, who was hidden in the dark, still refused to come out. I'm afraid Igor thinks that as long as he hides well enough, then he has the opportunity to brew more clones. As long as the body is still there, it will eventually control the entire universe. At that time, no matter how powerful other people are, they won't have any abilities. I probably guessed his strategy of trying to slowly develop himself, but it's a pity that such a method has no effect in front of me. Su Chen snorted coldly. And I have lost patience with this guy. Looking at the 5 gems of different colors behind him, Su Chen's eyes flashed with divine light. For this kind of hiding guy, Su Chen has begun to become a little bored. The appearance of Su Chen's attitude only means one thing. Even if the current Igo obediently comes out to beg for mercy and plead for mercy, I am afraid its ending is already doomed. Perhaps it should be used. A blue light flashed and Su Chen disappeared on this dying planet. Has the matter been settled, Lord Supreme? Ancient One stood up, looked at Su Chen, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and asked, "Looking at your expression, it doesn't seem to be this way. I haven't seen such a negative expression on Supreme's face for a long time." But immediately after Su Chen didn't speak, Ancient One had already spoken slowly to explain for Su Chen. There was a tortoise with a shrunken head who wanted to shrink himself in a place where no one could find him so that he could get rid of my pursuit. Su Chen said indifferently, I already feel disgusted with such little tricks. The best way to deal with a tortoise with a shrunken head like this is to smash through his tortoise shell with one foot. After solving Thanos, this gem was sent back to the mage's temple. So this time will the Supreme use infinite gloves. This is also part of Su Chen's plan so that the Earth will have enough protection once it comes. I really feel sad for that stupid guy. No matter what danger you encounter, you can at least persist until you notice it and come. Ego, who was hiding in the dark and dare not come forward, was completely wiped out. Whether it's his body or his clone, all of them. When Su Chen came and said such words, Ancient One Mage already knew Su Chen's thoughts. As Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One knows a very old legend. While talking, the Ancient One mage gently sent the gem to Su Chen's face. Before Su Chen could finish speaking, Ancient One mage slowly took out a pale green gem from the necklace on his chest. And this is why everyone is so eager to collect 6 infinite gems. The Ancient One mage who possesses the blessings of the time is not easy to be annoying. If you have 6 infinite gems, you will have the power to achieve everything. Su Chen did not carry 6 infinite gems with him but let the time gems stay here in Ancient One. It seems that Su Chen now intends to use this kind of power back. A very rare curious look flashed across Ancient One's face. Good steel needs to be used on the blade. Since you have such a weapon, why not use it? Su Chen played with this emerald green time stone. In that case, Supreme, please wait a moment. Ancient One did not object, nor did it agree. She just stretched out her hands silently and the golden thread began to permeate the whole temple. It shouldn't be so destructive. Seeing Master Ancient One cautiously, Su Chen suddenly laughed. Of course, this glove will not have much destructive power. After all, no matter how horrible it is only the Supreme. You can take away the life of the entire universe with a single wish. Ancient One also laughed. In the emptiness there seemed to be a strong wave of consciousness which slightly bounced. You are too overestimating the power, it is even difficult to control it. Su Chen shook his head gently. In addition to Su Chen's hands full of emerald green light, in Su Chen's whole body, the other 5 different colors appeared in sequence. The red and some deep rays of light first appeared by Su Chen's side and the etheric particles gently surrounded Su Chen's arm. The pale blue rough stone of space followed closely behind. Then, a gem of consciousness filled with a faint bright yellow light appeared on Su Chen's head, slowly rotating around Su Chen's head. And Su Chen's chest is another dim yellow light, soul gem, quietly appeared on Su Chen's chest. The rough stone of reality hovered over Su Chen's left arm, and Su Chen's right arm showed a powerful rough stone full of a strong sense of strength. Each gem seems to have its own spirit which does not interfere with each other but they complement each other, forming a strange wave. Then Su Chen took out the familiar golden glove. There is no need for Su Chen to move anymore, every gem seems to have a memory. One after another they broke away from their original track and reached the cavity of their own. This time Su Chen's momentum did not skyrocket again, nor did it spread to the surroundings. It was as if the entire universe had shrunk, hovering in Su Chen's body. It was as if the human face appeared in the starry sky just after the runes were merged. All the creatures in this universe suddenly felt a tremor in their hearts, as if a supreme being was looking down at themselves from an unknown place. Nowhere but everywhere. Captain Marvel, who returned to Xander Star again and was maintaining the order of Xander Star with the Legion commander, suddenly his hair stood up. I feel it, how about you? Captain Marvel turned his face and looked at the pale-faced Legion commander and it was instantly clear. Read more fictionzone.net. This is no longer a gap, it is a kind of despair. It is impossible to see his height of despair. Captain Marvel gave a wry smile and then worked hard to calm the throbbing feeling in his heart. And in all these creatures, Igo also felt that this unrivaled huge consciousness quickly permeated the entire universe. In a place where there is no light, it seems that all the light has been swallowed. This is another place of nothingness and darkness. No one can see that in this area without any light there is a huge planet. And under that huge purple-red planet, a core that looked like a brain suddenly began to twitch rapidly. If you use the human body to explain all this, then it is equivalent to what the brain has just been stimulated, and the adrenaline of the whole body begins to secrete rapidly. How can there be such a huge amount of energy in this universe? Igo was a little surprised. This huge energy has almost reached its final plan requirements. It was exactly what he imagined he would look like in the future. But after all, it's not him, it's like 6 infinite gems gathered together. As if encountering a bolt from the blue sky, Igo suddenly reacted. At this time, Su Chen has gently buckled his thumb on his middle finger. I hope that the existence named Yi, everything about him, will be completely annihilated from this universe. Looking at this slightly peculiar piece of jewelry, Su Chen said indifferently, clatter, a soft sound. If you compare this universe to a sophisticated machine, then these 6 infinite gems are like a master switch of energy. Following the will of the owner of the switch, this machine slowly started to operate in another way. Countless gears keep turning, crushing everything that does not belong to this part of the machine. Ego was judged not to belong to this universe. When it's gone, this. Accompanied by a tingling sensation in his body, Igo was somewhat horrified to find that his shell, which had been condensed for millions of years, was slowly disintegrating and disappearing. Not only the body but also every split body. On the other hand, Su Chen frowned while looking at the glove that had been shattered in half in his hand. When it was assimilated by Igo, it was no longer a living planet. Just a little bit, just the last bit. With the release of the will, this newly forged glove could not withstand this complete burst of power. Then this dark area regained its silence. Igo was a little unwilling to mutter to himself, feeling that his consciousness that could have been copied infinitely at this time seemed to be rigid, and then fragmented bit by bit. This is impossible. I am the most powerful being in this universe. In this place where no one could see, a faint sigh sounded. Tusk, there is a problem with the quality control of the dwarves. Right beside the earth. Ego was frightened and furious, trying to continue to inspire the divine power that began to disappear quickly, continue to assimilate more planets, and prayed to transfer his will to those planets. What kind of existence is there on that earth that can defeat Thanos and also defeat me? A small gap was created in this universe, but the invincible heavenly power hasn't spread far out, it has already dissipated like gas. The light blue substance that looked like a nasal mucus began to volatilize quickly like water for a day, exposing the dry and cracked ground inside. It's just walking corpses one after another. Although Su Chen's order was successfully completed, some uncontrollable power still leaked out, the gaze of another universe. Along with the release of power, an irregular hole slowly appeared not far from the earth. What makes people feel a little strange is that although there is a void that is incompatible with the surroundings, it does not seem to have any effect. And in that void, there seemed to be faint light flashing. If someone can happen to appear near this cavity and notice this cavity, he would be very surprised to find that on the other side of this hollow it is also a dark blue planet, another Earth. This void actually connects two different universes. Su Chen accidentally tore through the barrier between the two universes, allowing another universe to communicate with this one. This is not our fault, the Great Supreme. The Dwarf King looked innocent. If you want this glove to become a continuous weapon, then this means must have the ability to contain the entire universe. This is impossible. The Dwarf King shook his head. In other words, the function of this glove itself is to fully release the ability of 6 gems at a time. Now it seems that it can be used again. This is enough proof of our excellent forging skills. There was a hint of pride on the face of the Dwarf King. So it is. Su Chen gently put this cracked glove aside thoughtfully. It turned out that this weapon that was regarded as a legend by everyone was just a legend after all. It seems to be just a one-time weapon. Although my thoughts were completely implemented when the cracks appeared, I vaguely felt that some of the power seemed to be released to other places. When Su Chen glanced across the gloves again, he still frowned. I hope this part of the released power will not cause other effects. With 6 gems, 6 different abilities, countless different abilities can be derived, and each effect caused by these countless abilities is different. The ghost knows where this part of the power is poured out and what kind of effect it has. On the side of the hollow, no one was looking at the hollow, but on the side of the hollow, some strange eyes seemed to have gathered. Why does this inexplicable void suddenly appear here? In the hollow, we actually saw another Earth. Read more fictionzone.net. It seems that this is not our universe. On the other side of the void, a group of people are gathering together to discuss the formation of this void very seriously. Combining the impact of different and multiple forces, it seemed to open a not simple hole. According to our inspection, this is not a simple space wormhole. This hole is for us. It's more like our universe broke through a hole. It's just when this void causes the sight of another universe. Su Chen's universe is still unknown, and in this universe that has just been communicated above the dark blue earth, inside a peculiar building, a group of people looked serious. At the top of the building, a huge A is particularly conspicuous. In this universe, this Earth, there is also an Avengers Alliance. Judging from the various superheroes coming and going in and out of this building, it seems that their members are also not a few. Judging from the conditions detected near this cavity, it does not seem that this is intentional by the opposite universe. Photos of the dark universe near the cavity and on the opposite side were placed in front of everyone. As you can see from the photo, through the whole opposite is an empty darkness, only the same familiar blue planet in the middle exudes some light. It seems that there hasn't been any crazy guy recently who wants to destroy the universe. The person sitting at the table spoke slightly strangely. Perhaps we should go to another universe to take a look, maybe there we can find the answer to this matter. But will this cause a misunderstanding in another universe, and what if it is a trap of a hostile universe? As some people put forward their opinions, they were immediately opposed by others. Seeking flowers. Maybe we only need to send a scout. In the end, when everyone's opinions were unified, one person was pushed in front of everyone. This time, it's up to you. 2 days later. On the side of Su Chen's universe where the hole was, an inconspicuous streamer suddenly appeared. A small device only as high as one person flew out of the cavity and fell in free fall towards the sky above the earth. I found an unknown obstacle in the sky. The Spider-Man who landed on the ground did not feel any hostility. Wait, such a small size should be just some satellite debris, don't worry too much. Spider-Man gently moved the spider pattern on his chest and a small camera was turned on, recording everything he saw. Mountain, it doesn't look different from our Earth. It seems that I am deliberately avoiding some cities with larger populations but deliberately chose some remote places. And when this small device was approaching the ground, it suddenly exploded. Everything was extremely quiet. Not far from him was a small village, and it seemed that he hadn't suffered the slightest confusion from the explosion just now. However, the Heavenly Sword Bureau did not notice that after this flying object entered the atmosphere, although it was still in a state of free fall, its direction seemed to be making some subtle adjustments. Peter Parker, Spider-Man from another universe, patted the dust on his body, stood up and looked at it for 4 weeks. Go to those more prosperous cities and see what is different from our Earth. On the red tights are drawn patterns in a grid and a spider-like pattern. Because he had a warning of danger, Peter Yiling, this time he became a scout and came to this Earth. Accompanied by a muffled sound, a man in a red tights jumped out of it and quickly landed on the open space next to him. Such a small flying object did not even attract the attention of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Boom! There is a small storage device on Spider-Man's body which records everything taken by this camera, but this is not enough. When Spider-Man touched the ground, another decoration on his body had been opened at the same time. A hidden signal is emitted from this device and diffuses to every part of the Earth and then diffuses beyond the Earth. When this kind of signal passed through that hole, a sound came from another universe in an instant. There is a signal. In the Avengers Mansion marked with the letter A, the content recorded on Spider-Man's chest was shown in front of everyone. This is the fastest way they can think of to understand another universe. Peter, can you hear our voice? Accompanied by a murmur in Peter Parker's earphones, a rough voice reached Peter Parker's ears. The sound is a bit unclear, but it doesn't affect it. It should be because of different universes. Spider-Man tapped his earphones. It seems to be the oldest repair method which can help you hear the sound more clearly. That's good. Let's take action and see what exists on this Earth. The rough voice was slightly vague but extremely firm. With the action of Spider-Man started. The Spider-Man suit has gradually changed from black and red to other colors. For this reconnaissance mission, he modified his spider suit to a certain extent. It is precisely because I am worried that I may encounter some enemies I can't imagine in order to be able to hide and avoid myself better. The modified spider suit, like a chameleon, can be converted into a variety of different colors. This allows Spider-Man to hide in any complex environment. It seems that there is no danger now, but Peter Parker is still careful to keep himself from being discovered by people in this world. It was almost evening when Spider-Man descended on this universe. At this time, under the cover of night, Spider-Man began to formally explore the places with traces of human activities. It doesn't seem to be any different. Text. Customs and even the names of cities that can be seen at present are exactly the same as ours here. As a small village appeared in front of everyone, the voice of discussion sounded one after another. But this is just the appearance of this city. After Zia connected her portable data cable to the Earth's network, everyone instantly closed their mouths. This. Not only is it spread wirelessly, but even Spider-Man himself is surprised by watching everyone in the camera read more fictionzone.net. It can't even be described simply as surprise. Spider-Man was shaking slightly when he held the data cable. Su Chen formed the Utopia Alliance, and everyone knows what he did before the formation of the Utopia Alliance. Su Chen never concealed anything. These changes have become accustomed to human beings on this Earth. But when the Avengers in another universe suddenly accepted this information, the impact on them, hiss. Everyone took a breath. This shock is hard to describe with pen and ink. Dr. Banner, why have all the superheroes I know become like this? The Spider-Man hiding under the mask has his mouth slightly open. Even if the whole expression is wearing a mask, you can still feel a kind of sluggishness. Entering the internet, their best way to enter is naturally to find traces of the Avengers in this world. If there is no other one, if there is one, it is more convenient. Although the heroes who belong to their Avengers now do exist on this Earth, the results of these heroes make them unacceptable. Spider-Man searched for the names of 10 different superheroes one after another but was a little horrified. It's all dead. Among the introductions of the names they can search, the last sentence is the year, month, and day of death. Without exception, their deaths from another universe seem to have something to do with this man named Su Chen. And Spider-Man saw Su Chen's name more than once from inside. We need to raise our vigilance against this universe immediately. This is not right. And facing the superhero who has turned into a black and white image, this side of the video has exploded. Although some superheroes are still alive, most of the parts they know have died. This is enough to arouse their vigilance. At this time, the superheroes of the Avengers Mansion received another news that made them more energetic now. On the other side of the impulse, I found an interstellar spacecraft in the unknown universe, a suspected Earth product from the unknown universe. Another screen is also connected to the big screen of the building. Wormholes may not attract the attention of others, but the signals of passing wormholes will be transmitted to another universe and disappear in this universe. When they were about to approach this wormhole, the Avengers from another universe had just sent another superhero. People who detect the mutants on the spacecraft are instantly dumbfounded. The Heavenly Sword Bureau will inevitably send someone to inspect it. Over time, on various exploration devices, this area will appear extraordinarily clean, attracting the attention of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Peter, you must pay attention to your safety. We will try to find a way to get you back. After Spider-Man heard the noisy noise on the other side of the headset, his heart also tightened. No, am I stuck in this world? Now any of the information they have collected doesn't have the slightest friendly taste. Be more careful. The spacecraft of the Tianjian Bureau was approaching this wormhole little by little. Before looking through the hole, there was nothing but a blue Earth, but now it seems that there are some tiny bright spots. If you look closely, it is one interstellar spacecraft after another. But the Avengers, who had a very bad first impression, took this check as a very dangerous signal. This is a surveillance picture near the hole. When the superhero scanned by the spacecraft, he also showed a very surprised expression. How could it be Hulk? Thinking of this, Spider-Man's vigilance has increased a bit. How can this be? An exclamation suddenly spread from the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, even people who really don't understand. After seeing the Hulk-related information that was quickly retrieved, it also opened his eyes wide. It is not the same as Spider-Man. Spider-Man was shocked that most of the heroes he knew had already perished in this world. And now the members of the Sky Sword Bureau are shocked that these dead members have actually reappeared in front of them. Between the two, it is difficult to say which one has the greater impact on people. It's not mentioned in the manual that the captain left us. The face of the temporary person in charge of the Heavenly Sword Bureau suddenly showed a look of embarrassment. In order to deal with Yigo's affairs, the captain had almost planned the handling of various things before leaving the Earth. Management methods from other civilizations are equally applicable on Earth. After all these 12 methods were organized by Captain Marvel, a whole instruction book was made. and the manuscript of this instruction was placed in the center of the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. This is also the final decision of the Heavenly Sword Bureau to handle everything, but whether it comes from other civilizations or from local management methods on Earth. However, there is no record of how to deal with a person who has dead. None of the instructions involve people who have died. No, there is still an instruction available. But then this person in charge suddenly brightened his eyes. Inform the Supreme Master immediately. Encounter all special situations that cannot be handled or detected by Su Chen. What made people a little bit dumbfounded was that after the captain had prepared all the instructions, he added this one extra. But apart from the purpose, this one is really quite useful. The other side has stayed in place after seeing me without any action. I feel as if Hulk doesn't have to come out yet. Dr. Banner, who just came out of the wormhole, looked at the starship froze in place and quietly spoke to his ears. They just fell into the astonishment of seeing a dead person. Don't take it lightly and get ready for the battle. Among the Avengers' headquarters in another universe, Captain America has a serious face. And in this conference room where all the superheroes have just assembled, some superheroes have left one after another. Read more fictionzone.net. It is not the end of the meeting, but the battle has just begun. Just as these interstellar spacecraft were detected, another worse news was sent to the conference room. After testing by my doctor and me, we can be sure that the opening of this wormhole will not cause what we are doing in these universes. It should be another universe that opened this wormhole on its own initiative. Wearing a blue tights, Mr. Marvel, who has a very obvious number 4 on his chest, pushed open the door of the conference room and informed everyone of the worst news. When the Spider-Man was dispatched as a scout, a group of researchers who owned concepts such as owner space also gathered together to study the reason for the emergence of this wormhole. Among them are Mr. Marvel, who studies conventional science, and Dr. Strange, who studies metaphysics. In their universe, the Ancient One mage no longer exists. The Sorcerer Supreme is already Sorcerer Supreme with a goatee and robes, and the result of their research is only one. That is this wormhole deliberately opened in the opponent's universe. Want to break the barrier between the two universes? Such a huge amount of energy is unimaginable. It can almost destroy most of the universe. How could it be just an unintentional act? Mr. Marvel looked serious. Mr. Surprise, who believes in science, never believes in the idea of possibility. And his conclusion finally completely widened the misunderstanding of the Avengers. Dr. Banner was dispatched first and was responsible for defense near the wormhole. On the one hand, to prevent the invasion of the opponent's universe. On the other hand, it is also to meet the Spider-Man, who is ready to return at any time. As for the other superheroes, they are separated. Each is preparing their most powerful weapon and is about to regroup again. This is a sudden war. In the face of this malicious universe, we cannot show weakness. In this world, Captain America, which has always been in a leading position, also issued a declaration of war. The Utopia Alliance doesn't know yet. Just when they don't know anything, there is already a world that treats them as imaginary enemies and thinks they are malicious. Hulk is still alive. Su Chen, who returned to Manhattan again, frowned when he heard the news. How can this be? Su Chen shook his head gently. Master Supreme, we also think this is an impossible thing, but now this thing really happened. The government liaison officer looked bitter. A tablet in his hand was broadcasting the results detected by the 3 interstellar spacecraft. It doesn't seem to be pretending to look at one. Su Chen leaned forward, looked at the extremely thin figure standing there, and narrowed his eyes lightly. Yes, in the future we will repeatedly determine if it is a fake Hulk. The detector on the interstellar spacecraft specifically detects the gamma-ray energy value around it, and it is basically certain that it is a real Hulk. The liaison hurriedly nodded. Formally took over the Tianjian Bureau of Hulk-related materials and mastered all the materials related to Hulk, including the amount of radiated gamma rays. Li Gui or Li Qi can tell the truth at a glance. Before this, weird phenomena that could not be reached by any radio waves have appeared in this area. Su Chen frowned a little bit tighter. With all the information that seemed to be related to it, a blue gem slowly emerged from Su Chen's hand. It looks like someone deliberately sent the dead in front of me. A figure slowly emerged in Su Chen's mind. Since you are dead, can't you just die honestly? Su Chen snorted in disdain. After solving this guy, it seems that it's time to talk to her. I want to know, what does this woman mean? Following Su Chen's words, a light blue light has completely wrapped Su Chen. The Supreme has already set off. Seeing this scene, the liaison officer hurriedly reported, "Your Supreme is a bit too powerful." On Sandal, a gray-haired middle-aged woman looked at Captain Marvel and spoke very calmly. Although the expression looks so calm, the light that keeps flashing in the eyes of this old man still shows that there still seems to be some thoughts flashing fast in this old man's heart. Beside this old man, the Legionnaire was accompanying him with an uneasy expression on his face. If Su Chen did to Yi Ji before, everything made them feel shocked and surprised. So what happened not long ago made them feel a sense of panic towards Su Chen. This is not a feature of Sandal Star and it has nothing to do with politics. But every wise creature, when seeing this scene, will always tremble from the bottom of his heart. When they fought side by side with Su Chen or closely followed in Su Chen's footsteps, what they saw was that Su Chen was very brave enough to erase one difficulty after another with ease. After Su Chen disappeared from the place where Gao Tianzun was, everyone fell into a long wait. Except Captain Marvel vaguely guessing what Su Chen thought he was doing, no one can know exactly where Su Chen went. And no one knows what Su Chen wants to do. You just need to wait, but I'm a little worried about the impact of such a scene. Is it a bit too big for you? Captain Marvel opened his mouth to explain this, and at the same time a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. She seemed to predict a certain future. I think we have enough capacity. The Legionnaire, who had been psychologically ravaged, shook his head and did not agree with Captain Marvel's point of view. Is there anything that can impact the three views more than the previous events? Easily wiped out a dozen planets. Then it cleared what could be regarded as the darkest trading zone in the entire universe, the land of nothingness. Immediately afterwards, an entire unit of the Cosmic Elder Group was destroyed. Although there are still members alive in the current veteran regiment, they are dead in name. It's hard for anyone to believe that the existence that has become a stone statue will have any combat effectiveness. The Legion commander thinks that the impact he has received is enough to impact people's three views. Can there be anything more shocking than this? But what happened immediately afterwards not only impacted the regimental commander's three views, slapped his face, but also made his whole person tremble uncontrollably. God, morefictionzone.net. The commander of the Legion, who thought he had seen a real god, once again lost his way. Although before, their main combat direction was to launch an offensive against the Universe Pension Group, from which they found the whereabouts of Igo. But other than that, it's not that they don't fail to work hard. Ego hides his body, but he can't hide all his clones, unless he can make this universe obey his orders, but obviously he can't do it. These avatars that have been exposed have also been closely monitored by Xandar Star. Without too much manpower and material resources, such a huge planet cannot suddenly disappear. All they need is a small spaceship. Impossible. Disappear suddenly? Legion Commander, we don't know if it was an unexpected situation on our side. That planet is disintegrating. The surveillance systems of all the spacecraft are all connected together to form a huge control room, which is also the combat command room for this time against Yigo. A slightly trembling voice from the monitor came from one of the screens, and this is just the beginning. The clone in the field of vision was originally pulsing blue continuously like a heart. This makes it look full of vitality but also full of lethality. This kind of thing that seems harmless to people is like jelly. No matter what kind of substance it comes into contact with, it can always corrode and assimilate easily. Including the planet. And now, in the original bright blue snot-like substance, a kind of ruined gray suddenly appeared. Then this kind of gray spread to the entire planet at an extremely fast speed, and a small whirlpool appeared in the center of the planet. It seemed that a vacancy suddenly appeared in the interior of this planet, but immediately after this vortex, it slowly expanded to the entire planet. There was no sound and no more impact. But this planet is so intact, disappearing from the front of this spaceship. This situation began to appear in the first screen and then spread to the second, third, until the last one. Except for the different exclaims of each observer, the reactions of each planet are so similar. The Legion commander looked at everything in front of him in an unbelievable way and even felt that his thinking had appeared blank. And Captain Marvel can clearly feel that under the peaceful attitude of this elderly woman, a kind of guardianship is surging. Because of the methods used by their allies, they couldn't understand and even reached a state of panic. They defeated a powerful enemy which they did not celebrate. Sure enough, less than a few minutes after this incident happened, Captain Marvel had already appeared in the administrative center of Sandal Star and appeared in front of their leader. When this happens, my hemp good promise will be more annoying. They once regarded Ego, who had swallowed a small half of the universe, as a kind of godlike existence, even though this god was very unfriendly to them. This is the only way to kill Yigo and all the potential possibilities of Yigo cleanly and cleanly. The current Legion commander has not even dared to call Su Chen casually. I understand what you are afraid of, but I can guarantee with everything I have that he will never be the next Igo. When people encounter a method that exceeds their thinking ability, they will always have such an attitude. All have completely lost their lives and then collapsed. And now this kind of thing that can wipe out all traces of the existence of gods in an instant, how should it be called? Sure enough, he still used that weapon. This reaction was as early as Captain Marvel expected, and Captain Marvel sighed and said, seeing all the eyes of everyone in the army nearby changed, Captain Marvel pressed his forehead reluctantly. He know how did that Supreme Lord do it? Captain Marvel's attitude gradually became serious. At the same time he gently pressed his chest, extremely serious. I have known the Supreme for a long time. At first I was shocked and terrified by the powerful power he possessed. I have seen him conquer one place after another. There was a flash of memory in Captain Marvel's eyes. Despite what she said, it seemed to make the ruler in front of him even more uneasy. I can also tell you clearly what kind of method Su Chen used to make Yigo disappear this time. If I guess it is correct, the Supreme used the 6 infinite gems he has treasured for a long time. Captain Marvel's next words aroused exclaims around him. The face of the ruling party is even more sudden. Even if other people have never understood what the 6 infinite gems represent, how can they not know these ancient legends as a leader of the largest neutral force? But this is not because of his wanton looting. Ironically, some people sent the gems to him. A funny look suddenly appeared on Captain Marvel's face. In the beginning, there seemed to be an infinite gem on the earth which attracted the attention of other people, and when they wanted to hit the earth, they would always greet the supreme and powerful counterattack, so those who greedy gems turned the gems instead. Staying on the earth, this is the origin of the 6 infinite gems. There was a sneer of disdain on Captain Marvel's face, which was aimed at the predators who had never known the heights. In addition to these people, there are also some other forces who have the idea of hitting the earth. It is precisely because of their greed that ultimately led to their negative supremacy. It is not only a counterattack but also a beneficial and overwhelming posture. They plundered their territory, and I don't think there is anything wrong with it. Captain Marvel's expression was still serious, and the ruling man in front of him gradually withdrew his surprised expression, seeming to be fascinated by it. There are no strict regulations in the laws of the universe. On the contrary, paying a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood is the most basic practice. This is also recognized by the leader of the neutral force in front of him. Some people say that the Supreme Master is a natural overlord, but I don't think so. I think the Supreme, in fact, his personality is not the slightest difference from his age now, just a lazy child who wants to be lazy. That's it. Captain Marvel spread his hands. But some people don't think so. They feel that they can arbitrarily violate what the Supreme cannot tolerate, such as the people he protects, so in the end they all become the stepping stones of the Supreme and achieve the prestige of the Supreme. Captain Marvel sighed. Dragons have reverse scales and they will die if they touch them. I have never seen the Supreme actively invading any place. Captain Marvel looked at the ruler in front of him with a calm face. You are now uneasy about the existence of the Supreme, but in fact this just proves the attitude of the Supreme. If he wants to, he can completely occupy this planet by the way after erasing Igo. I don't think anyone can stop him. Read more fictionzone.net. What Captain Marvel said caused a wry smile from the ruler and the legionnaire. Yes, this is also the source of their anxiety. They have no way to stop an existence that makes them feel so uneasy. It seems that my worries seem to be a little redundant. I am very happy that there is once again such an orderly person with a neutral attitude in this universe. The ruler nodded lightly, but his tone was a little erratic. Obviously, Captain Marvel's words did not fully win their trust, but at least let them let go of most of their concerns. I hope that in the future Xanderstar can get a strong ally to maintain peace together. The Orderer looked at Captain Marvel meaningfully. The Utopia Alliance also welcomes like-minded people to join. Captain Marvel nodded seriously. We don't know what the current Supreme is doing, but I think maybe this alliance can start from now. But the ruling man suddenly raised his head after lowering his head and thinking for a while. Procrastination is often just for greater benefits, and now the delay will be of no use. It would be better to make a decision early. I don't think the Supreme will reject such a reliable ally. After all, the integrity of Xandal Star is still recognized by the universe. There was also a smile on Captain Marvel's face. Alliance also means the exchange of information, so it also means that the Earth will get a new source of power input in addition to the various powers it currently holds. This is a great benefit to the planet, which is in a period of rapid growth. I think I might be able to contact the Supreme now. Captain Marvel nodded slightly to the governor, and the governor suddenly understood. The Legion commander next to him brought an interstellar communication device just right. Is it the Sky Sword Bureau? This is Captain Marvel. Please help me contact the Supreme. What? Captain Marvel directly connects the signal to the band of the Heavenly Sword Bureau for dialogue. But at the next moment, the ruler and Legion commander next to him unanimously raised a sigh of relief again. Captain Marvel's brows suddenly frowned. There is still this kind of thing. Okay, I understand. Captain Marvel's brows wrinkled more tightly, and he gently closed the communication device. It seems that the Supreme does not intend to agree with the alliance. The ruler took a deep breath, and the Legion commander next to him seemed to be on guard again. This scene has been witnessed countless times on the messengers of the Crew Empire. There is no such thing, it's just that the current Supreme has no way to deal with this matter for the time being. This time it was Captain Marvel's turn to smile wryly. Sometimes misunderstandings are so clever. A weird thing has happened on the Earth and the Supreme will solve it personally. I am afraid I will rush back right away. Captain Marvel stood up while talking. Sovereign Lord will also be in trouble. The commander next to him couldn't help but interject. Supreme never lied nor disdained to lie. I don't want to lie in the same way. This time things are not only troublesome but also very weird. Captain Marvel's expression is very serious. There has just been news from the Earth that an unknown force has appeared next to the Earth, and the weird thing is that there are a lot of people who have already died in this force. Following Captain Marvel's words, the ruler and Legion commander fell into a state of dementia again. Feel that I can't understand this universe more and more. The Legion commander silently covered his face. At this time, Su Chen has appeared next to the wormhole. This is a hole with a diameter of about 10 meters. But just before Su Chen arrived, a spacecraft with a volume far more than 10 meters entered into this universe. It seems that a wormhole is so small in size, but it can pull anything in contact with it to the opposite side. At this time, there was no light in this wormhole. It is not because the opposite universe has entered the night, but in this new universe, a ring made of steel has firmly enclosed the wormhole, and the blades made by Zhenjin are already like a halo. Lock this wormhole completely. Not long ago, with the use of space gems, Su Chen disappeared in Manhattan and appeared directly next to this wormhole. Behind Su Chen are the 3 exploration spacecraft still staying in place. Except for these 3 exploration spacecraft, countless interstellar spacecraft on the Earth also levitated from the dock and flew toward the direction of the wormhole. It's this guy. At the command center of the Avengers, Su Chen's face immediately aroused everyone's vigilance when he appeared in front of everyone. After all, the cause of the death of every dead superhero discovered by Spider-Man before this almost all points to Su Chen. So how could they not explore Su Chen's information? It just surprised them that in addition to Su Chen's slightly naive appearance, there were also those jaw-dropping experiences. Unified Earth has established an alliance of mutants. An existence called Utopia, conquered Asgard, even accomplished things that Odin and Thor hadn't accomplished, and unified the 9 kingdoms. All these superficial information has been gathered on the desktop of the Avengers conference room. Although I don't know the strength of the universe where Su Chen is located, the content of these texts has shocked everyone. Now this conference room is no longer just a conference room but more like a combat command room. And the target who is ready to fight is Su Chen. Be careful, this villain is here. The voice of Iron Man rang in Dr. Banner's headset, and Su Chen frowned and looked at this extremely thin doctor. You should be dead, wait. Su Chen's gaze crossed Dr. Banner. Su Chen's distance is almost infinitely close to the body of the wormhole, which is closer than the 3-probe spacecraft. Read more fictionzone.net. And Dr. Banner, who had just left the wormhole, stood almost face to face. And Su Chen naturally saw everything in the wormhole behind the doctor. Naturally, it also includes another blue planet in the wormhole. Seeing this scene, Su Chen looked back subconsciously. Behind the 3 spacecraft, there is also a planet that looks exactly the same. When did the Kingdom of Death be so stylish? Su Chen shook his head gently. Why do you want to open the channel between our 2 universes? Facing Su Chen, the thin Dr. Banner swallowed subconsciously. I haven't opened the channel with you. On the contrary, it seems that you are visiting me first. Su Chen frowned when he heard this and looked at the doctor in front of him coldly. When can you trash question me shamelessly? Su Chen tilted his head slightly. Su Chen's words exploded like a blockbuster in the entire combat conference room in an instant. This boy who doesn't know the sky is thick and thick. Give him a taste of something and think it's great to have a little skill. Vengeance for the dead superhero in another universe. At this time, the remaining superheroes who were still in the combat command room were almost all irritated by Su Chen. Obviously, you are the first to open this wormhole here. You can't cover up the fact that you want to invade us. Dr. Banner shook his head fearlessly, and at the same time there was a faint green light in his eyes. It wasn't because the other cruel personality in his body had roared and wanted to come out to deal with the one in front of him who made him angry, seeking flowers. It was because of another sentence that also came out of his earphones. Dr. Banner's first batch of Vanguard Avengers has arrived near the battlefield and is ready to support. Iron Man's voice appeared in the earphones. Behind the doctor, Su Chen's perspective can only see what seems to be exactly the same Earth at that moment, but Su Chen can't see that beside this wormhole, a large number of superheroes have arrived here. Also arriving here is a super satellite with the Stark logo. Although we don't know how the other party created such a wormhole and currently we don't know how to eliminate it, but a simple containment can still be done. As the clothes split, a hulk full of explosive power appeared in front of Su Chen. Iron Man looked at the figure of Su Chen displayed on the screen. Facing Dr. Banner's answer, Su Chen shook his head gently. Hulk, I want to tear up your intruder, Shan. There was finally a trace of fluctuation in Su Chen's calm eyes. Baffling. In the combat meeting room, the projection of this super satellite appeared in Iron Man's hand, and he spoke to others at the same time. Another personality quickly controlled this thin body, and it began to turn green and swell continuously. Roar. Not fear but excitement. I only know one thing. You weren't supposed to be here, but now you are not only here, but also utterly talking about me. Their idea of suddenly launching an attack is destined to be impossible. Anyways, then I don't mind sending you back to where you should be. Feeling Su Chen's undisguised killing intent, Dr. Banner's face finally changed. There was a mocking smile on Iron Man's face. I urgently developed a device that can temporarily envelop this wormhole, and conventional methods cannot cause any damage to this device, with the sound of a tyrannical voice. The previous thin doctor disappeared and was replaced by a huge green man. Hulk finally officially appeared in this universe. Hearing this familiar roar, Su Chen frowned slightly. Is it because the time has passed? I seem to remember that this guy was not so. Even if the enemy is currently, Su Chen still closed his eyes. In the depths of my memory, those figures that had been almost wiped out resurfaced in front of Su Chen. A green figure in the memory overlaps with this figure constantly. But in the end, Su Chen shook his head. For these guys who have no sense of existence, their existence in Su Chen's memory is really limited, and it is difficult to make a comparison. Haven't waited until Su Chen was thinking more, this big green guy has already squatted hard. The spaceship under his feet even shook slightly, then a big green man rushed towards Su Chen like a meteor. Watching this scene, Su Chen turned slightly to the side while clenching his right fist. Pang, there was a muffled sound. Hulk's fist hit Su Chen's defensive right arm hard. The surging power instantly pushed Su Chen back for a certain distance. Hulk also used this rebound force to return to the spacecraft. Oh my god, I read it right, this big guy actually knocked the Supreme back. Is the Supreme hurt? No, the Supreme doesn't look hurt. What is the origin of this guy who came back from the dead? It is so terrible. There was even an exclamation in the Heavenly Sword Bureau that was not sure about the situation. The concept of resurrection brought them an inexplicable sense of awe. At this time, they were shocked to see that this person who they thought was resurrected from the dead was able to repel the invincible Supreme in their hearts. This guy has such a strong defense. After seeing Su Chen retreating for a certain distance, he gently lowered his right arm, but he was unscathed. There was a burst of exclamation from the Avengers' combat command room. Because he is a big green guy with a violent temper, but all superheroes with a bit of stronger power have almost played against this big green guy. However, few superheroes say that he can beat this big guy, and even those who suffer, read more fictionzone.net. They knew exactly how powerful Hulk's punch, who was in a state of excitement, had at this time. The strength is indeed a lot stronger, as if a mass of mud is stuck on my arm, this strength is not light. As for Su Chen, he nodded lightly and commented, just now it was just a simple defense. Su Chen did not make any counterattack, just to verify the idea in Su Chen's mind just now. This guy is a bit stronger than the existence in his memory. In order to verify this idea, Su Chen did not dare to fight back for fear of accidentally killing this Hulk. Although he didn't have much impression of this big green guy, Su Chen had a deep impression of his kind of red giant. Calculated based on the power of the punch that Hulk in front of him just now, the red giant who was facing Su Chen could be blown abruptly. Even if Hulk is the strongest among all gamma-ray radiators, it is impossible to be so strong. Then only one thing can be explained. This guy has not only improved his strength but has at least increased several times. As if still recollecting the muddy feeling on his arm just now, a thoughtful look flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This time in Su Chen's eyes, it is not just the indifference just now but also a touch of playfulness. The dead have reappeared in this world and their strength is more than several times stronger. Interesting. Hulk, I'm at a tortoise shell. When Hulk retreated back to the spaceship, he raised his fist and looked at it muffled and said, "The touch is not the same as Su Chen and only Hulk knows it. The punch just now felt like it hit steel." No, for Hulk, even steel can be pierced abruptly. This is a touch that is harder than steel. It was so hard that even Hulk's fist felt a pain. Hulk, want to break this tortoise shell? As far as Hulk is concerned, pain can only arouse his fierceness even more. The originally painful fist was tightened again, bursting out an even greater force. Anger is the best fuel for Hulk, which can make it more powerful. Then Hulk squatted down again, seeming to want to attack in the same way. But this time Su Chen did not intend to treat Hulk with such a gentle attitude before. People who have come back from the dead, stronger power, these things have aroused my curiosity. Seeing Hulk who was attacking here, Su Chen smiled. But you are not a suitable subject for inquiries. I'll wait for a conscious person to come and talk. And a bluish-white light was emitted along with Iron Man's exclamation. Tony, what are you doing? Hulk's somewhat dull mind hadn't reacted yet, and then he saw directly in front of him. This blue-white light continued to expand and instantly enveloped himself. A blue beam of light that wasn't too thick passed over Hulk's upper body in an instant. He rushed directly towards the wormhole. Iron Man's pupils shrank instantly. The American Captain Marvel next to him also noticed all this, but he couldn't stop Iron Man's actions in time. In the palm of Su Chen's hand, a blue and white energy is quietly gathering. What? Su Chen slowly said that he lifted his right hand gently at the same time. Immediately afterwards, without anyone's consent, he suddenly slammed a red button in front of him. Hulk in front of him didn't feel anything yet. The Iron Man in the combat command room looked at the rising value created by this energy, and his discoloration changed. "I am closing this wormhole," Iron Man said coldly. This time Su Chen did not even activate the energy particle body but simply pushed the cosmic energy in his arm. "Hulk, be careful." Broken, the other superheroes on the scene immediately looked at the Iron Man in front of him with an incredible look. They knew what that huge red button meant. As early as when this huge button was placed in the meeting room, Iron Man had already explained all this for them. "This is a small device I made specifically for this wormhole. I call it a Mobius satellite." A model of the super satellite appeared in Iron Man's hands. "Although I don't know how they opened this wormhole based on the calculations based on the spatial structure, even if we can't make this wormhole disappear, we can distort the direction of some of its particles and make it form a one-way infinity circulation channel," Iron Man explained very seriously. "Once this satellite is completely assembled and formed and placed in the wormhole for 4 weeks, then either side of the channel will only return to its original world after impulse and will not reach the other's world. This is the protective measure Iron Man temporarily made for this wormhole." The moment 12 Iron Man snapped a red button, the super satellite that had been waiting aside disintegrated in an instant, forming 8 irregular small satellites rushing towards the wormhole. After each satellite was decomposed, it was recombined in another mode to form a huge ring with a length of several 10 meters, and the wormhole was firmly embedded in it. At the same time, in this newly formed ring, 8 neat spiral blades popped up instantly, completely screwing this hole to death. On each part of the ring there is a flashing arc reactor. Powerful energy gushes out instantly, forming a closed position, temporarily separating the two ends of this wormhole. This satellite is spliced into a closed Mobius satellite with extremely fast speed. But it is difficult to separate it completely. And this also means that Hulk and Spider-Man who have gone to another universe will be trapped in each other's universe. This is why other superheroes find it incredible. Judging from the situation just now, it seems that on the opposite Earth there is a steady increase in reinforcements. Even Hulk, along with his own anger, can release higher combat power. I am afraid the result will not be much better. This action of Iron Man is tantamount to falling into trouble, driving the two superheroes who have gone to another universe to a dead end. No, Tony didn't do anything wrong. When all the superheroes glared at Iron Man, the American Captain Marvel's slightly sluggish voice sounded. Read more fictionzone.net. After blaming Iron Man with an angry face, American Captain Marvel quickly looked at the current screen. It is hoped that before this Mobius satellite takes shape, Hulk can return to this universe through the gap in it. But what disappointed Captain Marvel in the United States was that this scene did not happen. It was not Hulk that passed through this crack but a blue and white energy. In the screen everything can also see the figure of several other superheroes, and after this blue and white light flickered, these superheroes have disappeared. In other words, part of it has disappeared. The part that was brushed by the blue and white light has disappeared neatly. The cosmic energy that Su Chen gave the concept of annihilation was not something they could afford. And these superheroes felt the severe pain from the disappeared parts only after they froze. Suddenly there was a scream, which instantly attracted the attention of other people still in the combat command room. When they saw such a tragic scene happen, they suddenly felt their cold hair stand up. Don't you see the value marked by the energy just now? Staring at everyone with such reproachful eyes, Iron Man said suddenly. The cosmic energy of this intensity can penetrate the entire Earth almost instantaneously. I really don't know how such a freak was produced on that Earth without being destroyed. Iron Man spoke angrily. At this moment, besides closing this wormhole, what else can I do? Do you want to wait until that monster kills our universe through this wormhole? Iron Man slapped the table with a heavy slap, but this time no one blamed Iron Man. But everyone's expressions are extremely ugly. It's not because 2 of your own companions were left in another universe, but because the enemy in their eyes has become a monster. It's even more because if there was no Iron Man technician just now, then this monster is likely to appear in this universe in the next second. What happened next was beyond their imagination. I think our Mr. Hulk bravely chose to stay there in order to help us stop the monster that ordinary people can't resist. At this time, a person with a blindfold slowly stood up, looked at the surrounding heroes and said, yes. When this cosmic energy appeared beyond their imagination, everyone understood that the big green man might never be seen again in the future. Hulk's super resilience and strong defensive ability, although these superheroes have no hope for his survival. But if you can return to this universe in time, you still have a chance to survive. But just now, Iron Man nipped this last chance. In order to prevent the survivors from feeling grudges, this statement is obviously the most appropriate. Although the American Captain Marvel sitting on the side frowned. Now is not the time to miss our Mr. Hulk what we have to do but to consider how to face such a monster. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the only eye of Shield. Director Nick Fury, I think Mr. Stark is closing a wormhole. It's just a mitigation strategy. Maybe we have to think about other methods. And on the side of this wormhole that had been sealed off, a Hulk with only half left fell to the ground with a plop. Su Chen's cosmic energy directly passed through Hulk's entire upper body, including the most important organ, the brain. And Su Chen looked at the wormhole that was quickly closed with a serious expression. Notify everyone in Utopia to be very vigilant here. Su Chen glanced at this hollow that had been locked by the huge blade. From the very beginning, Su Chen had doubts about this void. As early as when he first appeared in front of Hulk, Su Chen's perception had already radiated. But to Su Chen's surprise, the unfavorable perception disappeared instantly after just touching this wormhole, as if there was nothingness and non-existence over there. The energy ray that attacked Hulk was even more intentional. I wanted to see what the energy ray would look like after passing through this strange-looking wormhole. But what everyone didn't expect was that just after the energy ray passed through this wormhole, the huge blade quickly blocked the wormhole. But just before the blockade, Su Chen saw the energy ray together and punched a few people on the opposite side together. You can attack the opposite side, indicating that the opposite side is not fictitious, but why can't it detect the opposite side? Su Chen frowned. Immediately afterwards, a light blue gem appeared in Su Chen's hand. The rough space stone doesn't work anymore. Su Chen tried to activate the space gem again and passed it to the other side where this leaf was located, but found that this light blue gem did not respond after it was lit up several times. And after blessing the space gem, Su Chen also couldn't feel that on the opposite side of this blade there was another space. I didn't even feel this one blade. Within the teleportation range of the space gem, there is no such empty existence at all. Inexplicable guy. Facing this weird situation, Su Chen frowned even more. Notify the Utopia Alliance and the Heavenly Sword Bureau to align all the weapons that can be moved in this direction. If this hole is opened again, no matter what, you just hit me first, Tilda. Su Chen waved a big hand and sent a domineering word to the Sky Sword Bureau through the headset. Regardless of the monsters, ghosts and monsters, it is a bombardment. Since cosmic rays can work, it also proves that the energy weapons of this interstellar spacecraft can also work. With the entire fleet of interstellar spacecraft's weapons aiming at this void, Su Chen wanted to see what kind of existence could escape such a bombardment. Even if it was Ego's clone in such a small space, it would not be able to bear the attack of the entire fleet abruptly. Is the Supreme here? Read more fictionzone.net. Then another unfamiliar communication channel suddenly joined Su Chen's headset. What is Captain Marvel? Su Chen heard Captain Marvel's voice and stretched out his hand and gently pressed his earphones. Sovereign, we have also seen what happened on the other side of the Earth here in Xandar Star. Captain Marvel's voice sounded again. The images rotated by the 3 spacecraft were also transmitted to Captain Marvel through the interstellar communication device. It's just a group of sneaky Zyxels. Su Chen sneered, but the wormhole they made is indeed a bit strange. Ordinary detection can't detect the situation on the opposite side at all, and it has been detected by me just now. Su Chen thought about it for a while. The Hulk who should have died long ago is not only alive, but also more powerful than before. Thinking of this, Su Chen frowned again. Before I have figured out the situation here, I have aimed all the firepower here, and if there is any abnormality, I will directly fire. Su Chen's voice was transmitted to Shandal Star very clearly through the interstellar link. The slightly domineering voice made the ruler and the Legion commander look at each other, and they all gave a wry smile. This thing is indeed weird everywhere. But the existence of dozens of planets can be easily destroyed and stared there, plus a firepower configuration no less than that of the Xander Star Legion. I hope they can be a little self-aware. Captain Marvel nodded softly. But Supreme, this time we are not discussing what happened on the side of the Earth. On the side of Xandal, they made another request. Captain Marvel glanced at the ruler and Legion chief beside him. Request, you can do it at will. If it is reasonable to agree, then if it is unreasonable, don't mind the firepower that has just been assembled before pouring into this wormhole. First find a test product. Su Chen, who was slightly upset by the hulk that appeared inexplicably and the wormhole that was suddenly locked, directly replied. OK. Captain Marvel froze for a moment. It seems that Supreme is in a bad mood now. This point is more in line with what Captain Marvel said. There is also hypocrisy in the interstellar relationship. Such an angry remark was not directed at them at all, it was only an angry remark at best. Good news, Zhao, it seems that this matter has not been resolved. I think that since I have dealt with Ego's matter, I am also obligated to return to Earth. The Supreme with such terrifying power is not a conspirator with nasty thoughts, but more like a child of his age. As for the last sentence of Su Chen, although the ruling party felt a sudden tightness behind their backs. I understand that although the Supreme has said so, for the sake of basic etiquette, I think maybe I need to send an envoy to the Earth. The sooner the communication starts, the better. Then I, Captain Marvel, formally form an alliance with Xandar Star on behalf of the Utopian Alliance with the Supreme authorization. As for the alliance, since the Supreme has said so, it seems that there is no problem. In the pretense dealings with other forces and various empires before, Su Chen's direct emotional exposure did not irritate the ruling party. Captain Marvel, who has been given trust, can hardly show a trace of pride. Captain Marvel stretched out his right hand and held it firmly with the hand of the ruler. The ruler next to him showed a smile and said, the ruling man lowered his head for a moment in thought, raised his head and spoke very sincerely. But after a second thought, it was relieved. The sense of reality is even more impressive. As for Captain Marvel, he looked at the closed blades on the screen and thought for a while. Utopian alliance headed by Su Chen. At the moment of shaking hands, it was the alliance with Xandar Star. This also means that Utopia has finally spread its power into the universe. The interstellar road has finally opened a curtain. Before, whether it was Asgard or any of the 9 kingdoms, the surrounding place is only the Earth. And now, the power of Utopia has finally surpassed the Earth. But with the emergence of this wormhole that can connect the 2 universes, perhaps the next Utopia explores more than just this one universe. With the official conclusion of this alliance, Captain Marvel finally returned to Earth. Captain Marvel was alone when he left. And when they came back, they were all people who brought back a whole spaceship. This is the Heavenly Sword Bureau under my leadership. In a sense, it can be considered part of the Utopian Alliance. Captain Marvel looked at the Earth that was developing at a speed almost visible to the naked eye, turned his head, and spoke to the person behind him who had the same mark as her. Here will surely give you a lot of surprises, but I think you will be responsible for guarding this 400 planet together. Captain Marvel's expression became more serious. Although the Supreme did not say anything, the issue that can affect the Supreme is definitely not a trivial matter. Captain Marvel murmured. When Su Chen appeared and when Su Chen left, when the wormhole still existed there, Captain Marvel faintly smelled an unusual smell. This is the first time Captain Marvel has seen something that has not been directly resolved by Su Chen. It is also for this reason that this time following Captain Marvel is not only some members from Xandar Star, but more importantly, another team she has been training. A team that has been wandering in the universe in the same way, maintaining the peace of the universe and pursuing the same concept as Captain Marvel. And this kind of problem that can make the Supreme feel difficult if it is not dealt with, I am afraid this universe will definitely not have any good taste. Captain Marvel looked at the members of this team. So, Team Alpha, now your task is to guard this planet and investigate that weird wormhole together. Captain Marvel said in a cold voice. Yes. The members of Team Alpha were suddenly awe-inspiring. The members of the Sandal Star will naturally be received by the supervisor of the Utopia Alliance, but it is a bit strange. Where is the Supreme? Read more fictionzone.net. After dealing with his team's affairs, Captain Marvel turned his head. Looking at the members of the Sandal Star that was taken over by the Utopia Alliance, they are about to start various cooperations, and the Earth will formally connect with the Interstellar. But in this process, Captain Marvel never saw Su Chen. Report Captain Marvel, the Supreme Master has gone to Asgard since returning and has not stayed on Earth. The next report from the Heavenly Sword Bureau made Captain Marvel feel a little confused. What is the Supreme doing in Asgard? And Su Chen, who had already gone to Asgard, had already appeared outside the fairy palace at this time. There is still an Asgard's unique style of God's domain here, but it is no longer the same as the former Asgard. This style is now only their characteristic. The true tone has become the tone shared on Earth. Except for the original scenery deliberately preserved in some parts of Alaska, the other parts are no different from the Earth. The Rainbow Bridge, which can easily connect the Earth and Asgard, has been reinforced again to prevent fatigue caused by frequent daily use. The current Rainbow Bridge handles thousands or even tens of thousands of transmissions every day, including human transmissions and cargo transmissions. Most of the goods shipped to Asgard are products full of technological colors. This part maintains the Earth-style technology and will further strengthen Asgard's power. Most of the goods shipped to the Earth are raw materials such as ore. This is not only the minerals of Asgard but also the specialties of other countries. These raw materials will burst out even more powerful under the dual cooperation of the R&D department and the dwarves. Under the fantasies of some geniuses, they even blessed Ulu metal on the surface of the spacecraft. Such a spaceship can not only resist extreme pressure but can even destroy the opponent with its own hard appearance. In short, with the combination of technology and their unique magic and various raw materials and other factors, the products that are born can never imagine what kind of characteristics they will have. It will always be surprisingly powerful. 1 plus 1 is never equal to 2, so 1 plus 1 plus 1, of course, will not be 3. In front of Su Chen, although the fairy palace still has some of the characteristics of Asgard, the main building has been transformed into a building similar to the headquarters of the Utopia League. It is not excessive to call it a distribution of utopian alliances. In the headquarters of the Utopia Alliance, there are the White Queen Emma and other psychic mutants. They should have psychic abilities and can handle various affairs efficiently. In this distribution, only one person sits and is not good at psychic abilities, but as long as this person exists here, it is more than enough. Have you all conquered? Su Chen's eyes also showed a slightly surprised look. Just a while ago, we successfully conquered the other 7 kingdoms, and they will continue to provide us with their own special items. But after that, we have no further controllable goals, which has also led to it is difficult for the Legion of the Undead to provide a greater breakthrough for the Utopia Alliance. Hela nodded. This former Asgard's first general is indeed a well-deserved reputation. He was surprised. Yes. Master, how did you come to Asgard? How is Asgard's situation recently? Although this pain can already make everyone ashamed, the recent developments are not so good. Although some time has passed, it has not yet broken through 100 days. This time I asked about Asgard's development only incidentally. I have more important things. Hela's expression was slightly dim upon hearing this. Su Chen asked quietly. Hela, who was immersed in various affairs, suddenly noticed Su Chen's breath and hurriedly came to Su Chen's front. There was no pride in Hela's answer. It was really uncomfortable purely for not being able to break through again. I have never done anything like this. There was an embarrassed expression on Hela's face. This is the first time Hela's face has an embarrassed expression in history. Unruly and rebellious is Hela's standard character. There is hardly anything that can make Hela show the expression of submission. Except for Su Chen, here is a small accident. At that time, Su Chen did not let Hela show a subdued expression but directly chose to make this arrogant person feel desperate. Other than that, there was almost no such expression on Hela's face. even if it was the arrival of Thor once. According to normal principles, there is only one way to go to the kingdom of death, and that is death. Hela shook her head slightly. No one can reach the kingdom of death alive, including the goddess of death, because it is death itself. Hela explained very seriously. But to be honest, according to the kind of energy that you have now, even if you want to die, it is a very difficult thing. Hela looked at Su Chen and found that he was still the same as before, unable to see through Su Chen's energy. So Hela gave up this idea directly. In short, the supreme energy is a lot right. It is so difficult to see death itself. Su Chen's face is also a rare expression of emotion. Many people fear death and escape death. But they can't escape the fate of death. But now Su Chen is doing the opposite, trying to find death but can't find it. This kind of thing that many people can't do with crying and screaming is an annoying thing for Su Chen now. Not only the supreme, your death is a difficult thing. Even if death itself wants to come to the world to which we belong, it is also a very difficult thing. Hela felt helpless. The cost of the previous death of the goddess of death was probably the consumption of the world of death. We don't know how much it was consumed, but it is definitely an astronomical figure. Hela explained. Although Hela didn't have any consciousness in that state, he waited until the death goddess was gone. Hela can still feel that the goddess of death is talking to Su Chen even with the help of her body. The energy consumed is also more at fictionzone.net. After all, the gap between life and death cannot be eliminated by anyone. This is also the rule of this universe. Hela's words made Su Chen frown slightly. Since it is so difficult to come to this world from the world of death, why does she still find my trouble and let these dead people return? A hint of anger flashed in Su Chen's eyes. It seems that there are still many people who can't wait to return to this world, but I was so scared that I temporarily closed the wormhole. Su Chen felt even more dissatisfied when thinking of the faint silhouette of a figure that existed behind him and another earth from the hollow before. Perhaps the opposite is the existence of the kingdom of death, and it is precisely for this reason that one's own perception cannot be reached. It's just the rules of the universe that define the boundary between life and death, so I don't mind changing such rules. Emerging from Su Chen's hand, a broken infinity glove has appeared. The magical effect of gloves is being developed bit by Su Chen. This is not so much a weapon, it is better to say that this is a program editor. It's just a little bit smarter, and the object of editing is this universe. As long as a will is issued, the procedures of the entire universe will be rewritten and rewritten into the state they want. So since the gap between life and death is so big, it is very difficult to reach the kingdom of death. Su Chen doesn't mind bringing this gap closer. It's impossible to be supreme. Hela instantly turned pale. Today this day will be thoroughly remembered by Hela. Hela, who was originally arrogant, did not show his happiness and anger in all forms, but today he has almost made the most expressions in his life. Once such rules are changed, the entire universe will collapse. Hela hurriedly took Su Chen's hand, but when he saw Su Chen's eyes, Hela subconsciously let go. This is the first time Hela has had skin-to-skin contact with Su Chen apart from fighting. Master, going to the kingdom of death like this is indeed a lot easier, but it also means that coming back becomes more tolerant. Although it is not clear what the Lord said before the return of the dead, but if a rule is rewritten, then it will be easier for them to return. Seeking flowers. Hela's mind turned fast. Strictly speaking, as a part of the goddess of death, Hela also understands the concept of death better than anyone else. Once this concept is rewritten, it can almost destroy the foundation of the universe. It's really a difficult question. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Just when Hela wanted to express something anxiously, suddenly Hela's expression became rigid. Su Chen next to him looked at Hela next to him with feeling. 00. Why, I am going to rewrite the rules of death, so are you in a hurry? Seeing Hela, whose pupils became dark, Su Chen asked faintly. The familiar breath of death came to his face. This strong feeling is not owned by Hela. Anxious? No, it's not the case. I think the supreme mentality might be more anxious than I am now. After the death of the goddess of death, her expression became softer and more graceful. I think this is the first time you have encountered something that you can't solve right away. I'm afraid it's not peaceful in your heart. The death goddess gently put her index finger between her lips, but a smile appeared on her face. If I want to, this matter can be resolved immediately. Looking at the goddess of death who seemed a little happy, Su Chen gently raised his infinite glove. The expression of the goddess of death suddenly froze. The existence of this kind of bug level, although unable to completely destroy the kingdom of death. But for Su Chen to be free in it, it is enough to communicate life and death. That is an existence that the goddess of death would never accept. The communication between life and death will mean that one has lost the absolute power of death, which also means the weakness of one's own theocracy. But even if you use it, you may not be able to solve this matter because this matter has nothing to do with the kingdom of death. This time it was not only Su Chen, but also the goddess of death. Mountain, it has nothing to do with the kingdom of death. Su Chen repeated what the goddess of death said. The tone became worse and worse. So how did those who have died come to this world? Su Chen didn't say much, but gently put his gloves on his hands. Seeing this scene, the goddess of death sighed. But then the strength of the whole body began to fluctuate. It is not a regular fluctuation but a symbol of instability. Preparation was so hasty this time that the time for this time is too short. The death goddess was obviously aware of this and she gently raised her hand. The black breath that represents death is quickly dissipating. This also means that the coming of her consciousness is about to collapse. It's okay, I'll see you again soon. Su Chen gently raised the glove in his hand. The 6 gems just inlaid on the glove are gradually rising. You don't have to do that. The goddess of death gave a wry smile. I have never bothered to deceive people, but this time I really have to talk to you. The voice of the goddess of death gradually became soft, as if she was about to fall asleep. You need to go to the border of life and death, where I can have a long-term communication with you. The black aura full of death has almost dissipated and the dead girl's voice has become weaker and weaker, and then, the remaining dark aura hardly condenses. It turned into a piece of information flowing in front of Su Chen. Su Chen frowned and gently pinched the message. At the same time, the content of this piece of information was quickly obtained. Is she coming again? At this time, Hela, who was regaining consciousness, shook her body hard, feeling the powerful force disappearing rapidly in her body. It seems that this time the dead are coming again, don't have any secrets. Su Chen frowned. That goddess even did not hesitate to consume excessively, came here in person and told me that it was not what the kingdom of death did. Su Chen fell into contemplation. That's natural to know what you did just now, master, but not only makes me nervous, the most nervous is naturally the true goddess of death. Hela smiled bitterly, then gently stroked her forehead and spoke, read more fictionzone.net. Once the supreme, you really break the gap between life and death. It is equivalent to indirectly weakening the theocracy in the hands of the goddess of death. I am afraid it is not even a little bit. As the incarnation of the goddess of death, Hela did not maintain the consciousness of her deity in the slightest. This is the thing that death is most afraid of, and it is also the most undesirable thing to see. Otherwise, this kind of excessive consumption will not be carried out, and this is an extra statement. Hela continued to explain. Then I think it is necessary to visit this place. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes rarely flashed with interest, although the goddess of death was calm but actually panicked in Hela's explanation. It is not difficult for Su Chen to understand that what happened this time probably has nothing to do with the kingdom of death, but it seems that the goddess of death seems to know some of the truth. When I have enough power in my hands so those people who are aloof finally can't move away with a watchful eye. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Thinking back again, there was a trace of panic concealed under the peace of the goddess of death. I want to visit this place myself once. 3 days later, it turns out that this is also where the soul gems are obtained. Looking at this desolate planet, Su Chen's face showed a look of surprise. Now that the decision has been made, Su Chen greeted the Sky Sword Bureau and the Utopia Alliance and went straight to this address. Just when the team heard the name of this planet mentioned by Su Chen, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. According to some of the people captured before and the information intercepted by Xandar Star, this is where Thanos got the soul gems in the first place. Captain Marvel looked at Su Chen with some surprise. I wonder why the Supreme Master is going this time. Captain Marvel looked a little curious, just to meet a friend who has never really met and to learn something I want to know. Su Chen looked calm. Well, then we will continue to observe and test the wormhole. Captain Marvel no longer speaks too much. The current Heavenly Sword Bureau not only assembled the strongest firepower but also aimed all at that wormhole. In addition, the probe spacecraft intercepted some reliable information samples next to the wormhole, hoping to find something out of it. It's just that the various detection methods used so far have failed in front of this wormhole. Like a mirror, the various methods they use will always be reflected back, as if this is just a one-way back channel. I hope the group of people who live and die on the opposite side are ready. With such thoughts, Su Chen came back to the place where the soul gem was once again. Then Su Chen followed this slowly floating gem forward. Then the soul gem slowly floated forward, leaving an orange-yellow light band as if guiding Su Chen. Su Chen also chose to ignore it. As for this masked man, when the soul gem and Su Chen arrived, he just bent his waist gently and also did not speak. The soul gem is moving downward, floating slowly like a feather, and waiting for Su Chen to actually enter this planet. The soul gem seemed to be guided by some sort, slowly emerging from Su Chen's chest, floating in front of Su Chen. It's just that the gem didn't stop when it floated past the masked man but continued to float forward. Su Chen stood at the mouth of the cliff and looked down. A slight movement occurred in Su Chen's chest. Well, looking at the soul gem that seemed to have entered the autonomous operation mode, Su Chen's eyes flashed with interest. Su Chen felt a heat in his chest and then a dim orange light lit up. After passing this masked man, he came to a cliff mouth shortly afterwards, and here there has been a man with a masked gray robe. The soul gem has been floating slowly towards the front and finally came to a valley. Interesting. Su Chen watched the soul gem gradually drift downward. Below this one is a radial trace that appears to be an explosion. Although the distance is a bit far away, Su Chen Geisha can see that there seem to be some dark brown marks on this ground. It seems that there has been no idea how many lives have been killed here on this cliff. But all of this suddenly became blurred as the gem continued to fall. It seemed as if there was a layer of mist in front of my eyes, but when I looked closely, the traces below were becoming increasingly blurred. A black mist that Su Chen was so familiar with poured in, covering everything that was originally clear below. The orange light gradually entered this black mist. Although the black mist is getting denser and denser, the orange-yellow light that makes people is still bright, seems to continue to guide Su Chen. Space gems don't seem to be of much use here. Su Chen's hands don't know when a light blue gem has appeared in his hands. With the help of the space gem Su Chen, he can feel that there is still a flat space below this one. But I don't know why Su Chen has a vague hunch. As long as you enter this dark mist, you will enter the boundary between life and death, as the goddess of death said. Obviously everything that exists here even confuses space gems. Thinking of this, Su Chen faced the empty place in front of him and took his own steps gently. Obviously there is no position and no influence, but Su Chen is like a soul gem falling slowly like a feather. Slowly entered the black mist, and on the cliff the masked gray-robed man didn't know when he had stood where Su Chen was just now. How many years? Someone has always left with a soul gem. I have never seen a soul gem, and I will guide people to enter here. The real place. After entering this dark mist, Su Chen's world only has that orange light. Immediately after Su Chen, he found that the energy in his body began to slowly surround him. I don't know when my body has already begun to transform itself into a body of energy examples. After about half a minute passed, Su Chen's feet seemed to have stepped onto the hard ground. At this time, the orange-yellow light was no longer under Su Chen but appeared directly in front of Su Chen, seeming to be guiding Su Chen to move forward. Su Chen moved a bit because some of the bodies that were not suitable for it continued to move forward because of the long time in the air. And slowly in front of him, the orange-yellow light seemed to gradually brighten. It wasn't because the soul gem picked up the speed, but because the black mist around Su Chen was full of death and it started to fade little by little. Then a figure finally appeared in front of Su Chen. At this time, the black mist slowly dissipated as if being guided again. Read more fictionzone.net. It's you. Is it you? Whether it was Su Chen or the group of people on the other side, they all made surprise voices in unison. It's just that Su Chen's voice is simply full of surprise. It's not even strong, it seems that there is already a little unexpected feeling. And the group of people on the opposite side was not only full of surprises, but the sound of teeth rubbing could even be faintly heard in it. All acquaintances. Su Chen slowly stretched out his own tone and said, after the thick black fog gradually dissipated, the surrounding environment finally appeared, a piece of nothingness except for a clean ground. There was still darkness all around, but under the light of the soul gem, everything around was clearly visible. Obviously, it is biased towards the dim orange-yellow light which is extraordinarily bright at this time. In front of Su Chen there is a group of very familiar people. David, Ego, Tori, Melski. In Su Chen's memory, one name after another appeared one after another. Those enemies who had been killed by Su Chen appeared here in front of Su Chen. Their bodies showed an abnormal translucency, but their eyes were still fierce. Seeing such a look, Su Chen's eyes unexpectedly showed a trace of satisfaction. Yes, it should be like this, and this should be the way those who die. Su Chen nodded softly. Cruel and vicious, I want to kill me, but I can't do anything about it. Su Chen looked at these resentful and dead people with interest. This is the dead waste that I am familiar with. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The body of energy particles which had been in the activated state was even more ready to move. They were killed by Su Chen. Then Su Chen can also kill them once now. I am going to kill you, because of you we are neither alive nor dead. You too are dead, it's time for you to taste the pain we once enjoyed. And after these dead people were surprised, a kind of terrifying resentment will suddenly burst out. A woman taller than Hela wearing a black dress appeared slowly. The goddess of death is officially here, 400. Seeing the appearance of this woman, the dead person who was originally resentful over there suddenly silenced. The goddess of death didn't look at these dead people with fearful faces, and she didn't say what she said to this group of guys. Okay, put away your energy, this is a transitional place that I have worked so hard to build. It is very fragile. On the white neck is a snow-white skull. I thought you would be surprised to see me. Although he is tall, his body curve is close to the golden ratio, which is perfect, just continue to look up. And an unnoticeable fear after resentment. Both sides are on the verge. From the beginning to the end, the goddess faced Su Chen alone, but at this time a lazy voice rang from the emptiness nearby. Su Chen shook his head gently. It fits the definition of death in my heart, so why not be surprised? In the empty eyes of the goddess of death, suddenly there was a little more expression, and he looked at Su Chen. In the face of people who have wiped out themselves, how can they not be afraid? Your words really make me happy, and it's not in vain that I specially prepared this place that doesn't exist for you. After hearing what Su Chen said, the goddess of death seemed a little cheerful. The death goddess turned around gracefully, pointed to this dark niche and spoke to Su Chen. Where is this place? Seeing the soul gems still shining in the air, Su Chen asked. Here, this is originally a place that shouldn't exist. In terms of space, there is nothing here, but in fact time flows here. The goddess of death was quite pleased when she said this. After all, the goddess of death is the only one who can create a place here. Compared with the emptiness in the universe where you live, this is the real emptiness. The goddess of death waved her hand. Without my permission, no one can enter this land of nothingness, and no one can leave this land of nothingness except for the soul gem. While talking, the goddess of death gently pointed to the dimly colored stone in the air. In fact, the soul gem is the only gem among the 6 gems that is related to the kingdom of death. Whether it is her guardian or the place where the gem was obtained, it has a little connection with the kingdom of death. It is for this reason that the land of nothingness also exists here. The death goddess spoke very seriously. In the kingdom of death live the souls of those who have died. This will inevitably have some subtle relationships with soul gems. And this planet is actually a small dock leading to the kingdom of death. It is precisely because of this reason that someone who has already died can stand in this world again as a guardian. Also in this dock, the goddess of death can also use some small means to create this piece of nothingness. Not a living world nor a dead world. Strictly speaking, it is a place of nothingness that does not exist at all. Here I don't have to worry about that precious time. I can consider my vocabulary but share what I see and hear with you. The goddess of death came gently to Su Chen's side. I have only one reason for coming here. I don't want to know about other things, and I don't bother to know. Su Chen's face was plain. No, I think there are some things you will still be interested in. The goddess of death shook her head gently. What's more, these things are related to the things I want to say next and the things you want to know. Read more fictionzone.net. The goddess of death stretched out her finger gently. Obviously, from above the neck is a white skull, but from below the neck is a model with a golden ratio. The slender fingers are painted with a kind of light red nail polish, and this finger is pointing at the group of people who bow their heads in front of Su Chen. These former defeaters of Su Chen lowered their heads since the arrival of the goddess of death. There is almost a real fear in them. What is the connection between this group of waste and what I want to know? Su Chen frowned. Of course it does. The goddess of death chuckled lightly. All the enemies that were defeated by you head-on all did not go to the kingdom of death but were unified and left in this knee place, including this one. The goddess of death turned slightly and pointed at a guy with white hair. I had an agreement with this guy. He made a bet with me and lost the bet, so he can never step into the kingdom of death for this reason. The death goddess spoke calmly. This is really a failure that everyone envy. Su Chen sneered beside him. Naturally, it is impossible for me to violate this gambling agreement, but this place provides me with an excellent method of arrangement, and here they will enjoy this eternal emptiness day after day and year after year. The voice of the goddess of death was still calm, but it exuded a shuddering taste. It is a terrible thing to trap them in a place of nothingness which does not even exist in the universe. Day after day, year after year. There is no chance of freedom, no chance to see the light again. Even the most determined prisoner will go crazy. From the moment you defeat them and they die, they will stay here forever. Although the emptiness is fragile, but they have been deprived of all their power, it is impossible for them to resist here. The death goddess spoke indifferently. I know you want to be inferior to their most cruel punishment in the world, and death is never the final punishment, but just the beginning. Is this enough? While talking, the goddess of death looked at Su Chen again. Just to my liking. Su Chen nodded gently. Defeating these men in front of him into the abyss of death was simply because Su Chen could not find a better way to punish them. If so, Su Chen would not let them welcome death so easily. Death is just the beginning of a new round of punishment. It is really wonderful. You have contributed the most life to me in the entire universe, so you have the qualifications to create such a hidden place specifically for you. It turns out that the previous ones are just the least part of the exposed tongue. As the dark mist completely dissipated, it was clear that there was a pale shackle on the legs of the dead prisoners. This piece of space is not only as big as you can see, there is a deeper darkness behind it. They are all imprisoned here and they can't even move half a point. These are the enemies you defeated with your own hands. None of them can escape. Of course, I didn't expect you to be so strong now, and I didn't expect this move of mine to become my explanation. At this point, the goddess of death sighed quietly. The goddess of death gently lifted her shoulders. All the defeated enemies are here. It is impossible for them to leave this place, so the people you meet are not smuggled back from the dead country. This is the best proof. The goddess of death waved her hand. But why did you do it so deliberately? But these words that the goddess of death said now, Su Chen solemnly embraced. The small group of people who originally appeared in front of Su Chen, the darkness behind them once again dispersed. But then Su Chen looked at the death goddess and asked. At this time, the dark mist dispersed, revealing the dense figures inside. Those enemies defeated by Su Chen are all here, including those famous existences as well as their soldiers who were inadvertently killed by Su Chen. It can be clearly seen that the clothes of the ordinary soldiers in the back can be roughly divided into several parts. One part is the fairy palace soldiers of Asgard, and the other larger part is the Vanguard Guard Corps. After all, although the Utopia Alliance killed and injured part of the Vanguard Guard Corps, but the real main part was destroyed by Su Chen himself. Since you want to be my enemy, you should have this kind of consciousness. Looking at these former enemies, looking at Su Chen with the eyes of wishing to kill Su Chen. Su Chen just chuckled, his eyes were indescribably cheerful. I think all this should prove that this matter has nothing to do with the kingdom of death. The goddess of death opened her hands gently. I believe you this time. Su Chen, feeling slightly relieved, nodded. Everyone is imprisoned in this strange land where birds do not lay eggs. How can there be a chance to escape? Even the people of the dead kingdom can spend all their hardships secretly returning to the world of the living. This group of prisoners under special care cannot do this. This is my explanation, and it is also the reward for the many souls you have contributed to me. 400 Death Goddess stood beside Su Chen, looking at the black and dark patches. So what is the matter between that Hulk and the other world? Su Chen lowered his head, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Actually, you have already reached the point, but you haven't realized it yet, or that there is no such concept in your mind. The goddess of death said lightly. The opposite is another world or another universe. Following the words of the goddess of death, the black mist rushed again. He swallowed the group of prisoners who were still struggling and wriggling. And then the black mist, as if possessing life, began to build continuously in front of Su Chen and the goddess of death, forming a structure that looked like a spider web. Read more fictionzone.net. Each universe exists independently and is called a single universe, but outside of our cognition, there is not only one universe. To be precise, there are infinite universes. Looking at the space densely surrounded layer by layer like a spider web, the goddess of death said faintly. The scene you saw before is precisely because of the connection between the universe we are in and the other universe. Following the words of the goddess of death, the black mist that resembled a spider web changed again, forming two existences that looked like spheres. I used to feel that not long ago you used the infinite glove to send Igo to the realm of death. At that time, the power leaked, right? The goddess of death turned her head to look at Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes flashed sharply. Presumably you have guessed it. The leaked part of the energy just opened the channel between the two universes or broke the barrier between the two universes which made this channel appear. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. When I said why this group of guys just appeared, I accused me of bad intentions, opened this channel, and planned to do something to their universe. There was a thoughtful expression on Su Chen's face. It turns out that the reason is really on our side, but their tone of voice is really too rude. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face showed an unkind look. The Hulk you killed before is also in this void. After all, in this universe, whether it is a local existence or a visitor from other universes, as long as it is in this universe, it is under my control. The goddess of death had a calm face, but there was a trace of unquestionable domineering in her tone. According to normal theory, even if Hulk dies, his soul will return to his own universe. Another kingdom of death in the universe, but the goddess of death took action, and with an unquestionable attitude, she dragged this soul into the kingdom of death belonging to this universe. In my territory, everything must listen to me. On this point, the views of the goddess of death and Su Chen are surprisingly consistent. I am afraid this is also the reason why the goddess of death admired Su Chen so much in the beginning. And I learned some interesting things from this Hulk that he probably didn't know. The death goddess's tone eased. According to the description, their universe seems to be named the Ultimate Universe. In another universe, the direction of the Earth's development is different from this one. Here, the Earth led by Su Chen, through the efforts of the Utopia Alliance and other conquered places, began to integrate technology and various external magic. In that so-called Ultimate Universe, they have taken a completely different path. The Avengers League is not only established but has grown to an unprecedented level, just like the Utopian League to Su Chen's location. They have more advanced technology and more powerful power, and even by themselves they can already judge that this is a multiverse existence. It is precisely because of this appearance that they named themselves the Ultimate Universe. Under the same preconditions, they can use a very short time to make a judgment. Is the opposite of this channel a mirror image or another universe? Iron Man can also make a restrained device in such a short time. Powerful, another universe. Su Chen said slowly, word by word. Yes, another powerful universe, and according to the memory of this big guy, it seems that besides the Avengers, there is another alliance that does not belong to them, so I don't know it clearly. The goddess of death nodded gently, and at the same time there was a trace of confusion in her eyes. In the Ultimate Universe, the Avengers have not only become stronger, there is also an equally powerful alliance on Earth. It's just that because it doesn't belong to the other party's forces and Hulk itself is simple-minded, all he can understand is only sporadic fragments. Either one or two, if there are more lions, they are not afraid to bite. Facing this news, Su Chen seemed a little indifferent. You have a big heart. Obviously, there are no eyeballs, but Su Chen can feel the goddess of death turning white. Fighting against that Hulk, I can feel that it is stronger than I expected. It is about several times stronger. It is indeed very powerful, but it is still within the range of the Utopia Alliance. Su Chen looked calm. As for the so-called powerful Avengers Alliance and another powerful unknown alliance, it does seem to be quite deterrent. Su Chen tilted his head, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. But so what? Su Chen snorted coldly. It is the universe that has changed, not me. Su Chen's aura rose to the sky and even the breath of death around him disappeared. Tap lightly, a place of nothingness can't stand your strength. Feeling that the surrounding space seemed to have a vague tendency to collapse, the goddess of death hurriedly waved her hand. It took more effort to make this kind of place that didn't actually exist than it would cost Hela. But as long as this place can exist for a long time, it will be worth it. They are strong and there is no bad influence. On the contrary, I expect them to become stronger. Seeing the movements of the goddess of death, Su Chen's momentum was slightly reduced. You need to know that at the very beginning the Utopia Alliance was not strong, but it still encountered those powerful enemies, defeated them bit by bit, and absorbed their power at the same time. The Utopia Alliance will have the current power. Not only it can only dominate the Earth, and it is almost unmatched in this universe. Su Chen said confidently. Although it has not yet dominated the entire universe, I am afraid it will be difficult to have an opponent in this interstellar space. Su Chen said to himself. The tone seemed arrogant, but no one could find the slightest reason for rebuttal. This universe is very big and people with various abilities emerge in endlessly. But there are still a few planets that can be compared to the villain, almost controlling a small part of the entire universe. As long as he continues to develop, nothing can threaten him. He can even swallow the entire universe. It's not the same now. If conquering this universe once was a challenge for Su Chen, then conquering this universe now has only become a matter of time. The cake has been placed in front of me, only the length of time it has been eaten. Although it is good for Su Chen, it has lost a sense of excitement. Captain Marvel once said that after this incident he seemed to feel that I was extremely irritable and he hurried back because of fear. Read more fictionzone.net. Su Chen continued to talk to himself. But only I know that it's not violent. Although I don't understand the reason, my instinct has already told me that I have a new enemy. Su Chen's pupils suddenly enlarged strangely. It makes me feel extremely excited. Su Chen's face also reappeared with a recklessly enlarged smile. And this will also be my opportunity to lead the Utopia Alliance to become stronger, multiverse. That will only be my next goal. Su Chen's tone was extremely determined. Then since it looks like this, I think the bad news I was going to tell you may be good news. Standing next to Su Chen, the goddess of death who quietly watched all this happen nodded gently. What's more news? Su Chen turned his head. Although the leaked energy is strong enough under normal circumstances, it is not enough to penetrate the barrier between the two universes. Otherwise, the universe and the universe would have been opened up how many times? The goddess of death explained. There is only one reason for this result, and that is that the structure of the multiverse itself has changed. They have become more compact with each other and even collide with each other. The goddess of death waved her hand gently, and the previous two balls slammed together, splashing a little black mist. It means that no matter whether it is a meeting in any universe, other universes will collide and replace each other, and in the end there will only be one universe. Speaking of this, the hollow eyes of the goddess of death are also slightly shining. Seeking flowers. It will be a very vast and huge infinite universe. The goddess of death stretched out her hand and made a big circle. Is it a surprise? Is it a surprise? The goddess of death looked at Su Chen, who seemed a little surprised, and asked back. To be honest, this surprise was a little bit beyond my expectation. Su Chen nodded lightly and admitted. It's really an extremely anticipated surprise. Then the corners of Su Chen's mouth rose uncontrollably again. Whatever you want. When I was sleepy, someone actually put a pillow just right. It's as if the entire multiverse is helping itself. Su Chen couldn't even control himself and wanted to laugh wildly in this emptiness, but reason still prevailed after all. In order to worry that he was just laughter, it shattered this piece of nothingness, and Su Chen had no choice but to give up. This collision between the universe, which claims to be an infinite universe, and us is only the first time, and there will be more in the future, and will not collide gradually but will collide all together in chaos. The goddess of death continued to explain. I think this might be a buffer for you, then you can tell you things slowly and let you accept it. Seriously, your reaction, something I didn't expect. The goddess of death shook her head with emotion. You are a natural sacrifice, a sacrifice that devotes more lives to the kingdom of death. The death goddess looked at Su Chen seriously. The collision between the universe and the universe will not happen peacefully. According to Su Chen's character, those who dare to show themselves by force will eventually belong to this kingdom of death. Being able to accept the offerings of other universes, the goddess of death also had more expectations in her heart. I'm just a person who likes to do what I like. However, Su Chen shook his head gently. It has nothing to do with you, you are just cleaning up some of the rubbish I generated. Su Chen's just right metaphor made the death goddess, who was slightly happy next to him, froze. Mountain Su Chen's words made the goddess of death stunned slightly. Forget it, it's not the first time like this. But then the goddess of death shook her head, seeming to complain slightly about this matter. After all, this is not the first time I have encountered this situation, but I am very happy to hear such a news. Su Chen looked back at the group of prisoners who had been beheaded by him and restrained here. I'm afraid you won't be able to pretend this place will open. Seeing this little space left, Su Chen suddenly said with a mockery, as many lives as you can bring me, I can create as much space for you, it's just some resources. Hearing this, the goddess of death tilted her head. This matter is not only Su Chen looking forward to, the goddess of death is also looking forward to it. From the collision between different universes, the life resources of different universes will all be gathered together. The deprived lives will all be sent to the kingdom of death where the deprived is located. This is the iron law. What is terrifying to others is nothing more than a more tempting thing to them. The area occupied by the group of guys defeated by Su Chen is no longer a minority, but because of Su Chen there are more death kingdoms than this. Su Chen is not alone. Now Su Chen has an entire utopian alliance. Not only has the Utopian League Legion, but also the more terrifying Death Legion on the continent of Asgard. These legions brought considerable life to the goddess of death in the course of their battles. After I go back, I am afraid that there will be an urgent preparation on the Earth next. Su Chen's eyes shone slightly. Although only this universe has arrived so far, it is a pretty good choice as an appetizer. Su Chen said to himself. Ultimate universe, then end it. Hearing what Su Chen said, the goddess of death next to him seemed to suddenly think of something. Maybe you don't need to wait for their arrival, passively greet them, maybe there are some better ways. The goddess of death suddenly stretched out one of her fingers gently. Read more fictionzone.net. Is there a better way? Su Chen turned his head in surprise. Although you were unintentional before, it proved that the barrier between the universe we are in and the ultimate universe has become quite fragile, and this is the birth of this channel. The goddess of death explained. Although it is not clear what kind of method the other party used to temporarily close this channel, I think it is nothing more than a mirror effect, letting the two sides of the channel go back and forth, which produces a kind of it's similar to a shutdown, but after all, it's not a real shutdown. As one of the 5 gods of the universe, although Iron Man does not understand everything the goddess of death does, he can still guess a general idea. Wait until they are all ready and then launch an offensive. I don't know the year and month. After all, not everyone can have such a strong cohesion and combat effectiveness like you. The goddess of death explained a fact quietly. If you want to take this kind of initiative in your own hands, you need a key to open the other person's door, and this key has always been in your hand. I probably understand what you mean. Su Chen nodded softly. It's true that this key has always been in my hand. Su Chen stroked an object thoughtfully. Presumably after you descend into the other party's universe, the other party will be quite pleasantly surprised. The goddess of death nodded. But different universes will have different environments. After entering, you may need a little time to adapt. Don't forget this. The goddess of death continued to remind her. Then the Utopian Alliance is ready to start the next war. Su Chen nodded, and then he was about to turn around and leave the emptiness. One more thing. Seeing Su Chen preparing to turn around and leave, the goddess of death gently stretched out her right hand and stopped Su Chen. What's up? Su Chen, who had obtained the result he wanted, frowned. In the future, you will collide with different universes and whether you can come to the end. Although it seems that there is a great possibility now, there is still uncertainty after all. The goddess of death has a calm face. There are countless possibilities in countless universes, and no one knows what kind of dangers will be contained in the next universe. Even if Su Chen is so confident, but in the eyes of the goddess of death, this road is not easy after all. So before you leave, I think maybe I can give you some motivation. The goddess of death continued, I hope it's better to be something substantial. Seeing that the goddess of death seemed to offer something, Su Chen was not polite. After all, the sentry robot is constantly strengthening, but Hela's death army has been stagnant. Not only to get rid of death, it is more suitable for the right of death on an equal footing. Behind Su Chen and the goddess of death in the black fog of death, there was a roar that didn't look like a human being. This was a very painful decision for the goddess of death itself, but looking at Su Chen, who was already at this height, the goddess of death vaguely felt that perhaps this was a better choice. Su Chen turned his head and glanced at the wailing, thick fog, then turned his head again, looking at the sure-faced goddess of death. Ah! Such a tempting request is not just a surprise for a certain Thanos who is obsessed with the goddess of death, but a kind of piercing pain. It's just a promise. But in this thick fog, no one saw his appearance. I can't even see his purple skin. Not interested in. This is a temptation that everyone cannot refuse, as if there is a guy suffering from great pain. Falling into madness, the voice of the goddess of death will be a little weak. The goddess of death quietly said a promise to make everyone suffer cardiac arrest. Maybe it is a good opportunity for a good improvement. But no one has ever enjoyed such a promise. In the future you will face countless universes, and when you end these countless universes and make me in the kingdom of death the only kingdom of death, I don't mind part of my right will be divided so that this dead country will have a new owner. Seeing Su Chen being so unkind, the goddess of death seemed a little dumb. But Su Chen's words caused the goddess of death to fall into sluggishness for the third time. Su Chen shook his head and relentlessly rejected this promise. Obviously no need to breathe, but the goddess of death took a deep breath. An emotion that seems to be named anger or more inclined to resentment slowly breeds in the body of this ancient god. I have given you the most precious thing, but you don't even want it. At this moment, the goddess of death seemed to recollect the anger that was aroused when she saw Su Chen for the first time but was suppressed in the end. I never walk with death, although I will bring death to all my enemies. Su Chen slowly turned around and beckoned at the same time. Staying in the office, the soul gems that acted as lighting slowly fell, landing to the same height as Su Chen. Acting as the soul gem of the leader's identity, it is also a beacon to lead Su Chen out. I don't have the slightest interest in dividing the kingdom of death equally. I can feel that you attach great importance to this country that belongs to you. Naturally, I will not do such a thing. As the gem moved forward slowly, Su Chen also slowly left here. The black mist full of death slowly swallowed this place again. After hearing what Su Chen just said, the expression of the goddess of death seemed to ease. If there is anything I want to do, it is above death. At the moment before the dark mist completely enveloped this place, Su Chen's last words finally came from afar. Boom! There was a dull roar in the emptiness that had been completely shrouded in the dark mist of death. It was as if a god who was in a state of anger hit the space here fiercely. The goddess of death, who was thickly wrapped in the mist of death, looked frosty, calm. Immediately after, the death goddess' chest bulged high, and then a long muffled breath was spit out by the death goddess. I hope you will not come to the kingdom of death in a normal way in the future, otherwise you will receive my highest level of hospitality. The goddess of death said fiercely. After Su Chen experienced the same amount of time, the direction of the gem was finally no longer straightforward but straight up. This time there is no need for Su Chen to move, a gentle force automatically drags Su Chen upward. Re-arriving at the mouth of the cliff, passing by the slightly stunned guardian, Su Chen left the planet. The first station that Su Chen re-arrived afterwards was not Earth but Asgard. Master, you're back. After feeling the familiar breath coming, Hela has appeared next to Su Chen. Look extremely nervous, read more fictionzone.net. Su Chen is the first person to come back from the Kingdom of Death with such a big swing since it was recorded. What's more, just after Su Chen left for a while, Hela suddenly got another inexplicable piece of information. I just want to briefly understand what happened and what I will do. Su Chen's face was indifferent. I thought you had a deal with the goddess of death that led to this piece of information. Hela breathed a sigh of relief when Su Chen said so. What's the message? Su Chen asked curiously. Just before you arrived, there was an inexplicable message for a while, and it seemed to be a way to strengthen the undead besides the eternal fire. Hela lowered her head slightly. The eternal fire not only resurrected these dead soldiers but also strengthened them to a certain extent. But after all, the undead are different from normal human beings, and they can't continue to make themselves stronger as if they are alive. They can only maintain their current state. And now the way to make them stronger was sent to Hela inexplicably. It seems that although someone is very angry, he still has some conscience. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly smiled on his face and said to himself. Hela next to him tilted his head and said that he was a little unsure. It's a good thing that the Legion can be strengthened, but I ask you to strengthen them in the shortest time. Suddenly Su Chen's expression became serious again. Yes. Hela stood straight in an instant. But apart from this one thing, there is another thing you need to do. Su Chen felt his hands behind his back, looking at Asgard, who was coming and going. From today, cancel all passages from the Earth to Asgard. Su Chen gave orders with a serious face. All the transfer places of the Rainbow Bridge will be vacated. Instead, all the raw materials obtained from Asgard and the other 7 kingdoms will be transported in a centralized manner, and all of them will be sent to the Earth intact. Su Chen ordered. Hela's eyes suddenly widened, filled with excitement and joy. Understand, I will let all the Legion participate in it and send them all to Earth as soon as possible. Hela nodded heavily. As a general, how could Hela not understand the meaning of such an order and such a move? Hela didn't have any fear about this, but she felt a surge of excitement like lightning which made herself tremble. The battle is about to start again. I will inform the Earth to prepare for the response, and now it is time to let the Earth know all this. The blue space gem has appeared in Su Chen's hand. Sovereign, I still have something to report. At this time, Hela, who was next to him, suddenly stood up straight and then spoke very seriously. Speak. Master, if there is a war in the future, I request that the undead army also participate in it and fight with the Sentry army of the Utopia Alliance. Hela has a serious face. Hela, who has been in Asgard, doesn't know everything that has happened recently, only that he seems to have vaguely encountered some small troubles on the Earth. This makes Hela very sensitive to realize that the transmission of certain information in Asgard is still inconvenient after all. What about war? It may be the same. Perhaps when the Earth had already started the war first, Asgard still knew nothing, or the news would be half late. For a Hela who is eager to start a war, this is something I absolutely don't want to see. Hearing this, Su Chen turned his head and took a deep look at Hela. This time, the Undead Legion will be in the first battle sequence. Su Chen said loudly, members of the Utopia Alliance are assembled. A piece of information quickly spread through the mind network constructed by all mind mutants. And this piece of information just appeared like an explosion and was quickly placed on the most important communication network. Is Supreme Master going to do something? Emma, the White Queen in the Utopia headquarters, raised her head gently, feeling the message. When all the interstellar spaceships were concentrated and all the firepower was aimed at a closed wormhole, all the members of the Utopia Alliance had vaguely felt a smell of heavy rain coming to the building. At this time, Su Chen suddenly disappeared. If it weren't for the arrival of Captain Marvel before Su Chen disappeared, it might cause some people to panic. Within a very short time after the spread of this order, all the important members gathered in this building, including the Captain Marvel of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. And just after they all assembled, a light blue smoke appeared, and in the smoke appeared a figure that everyone was very familiar with. Supreme. Someone called out subconsciously. There are some things that I could tell you through the mind network, but I think maybe for the next news it seems too informal. Su Chen looked at all the important members of the Utopia Alliance and spoke softly. Although Su Chen's tone was very light, the weight of these words made all the members awe-inspiring. Just how important is the news that everyone can tell face to face? Is the opposite side of that wormhole really that dangerous? Captain Marvel next to him also looked serious. Danger? No, there may be a certain degree of danger there, but with the danger comes a greater possibility. A smile suddenly appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Maybe you all know that recently an unknown passage appeared on the outer side of the Earth, but now this passage is blocked by the other side of the passage, and what I want to tell you now is everything about this passage. Su Chen continued. As Su Chen continued to speak, everyone's eyes changed from surprise to consternation and finally to an incomparable shock. Another universe. Will there still be collisions between the universe and the universe? A universe that seems stronger than us, read more fictionzone.net. When this group of core members from the Utopia Alliance heard this shocking news, they were also shocked and unable to calm down for a long time. I remember not long ago I told you that our goal is this sea of stars, and now it seems that we have a more ambitious goal. Su Chen nodded, then looked at the group of members again. In the previous battle against that alien planet, although only me and Captain Marvel were dispatched, it is enough to explain that the food chain in this universe is high and low, and the sea of stars is far from satisfying the desire of the Utopian Alliance. Su Chen's tone suddenly increased. And some members nodded subconsciously. After Captain Marvel returned, most of the people knew about ego. This is no secret. After all, during the period of Su Chen's departure, they had already had an intersection with Xandar. Different technologies and resources have begun to circulate, but there is no rainbow bridge. It is so convenient and exchanged only through long-distance interstellar travel, so it seems a bit thin. But what is reassuring is that in this process, no one dared to take this route. As one of the few chaotic forces in the universe, they were almost all rounded by Su Chen. No one will be so stubborn to fight this star-killing idea now. After hearing this news, the members of the Alliance suddenly felt an extremely asymmetric sense of difference in their hearts. It turns out that Lord Supreme is so powerful in this universe. Does this mean that the Supreme Lord has no rivals in this universe? It turns out that the big forces among the stars are nothing more than that. Thoughts such as this have begun to gradually emerge in the hearts of members of the Utopia Alliance. But in the process of communicating with Xander Star, this idea has become more and more profound. In the exchanges between the two forces, the Earth did receive some new information, but when the force comparison is really important. The members of the Utopia Alliance found that the combat power they possess is not much worse than these powerful strengths that have become famous. From the resource sharing and technology sharing among the 9 countries, the power of the Earth has long been different from what it used to be. The Sentry robot, created by the Utopia Alliance, has been blessed with a variety of rune powers and a variety of mysterious metals, and its combat effectiveness has long since exploded. Achievements, combat effectiveness parameters have surpassed the sky and have long been achieved. With the flow of utopian weapons into this cosmic market, I am afraid it will once again cause an arms race among the major forces. New shapes, new ideas, stronger firepower, I am afraid it will also shock these big forces. The big universe that made them feel fear after Su Chen pierced this layer of window paper suddenly became weak. Maybe they didn't realize it themselves, as he said. This universe is no longer enough to satisfy the entire Utopian Alliance, nor is it enough to satisfy Su Chen's appetite. Whether the stars and the sea are conquered or not does not seem to be so important because they seem a bit too weak. That's good, and these universes that will come into contact with us next will become our greatest resource. Su Chen stretched out his right hand gently and then squeezed it firmly. They are powerful, don't our former enemies are not strong anymore, but now they are not transformed into combat power in our hands after all. Su Chen spoke sonorously and powerfully. And with Su Chen's voice, the somewhat hesitant eyes of certain members began to gradually become firmer. A raging soldier and a raging nest. And behind a wolf-like general is a group of screaming soldiers, Joe. Su Chen's ambitions for other universes are gradually burning like flames on these important members of the Utopia Alliance. The interstellar era has ended and the great era of the universe has officially arrived. Su Chen looked at all the important members. We can explore it, in this universe, in this Earth, in this utopian alliance. A new kind of fanaticism is slowly being born. Sovereign, do you want to tell Sandal Star about this matter? Maybe we can reduce some of the pressure. Just when everyone left this gathering place with an almost fanatical expression, Captain Marvel found Su Chen. As Captain Marvel, who personally contributed to the formation of this alliance after accepting such a shock, he subconsciously thought of the Sundar Star who had just reached the alliance. When you mentioned that, I suddenly remembered that it seems that I have never paid attention to the alliance. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Captain Marvel. When faintly foreseeing an unusual thing happening, all Su Chen's attention was focused on the opposite universe. Although there are still some impressions about the alliance, it was only a flash and now Captain Marvel mentions it again. Su Chen only then recalled this matter. This is the most well-known neutral force in the entire universe. Hearing this, Captain Marvel smiled bitterly. I am afraid that only a Supreme with such a big nerve will not care about such big things, right? For the sake of their neutrality, I don't intend to use excessive means. Now that this alliance has been formed, let's continue to maintain it. Su Chen lowered his head and thought about it. You can tell them about this, but whether they believe it or not is two different things. Then Su Chen thought for a while and looked at Captain Marvel again. Do you think that apart from telling you something like this myself, if someone else tells you this thing, would you believe it? Su Chen asked with a plain face. Forehead. Captain Marvel is a little confused. This kind of unheard thing may not be very likely. There is only Su Chen and almost every sentence he utters becomes an iron law. People will subconsciously choose to believe instead of opposing it in the first place. I hope they will be smarter. Thinking of this, Captain Marvel nodded. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, their arrival is just icing on the cake. Su Chen chuckled lightly. You don't need to care too much about this kind of thing. Su Chen continued, read more fictionzone.net. It's true that you have to pay more attention to some things. Su Chen's next words made Captain Marvel's face a puzzled look. In the future, we will have a positive conflict with other universes, and in these universes there are people who are exactly the same as ours, such as this so-called ultimate universe. Su Chen spoke plainly. In that so-called Avengers, I think many of you may be members of the Utopia in another universe, but judging from the Hulk that just arrived, I am afraid that the other one of you might be stronger than you. It's a lot. Su Chen looked at Captain Marvel with a smile. Now, don't you have a sense of urgency? Su Chen looked at Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel took a breath. Encouraged by Su Chen just now, almost everyone has forgotten this matter subconsciously. Hulk is more than several times stronger than in the universe they are in. Does that mean that in the other universe you will also be stronger than yourself? Not only Captain Marvel but the other members who were preparing to leave but have not yet left also took a breath. As the goddess of death said, different universes will bring different opportunities, but they also contain different dangers. The current danger has been naked in front of them, a stronger self. I see, Supreme. Captain Marvel nodded softly. All members of the Sky Sword Bureau, including me, will strengthen their training intensity before they actually come into contact with them. There was a firm look in Captain Marvel's eyes. We will not lose to any universe. After speaking, Captain Marvel immediately turned around, preparing to return to the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. It is foreseeable that before the real battle begins, every day will be doubled training. We do the same. Emma, the White Queen who has not left, also said, It's not just you. From now on, all the materials of the Utopia Alliance will be prepared for the battle. All the previously existing battle sequences will be dispatched, and new battle sequences will be updated. Su Chen looked serious and gave orders, clear. I have arrived in Asgard before and notified Hela that countless raw materials will arrive on the Earth one after another. This will empty the storage of the 8 kingdoms within a period of time, but it will be enough for the use of the Earth for this period of time. Su Chen took a deep breath and came to the window. The headquarters of the Utopia Alliance is naturally the tallest building in the city. Here you can see everything in the whole city. Now more and more elements can be seen in the air. Plane survival has begun to transform into three-dimensional survival, and countless factories are the reason for all of this. With the order of Su Chen, all the following factories will also digest these raw materials. In the future, science and technology on the Earth may be difficult to develop in other areas, but it will reach an unprecedented level of terror in military power. Maybe this is the so-called mob. I will let them produce at full capacity, and at the same time I will continue to strengthen the unproduced sentry robots. Emma the White Queen nodded seriously. The big killer in the hands of the Utopia Alliance, the Sentry Robot Army, can definitely give visitors from another universe some big surprises. There is not much time, I only give you half a month. After half a month, regardless of whether the wormhole is opened or not, we will launch an attack. Su Chen stroked an object lightly with a solemn expression. This time Su Chen does not intend to leave too much preparation time for the ultimate universe. Although they don't seem to be prepared much, he's just a person, does he need to make everyone so afraid? And in another universe, that is, in the heavy machine universe, a roar was uttering inside the Avengers' headquarters. But not so much anger, it is more helpless. Nick Fury frowned and looked at the Avengers members in front of him, and the expressions of these members are not high. Iron Man suddenly decided to block the wormhole. The action against the universe where Su Chen was located was carried out simultaneously on the Avengers' side. The energy rays that have not been intercepted, Su Chen's surprise, really surprised them too much. Nearly 10 of the first batch of superheroes who were supposed to go to meet them lost their combat effectiveness as a result. This is just because their stations are relatively scattered. What's interesting is that although it is in a different universe, it is like a mirror. In the ultimate universe, the place where this wormhole appears is still in space, exactly the same as Su Chen's position in the universe. It is precisely because of this reason that the first batch of superhero battles were scattered, so after that beam of light was just a small part of the personnel who were damaged. But its power has been fully demonstrated. Not to mention the directly vaporized part of the whole person. Several of them were completely decomposed and disappeared when only the body part touched this beam of light. According to the current technological level of the Avengers, it is very easy to restore their bodies, but the energy attack accompanied by this energy has been haunting these members. After the terrifying energy instantly destroys the contacted part, there is still a part of the energy that willfully destroys their bodies along the remaining bodies. And these participating free energy brings not only pain, but also powerful destructiveness. According to their estimates, these surviving members will return to their daily state, and it will take at least a few months. This bad news is tantamount to hitting them again and again. After the wormhole was sealed in an emergency, Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic have been stationed in the laboratory, but no news has been released. As a result, there are very few members of the Mind left in the combat command room of the headquarters, only the Americans such as Captain Marvel and Nick Fury. And when they started to discuss how to face another universe facing Su Chen, they found that they encountered a very embarrassing situation. They don't know anything. Because they don't know anything, they can't do anything. It's really embarrassing. Because of Spider-Man, they can understand that in another universe, some superheroes have died and it is Su Chen that caused this. But what kind of ability does Su Chen have, and how much combat power does Su Chen hold in his hands? They know nothing. It is not so much that the young man brought us terror, but rather an unknown that brought us terror. American Captain Marvel shook his head and began to explain. We are currently unable to get any useful information apart from knowing this existence. I think this has also caused some members to exaggerate this mysterious existence in a certain way. American Captain Marvel looks serious. This is not a good thing, it will greatly affect their morale. American Captain Marvel continued to speak seriously. Read more fictionzone.net. It's really a headache. Nick Fury next to him took off his blindfold, rubbed his forehead and complained. But our bad news can be regarded as good news to some extent. Captain Marvel also frowned but then turned his head and spoke to Nick Fury. We don't know each other, or we know each other only a little bit, but it's always better than they don't know us. American Captain Marvel stretched out his finger and tapped lightly on the desktop. Although our appearance aroused the other side's vigilance, I think they should not have discovered the existence of Spider-Man, which means that they did not know that we knew some of their information. Captain Marvel of the United States analyzed and said, "This advantage is the same as nothing." Nick Fury shook his head, "But it's better than nothing." And just as they continued to discuss all this, the door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open. A good news, a bad news, which one should I listen to first? Iron Man opened his hands and spoke vigorously to the remaining members who were still in the combat command room at this time. "Don't tell us the good news, there is no bad news." Nick Fury rolled his own dead fish eyes and said, "No, from the previous energy analysis to participation, maybe we have found a part of the solution." Seeking flowers. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Fantastic had entered the combat command room and spoke to the others. "We seem to have found an energy body that is somewhat similar to this person, and what makes us happy is that we have defeated such an existence." A look flashed in Mr. Marvel's eyes. "I think this should be considered good news." The Iron Man next to him nodded. Although this energy from other universes dissipates extremely fast, after all, what we have collected is fairly timed, and it can be regarded as capturing part of the remaining information. Mr. Fantastic next to him opened his mouth to explain. "This guy's energy is strong, and it can indeed be based on." Iron Man clapped his hands, and the lights in the entire combat command room dimmed instantly. "Jarvis, show our research results to everyone." "Planet Devourer? This guy's energy is very powerful and very pure, but it is precisely because of this that we can better distinguish the composition of this energy and by comparing it to find something similar in our universe. Exist." American Captain Marvel stood up subconsciously, "So it's him." "This is." But everyone around seemed to subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Compared with the energy of the planet Devourer, this energy is as much as 98% similar. A being defeated by them. "Mountain good, sir." A glimmer of light flashed in Iron Man's eyes. "Looking at this tall projection, I was a little lost for a while." Iron Man's voice has also become higher. Iron Man came to this projection and drew a big image showing it to everyone. "That's right, it's him." Iron Man nodded heavily. Along with the sound of a little machine, the 3D image displayed by the light blue projection appeared in front of all the members. This is also understandable why its energy intensity is so high, and it can even instantly demolition man's body. Few years ago, a person who was covered in the state of mercury once descended on the Earth and declared that this planet will be the next meal of the planet Devourers. After that, this person was defeated by the Fantastic Four led by Mr. Fantastic. But its own skateboard of the same material is used as a locator, still sending the location of the Earth. By the time the Fantastic Four discovered this, it was too late and the planet Devourer had descended beyond the Earth. But fortunately at that time, Iron Man invented the anti-swallowing star battle gear. With the reasonable help of another alliance that existed in parallel with them, the Devourers were finally expelled by them. And the appearance of escaping can be described as very embarrassed. In that war, the silver-white cosmic energy of the planet Devourer caused great damage to the Avengers before Iron Man could produce the anti-star warframe. But in the end everything has settled, and now when all the Avengers members heard this familiar name, they subconsciously put down a big rock in their hearts. As Captain Marvel of the United States said, what they have may not be a particularly powerful force but an unknown. When this kind of unknown is broken, their sanity will return. "So what's the bad news?" Nick Fury thought for a moment, then asked Iron Man. "There are two bad news." Iron Man stretched out his two fingers. His expression seemed extremely reluctant. "The first bad news is that we only detected this piece of cosmic energy. We still don't know whether the guy who seems to be a little young has other tricks. Although this is not very likely, at least it's a problem." Iron Man spoke lightly, obviously not taking this question to heart. The other members also have such expressions as they should. The power of the planet Devourer is obvious to all. That is no longer the power of the planet level but has risen to a more terrifying level. But still Dingy left the Earth. Although the planet Devourer gritted his teeth on this, he was helpless, and the power stationed on the Earth had exceeded his bearing range. But if the single power wants to surpass the planet Devourer and it looks like a child so young, it is almost impossible. As for the second bad news, I am more concerned about the bad news. Iron Man's face started to become serious when he reached this point. As if infected by this attitude of Iron Man, the expressions of others are no longer as relaxed as before. Only Mr. Fantastic next to him turned around subconsciously, trying to prevent people from seeing the embarrassed expression on his face. Read more fictionzone.net. If it is determined that this guy is a larval planet devourer, although that group of guys may not be needed, they may have to make an insurance. When Iron Man said this, he seemed to be gritted his teeth. The American Captain Marvel who was next to him suddenly made a face that suddenly dawned on him. In the previous Avengers, Iron Man restrained the cosmic energy with his anti-swallowing star armor, but the reason why he was able to expel the planet devourer without any suspense, he still relied on the help of another alliance. Although in the opinion of the current Iron Man, Su Chen may not be much better than the planet devourer, but some necessary insurance work still needs to be done. For example, inviting another alliance to participate together, this time in the Resistance. This made the rather conceited Iron Man feel uncomfortable. It is true that it is necessary to talk to them about this matter, after all it affects the entire planet. American Captain Marvel and Nick Fury exchanged glances and nodded. What's more, although the relationship between us and them is not very good, but in this kind of common thing we have no room to exclude each other. American Captain Marvel continued. According to that person's character, he will not refuse this kind of thing that affects the Earth. Nick Fury took a look and nodded. Now I'm going to update my anti-swallowing star battle armor, but next is a good time for him to shine again. Iron Man shook his body for a while, then ignored the others and left the combat command room stumblingly. The anti-swallowing star battle gear has been kept in the collection room ever since it expelled the planet devourer and has never been activated again. Now Iron Man is going to conduct a brand new inspection for her. I think this is the best thing for me to come and go. After all, in some respects we have a common language. American Captain Marvel thought about it and then spoke to Nick Fury. Even if it's like this, you need to be careful, that old bat. It's been a long time since you're not pleasing to your eyes. Nick Fury put on his blindfold again. I will. American Captain Marvel stood up. All intruders will be driven out. American Captain Marvel spoke very firmly. The other members also breathed a sigh of relief. This thing has been suspended on their heads like a sword of Damocles, and now it seems that there is finally a way to take it off. I think you have already discussed how to divide this other Earth. Nick Fury shook his head casually. As for Nick Fury, after seeing the departure of Captain Marvel from the United States, he also sorted out his outfit and left this conference room. Nick Fury nodded helplessly. Agent Hill nodded. Looking at Agent Hill, who had been waiting outside the combat meeting room, Nick Fury spoke. Hill, that group is also ready, right? You know what we want to express. Of course, I understand that since the biggest threat has been lifted, the next discussion is of course the division of evil. Gentlemen, are you asleep? Pushing open the door of the meeting room was dark. Following his words, the entire conference room lit up and screen after screen appeared. Nick Fury spoke to the dark conference room. Yes. Then proceed to the next meeting. Although I can already guess the result. The figure sitting on one of the screens spoke up. At the same time, he made a corner and moved to another conference room. This small space channel attracts more than just the attention of the Avengers. Although the Avengers weren't dispatched in full force, the first batch of superheroes dispatched also attracted the attention of some interested people. It is not difficult to know what is going on, especially the wormhole is there. After all, there is no way to run away with long legs. The super satellites that Iron Man launched afterwards have attracted the attention of many people. In this way, a wormhole that is not obvious under a dark cosmic background is particularly obvious after being blocked by the installation of satellites. Because it is not far away from the Earth, there is almost no need to use an astronomical telescope, and some ordinary civilian equipment can clearly see this place. Not to mention those high-ranking people. But when they understood the ins and outs of this incident, their focus and the Avengers' focus were somewhat different. If the Avengers are concerned about these 12 possible crises, then this group of people care about a greater resource. At this point, they are somewhat similar to what Su Chen noticed. But for Su Chen, resources are just an icing on the cake. For this group of guys, it became a kind of existence that almost made them jealous and salivating. When the Avengers began to put forward the idea of how to sanction Su Chen, this group of people was also holding a secret meeting. Another Earth different from them. Just on a single Earth, they can already fight for their territory, not to mention the sudden addition of another planet with such a large area. It is precisely because of the addition of such a large area of the planet that all the decision-makers have gathered together. For them, this will be a very huge cake, therefore those who do not divide the cake in time will lose at least twice the benefits. As for the thorns on the outside of the cake, this is not something they have to consider. For them, it would be good to leave such a thing to the Avengers. Isn't that the meaning of their existence? What's more, besides the Avengers, there is another alliance. Chief Nick, we want to confirm one thing. This wormhole seems to exist forever. One of those decision-makers who could only see the outline of their body as if hiding in the shadow behind the screen suddenly asked, "Permanent? Even Iron Man can't make this impulse disappear. I really don't know how to completely erase it." Nick Fury sneered, "Then I don't think there should be any disputes over this matter." The indifferent voice continued to be sent from the screen. Read more fictionzone.net. It's a bunch of ignorant guys. Listening to this still continuing meeting, Nick Fury shook his head in his heart. Have you started to discuss the distribution after the war before the war has started? Maybe this group of high above guys is more dangerous than the existence from another Earth. Regarding this matter, Nick Fury, I hope that the Avengers will notify us as soon as the attack is launched. And the previous indifferent voice continued to sound. You understand that time is money for us, and some people who are ready to move have also seen the untapped fertile ground of this side. Nick Fury couldn't help it anymore. Gentlemen, it may be a fertile place for you, but I have to remind you. Nick Fury stretched out a finger towards the screen. Although it seems a little impolite, it is even more impolite. That's not like the continent of hundreds of years ago where you can be arrogant. They may have the same weapons as us and even some unknown powers. Nick Fury continued, "Isn't this the purpose of the Avengers' existence?" That cold voice interrupted Nick Fury's words directly. If the Avengers cannot eliminate these threats and seek greater benefits for this planet, how can it be considered to protect this planet? Heard this sentence. You can see the muscles of Nick Fury's mouth move visibly. It seems to be gritting his teeth quietly. But even though the presence of the Avengers so far makes us feel satisfied, it also makes us feel safe. Then this cold voice seemed to ease, as if thinking of something. At least better than the other league, isn't it? A sneer appeared on Nick Fury's face when he heard this. It's like a weapon, a sword of Damocles. It restricts another alliance and allows them to obtain greater benefits, right? That group of guys are quite clever sometimes. Nick Fury said silently in his heart. At least you don't have to watch these guys go crazy like me. Just when Nick Fury was fighting with this group of superiors, Captain America has silently changed his team uniform. Even the shield has been put aside. Captain America in ordinary clothes looks like a muscular fitness trainer. When Captain America got off the car, there was an endless stretch of farmland in front of Captain America. Can you not solve it, or can you say that the Avengers can't solve this matter? This young man, who looked equally ordinary, frowned. The trouble is not the passage, but the things behind the passage. A soft voice sounded, "What a great place." In addition to this, no other characteristics can be found, and it is unremarkable. Behind him, a young man with glasses looked at the captain silently. Captain America shook his head slightly and then murmured a little helplessly, "Of course. I came here because of that one. You seem to be very interested in that weird passage recently. How come you have the time to come and find me?" Captain America's expression seemed to relax a lot. Captain America hurriedly turned his head and saw the person he wanted to see appeared behind him. And he silently got on a train bound for the western United States. Seeing the endless farmland filled with emerald green corn leaves, Captain America couldn't help but mutter. Compared to the eastern United States, the environment around the train has gradually become barren. Seriously, there are times when the captain really wants to have a good chat with you, but every time you come, you can always bring me some of the worst news. The young man with glasses walked slowly in the cornfield, and next to him was Captain America. Looking at the appearance of Captain America, it seems that he is very familiar with this young man. After all, I am Captain America of the Avengers. While walking, Captain America lowered his head and spoke softly. I don't know why the atmosphere seems to be a lot colder with the words Captain America. You shouldn't belong to them, even I think you belong to us more. This young man with glasses also frowned somewhat displeased. The two were silent for a while subconsciously. Tell me what's on the aisle. Finally, this young man sighed. We found some very interesting existence, although when we meet someone this interesting is no longer interesting. Captain America also sighed. Immediately afterwards, all the matters of the other Earth will be revealed. Somewhat surprisingly, even though the words of this young man seemed to contain a slight hostility towards the Avengers. But at this time Captain America said it was extremely detailed without a trace, even far more than what Nick Fury reported to those superiors. Another Earth? This young man stopped his steps and fell into thinking. As he thought about it, it seemed that his eyes began to become sharper. A broken planet, it's hard to imagine what it would be like for almost all superheroes to die. Captain America exclaimed in an emotional tone. I need to let people on my side know about this. The young man thought for a while, then turned his head back to look at Captain America. We didn't intend to keep this from you, Tilda. Captain America looked at the youth seriously. This is probably just your personal thought. I believe that many people do not want us to know this news, nor do they want us to contact this other Earth. The young man smiled disdainfully. Our grievances have been long-standing. Hearing what the youth said, Captain America did not say anything, because this young man said nothing wrong. We may have conflicts in our thoughts, but I think what we have in common is more. Captain America thought about it. If there is something in common, then the current United States of America will not become two halves. The young man shook his head. Although his tone was flat, his speech had become extremely sharp. It's not just this country, but even this world has become two halves. Read more fictionzone.net. Captain America added. The young man next to him also nodded. So this is an opportunity. Suddenly Captain America increased his tone. The opportunity to ease the conflict between us. The captain said very seriously. On the way here, I have already thought about this issue and I think this method is completely feasible. Captain America's eyes shone slightly. The young man beside him showed a confused look for the first time. Dividing an Earth into two halves, the possibility of conflict is too high, but dividing two Earths into two halves, how much will this possibility decrease? As Captain America spoke, he turned his head to look at the youth, but found that the young man was no longer next to him but behind him. It seemed to be shocked by the reminder of Captain America. Whether you go to another Earth or we go to another Earth, at least the conflict can be alleviated, right? Captain America opened his hands. And the young man frowned again, just thinking. Captain America's idea is simple. The contradiction between the two alliances is too deep, it is almost impossible to solve it. Then it might as well extend the time of the final outbreak indefinitely. Maybe there will be a solution in this. And now this other Earth happens to be the way to extend this conflict indefinitely. On the same Earth, it is too easy to produce friction. Although the two Earths can be connected to each other, they are far apart after all. I don't think another Earth will be exactly the same as this Earth, at least those people won't. But the young man shook his head. There won't be much difference. They can manage this Earth well and they can also manage another Earth well. It is nothing more than the area under their control that is suddenly doubled. Captain America is very serious. Hearing this, the youth seemed to move after a long time. It's really a pity. The youth spoke slowly. I'm really sorry for the controller on the Earth. If he hadn't cleaned up most of the superheroes, maybe I wouldn't have this idea of wanting to kill him. The words of the young man finally made a smile on Captain America's face. For our Earth, we have to sacrifice another Earth. Captain America stretched out his hand. He is Captain America, but it is only the Captain America of this Earth, for our planet. I am looking forward to. Is there something like a planet devourer? Immediately after this young man suddenly looked towards the sky, his eyes suddenly burst into endless fighting spirit. The young man finally nodded, reaching out and firmly grasping Captain America's hand. Maybe he is strong, but it is definitely his misfortune to meet you. No problem at all. This has involved the issue of cooperation between the two alliances. Immediately afterwards, the youth's expression seemed to become more serious. Suddenly, I was looking forward to it. After seeing Clark, what was the face of the villain who controlled the entire planet? I hope your alliance can reply earlier so that we can also reopen a wormhole pong earlier. The young man clenched his fists hard. I need to summon our people and negotiate with your people which Earth is ours and which Earth is yours. The youth nodded softly. Captain America continued. Captain America nodded made Zhao. Captain America saw the current youth look and the same spirit has become much better. Don't worry, they move very fast, not to mention that there is another person who is as fast as me. With this guy's intelligence, we can already roughly determine the distribution of combat power for the ultimate universe. Although something was beyond our expectations, the situation is still within our control. They might unite with each other. After all, the power of an Earth is too tempting for them, isn't it? The headquarters of the Utopia Alliance has also become a combat command room at this time. Countless mutants walked in a hurry, but there was no smell of panic. All they can see in their eyes is excitement. Yes, there is only one excitement. The discovery of another Earth in the ultimate universe is a confidential matter, but this matter in the universe where Su Chen lives is no longer a secret. This is like when Su Chen announced that he would explore this universe, and it is also not a secret. For Su Chen, there is never any need to hide. I come, I see, I conquer, and after this news spread, the whole Earth exploded. Everyone on Earth knows the changes brought about by the conquest. With the opening of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, the changes on the Earth can be seen by everyone. No one has lost anything for this except for Su Chen's enemies. And how much they got, even they can't calculate it themselves. And this time, it seems that there is a better and better development place. Except for some people in the tourism industry who complained that the Rainbow Bridge was temporarily unavailable, almost everyone looked eagerly at the wormhole that had been sealed off. If the gaze is also a kind of power, maybe there is no need for Su Chen to say anything. The satellite that blocked the wormhole has already been penetrated. In the ultimate universe, the superior is already playing the idea of Su Chen's location. But it may be impossible for them to imagine or understand at all. On the Earth where Su Chen is, there is no such thing as a superior person. All people are using the same idea to play their ultimate Earth idea, the top of all staff. Or it is more appropriate to use the full conqueror. The whole Earth seemed to be on fire. There was almost no need for Su Chen to say anything, and there was no need to gather anything. Almost all people started to act spontaneously. In the end, the Utopian Alliance had to enforce regulations to restore normal order. It is mandatory for them not to do more for this matter. Read more fictionzone.net. Otherwise, the Earth will really become a huge arsenal. Warlike blood is also flowing in the blood of seemingly gentle Earth people. As the hottest part of this blood, the Utopia Alliance also began to run wildly. A huge headquarters far larger than the size of the Avengers was established. And the core part of the operation inside is almost difficult to calculate with the number, the soul mutant. Each of the psychic mutants with strengthened spiritual power is an existence comparable to Sherlock Holmes. And no one can know how powerful the energy that these countless Sherlock Holmes burst together can be. Su Chen also didn't know. But Su Chen knew that among the 6 gems he controlled, the light yellow gem named Consciousness had been slightly hot. The power seems a bit high. Instead, there is an information explosion. The first and only object that can be analyzed is naturally the dead Hulk who broke in before. In addition to his individual strength, there are also those things he said. Know our situation? That is not the first time. Someone came, we didn't find it. Check. The dazed and ignorant Spider-Man still didn't react to what point he was exposed when he was caught. Under the terrifying spiritual network, it is too easy to track down a person who has no identity and no signs. Even a superhero, even after the enhanced Spider-Man, it still lost to Team Alpha, personally led by Captain Marvel. It is really easier to get useful information from Spider-Man's mouth. There is a group of specially trained psychic mutants who claim to be able to torture information from the mouth of the stone statue. It is ironic that Ultimate Earth learned about everything that happened on this side of Earth through Spider-Man and was complacent about it. But they don't know that the top-secret news belonging to them is also in the Utopia Alliance that is continuously gathered through Spider-Man. As a living body information source, it obviously provides much more information than the internet. The other party's Avengers are about the same as we expected. We also understand the abilities of most of the people in it. It's nothing more than a little stronger. In the combat command room, the White Queen Emma spoke to Su Chen lightly. That's right, it's just stronger. Su Chen's attitude also infected his subordinates. Of course, this is not the only reason. The ability is several times stronger, and it is indeed a number that sounds quite scary. But when the ability to magnify several times was put on the table and studied carefully with a microscope, it doesn't seem to be too scary. The abilities of superheroes are much better than those of the local universe, but the Sentry Legion has also been strengthened countless times, not to mention there is no movement of the undead army now. As the gift of the goddess of death unfolded, the entire legion entered dormancy again. The black mist full of the smell of death covered almost half of the continent of Asgard. The only thing Hela, who is awake, is responsible for every day is to stare at the undead army that is already dormant. All these add up, and the superhero that is several times stronger seems to be no surprise. The only thing we need to pay attention to is the news of another alliance we got from Spider-Man. This alliance has no record on our Earth, and it may be understood as a special product of the Ultimate Universe itself. Emma the White Queen continued to explain. Their overall may not be as good as the Avengers, but their single power may be really very strong. Emma the White Queen reached out and made a round gesture. If you compare the Avengers to a circle, then this alliance can be seen as a sharp triangle, and the top leaders have extraordinary power. Emma continued to explain to everyone in front of Su Chen, including Su Chen. And this alliance is what they call the Justice League. Although we can't know their appearance, we can roughly identify some of the key people inside. The White Queen Emma tapped the tabletop rhythmically with her fingers. This is her own personal habit. The same rhythmic percussive sound can also allow others to better bring into what she said tilde. Very rarely there are no images in this combat command room. But it seems that everyone can see the enemies they are about to face from the description of Emma, the White Queen. Who is their leader? Su Chen, who was sitting aside, asked. Su Chen doesn't care about other things. Su Chen only cares about the most powerful beings in the Ultimate Universe. Facing this hostile universe this time, Su Chen did not intend to adopt a too modest strategy. After all, it is the universe that is hostile, not the individual. Then there is no need to be too kind to them. Capture the thieves first, capture the king first. What Su Chen has to do is to eliminate the top part of them and shock the rest. Su Chen did not have the slightest affection for this strange universe that had been misunderstood. Since there is already a surrendered Asgard, Su Chen naturally does not mind the appearance of a second surrendered Asgard. Except for those at the top, the remaining cats and dogs are naturally handled by the Utopia Alliance and the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Of course, after numerous upgrades and updates, the Sentry Robot and the still evolving Death Army swept the past. How many survivors can be is still a difficult thing to determine. Just as they were divided into two different groups, their leaders were also divided into two parts. Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Emma, the White Queen, immediately reported. The two most powerful alliances that exist in the Ultimate Universe, Avengers and Justice League. On the Ultimate Earth, these two alliances are concentrated in one country at the same time. And these two alliances occupy the east of this country and the other occupy the west of this country. There is a clear distinction between the two, because the views between their leaders are really conflicting. The leadership of the Avengers is composed of several small groups. A small group formed by Falcon, Ant-Man, Black Panther, Scarlet Witch and Vision centered on Captain America. They firmly support Captain America. Although others have attracted so many opponents, their determination is surprising. Read more fictionzone.net. In addition to this small group, there is also a local tyrant group headed by Iron Man. To be precise, it is a group of people led by a local tyrant. Including Spider-Man and others, a different faction was formed around Iron Man. It also has a good relationship with this small group and can be counted as a member of this small group, as well as the Fantastic Four headed by Mr. Fantastic. This is the existence of a small group no less than Captain America. In addition to these two faintly conflicting small groups, there is also the existence of a third party, that is, the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. represented by Nick Fury. Although in front of these two small groups the extraordinary power in their hands is not enough except Captain Marvel, but behind them they represent the superiors of this country. This also made the other two small groups reluctantly admit their existence. Except for these three parties, most of the rest are very scattered, and they also obey the instructions of these three parties. The three small groups had friction with each other, but they coexisted very strangely and finally formed the entire Avengers Alliance. With the addition of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers have become the orthodox alliance of this country, and the propaganda of the other alliance seems a little unknown. But their reputation will never be lower than that of the Avengers. And the most important point is that they seem to be more united than the Avengers. There is no so-called small group, it seems that they are a whole in themselves. According to Spider-Man's description, their leader seems to be a person wearing tights flying around. When talking about this, the White Queen Emma frowned. Is this a superhero or a super pervert? Emma shook her head somewhat puzzled. Headed by the Justice League, Superman. In addition to Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Aquaman, Bone. The leader likes to fly around in tights. Seeking flowers. There is another one who likes to pretend to be a big bat flying around. There is another one that flies too fast to see. There is another one who likes to swim in the sea as fast as flying. Although it comes from direct torture on the spiritual level. But when some words are uttered from the mouth of the stubborn Spider-Man, they change their flavor. Not only Emma but other Utopia members also frowned in confusion. Only Su Chen sat there calmly. Since it can be equal to the Avengers, there must be a reason for it. But everyone understands that this is just the calm before the storm. Although our captives described it as ridiculous, but at least they have captured their characteristics. Don't even know who we are hitting at that time. The number of interstellar spacecraft guarding outside the wormhole is declining bit by bit. Su Chen stood aside with his hands on his back as if a blazing flame was burning in his eyes. And there is no increase in the army on the Earth, and the army that the whole Earth is in seems to be getting smaller bit by bit. Especially the Sentry robot army, which the Utopia Alliance is proud of, has almost no trace on the Earth. Although the assembly time is not long, it is enough for the Utopia Alliance to prepare. I have obtained the information I want, then it's time for the Utopia Alliance to start preparing, Su Chen spoke calmly. And while the Utopia Alliance is preparing, in another universe the meeting of the two alliances is about to officially begin. Mountain, analyze every feature of our opponents for me. This time I want to make another planet full bloom. With the end of this meeting, the whole Earth seemed to have entered a quiet state, and the previous hustle and bustle could not be seen at all. The members of the other Utopian Alliance nodded one after another. The Justice League can persist until now, and there must be his reasons. It can despise opponents in tactics, but it is absolutely impossible to despise opponents in strategy. Seeing other people whispering, Su Chen looked calm. Stand up at the same time. Captain, you worked hard this time. Nick Fury heard the roar of the plane coming from outside, turned his head and spoke to the captain next to him. Less than 3 days have passed since the return of Captain America, and the Justice League has responded in a very timely manner. The core members will come to the Avengers to participate in this cross-universe war. The roar that created outside was a transport plane full of military style. It's just different from normal military camouflage. This aircraft uses a matte black paint. It seems that the entire transport plane is full of restrained and dangerous feelings, but this point is just right to match with its driver. I don't think that group of stupid decision-makers will agree to split up such a large benefit. In the cabin, a man wearing armor like fish scales and a beard snorted coldly. According to their daily behavior style in this action, the probability of repentance is as high as 40%. After all, their credibility is not very high. The steel frame on the other side also nodded, agreeing with Neptune's opinion. Unlike the Avengers, which favors the government, the Justice League seems to have a more negative view of the government. But this time is indeed the best time to draw a clear line. Even if it is our point of view, there will still be a big war in the future, but we are at least the same race. The foreign war will always be more severe than the memory. The Superman on the side is also serious, but still seems to have some hope. The news brought by Captain America attracted Superman's attention. Then it means that it has attracted the attention of the Justice League. Combining Captain America and the information secretly obtained from the Avengers, the Justice League also has its own judgment. Obviously have the best protection of the Avengers, but whether it is Iron Man on your side or the steel frame from the Justice League, they are like a vegetable garden. After confirming the authenticity of the material, the steel frame has made an extremely accurate statement for the Justice League. Another Earth does represent another possibility. A new Earth means a new piece of soil. Captain America's plan is indeed feasible. But then, as to whether this plan can really be implemented, it aroused the suspicion of the Justice League. Read more fictionzone.net. After all, if the superiors of those countries intervened in this war, perhaps the taste of this war would change at the end. To put it bluntly, I'm worried about working for someone, but I still can't get the money. But even with such a complicated mentality, they are still willing to convene this meeting with the Avengers to discuss how to conduct war this time. After all, as long as this war is successful, they can remove the threat and reap huge benefits. Regardless of the amount of benefits gained by their alliance, as long as the planet where they are on gains benefits, they will earn it. Welcome! After the plane landed, as expected, Captain America welcomed them. After all, in the entire Avengers League, perhaps the only one who gave the Justice League some favor is this captain. I think some people may not welcome us. Why didn't you see that mustache? Batman, who followed Superman, muffled his mouth and looked around at the same time. As a top-notch rich man, he is also obsessed with cutting-edge weapons, but two people are like natural nemesis. One is studying artificial intelligence while the other is studying the human mind. It is difficult to say which of the two is stronger. Stark is still preparing to swallow the Star Warframe. As for other superheroes, they have gradually reached the edge of the wormhole, on the one hand to prevent the opponent's surprise attack, on the other hand to prepare for our attack. Captain America spoke very seriously. I think what we are missing now is a promise from you. Captain America looked at these people in the lead. Eliminate a potential future threat, whether you or we will do it, but this time it is to discuss another thing. Superman thought for a while, then turned sideways and let the other person come forward. Negotiating this kind of thing does not seem to suit him, the right person. There are other people. Miss Diana, long time no see. Seeing Wonder Woman approaching, Captain America nodded slightly. Women are always good at bargaining, whether they are ordinary women or top women. I think since the enemy is currently, we might as well make a long story short, Captain. After we succeed this time, there will be two Earths. Then which Earth belongs to you, and which Earth will belong to us? This is impossible. It is impossible for the new Earth defense rights to be handed over to the Justice League. As if he could hear Nick Fury's dissatisfaction, Captain America turned his head to explain. I want to hear your opinions on this matter first. But they subconsciously skipped Nick Fury. After we considered it, we felt that a brand new Earth might be more suitable for our development than the current Earth. I only know that there are a lot more things I am responsible for wrangling with people. After all, in their hearts, whether it is the Avengers or the Justice League, this is an internal matter of the superhero and has nothing to do with politics. Why didn't you tell me about this? Regarding the fact that the two alliances are stationed on different Earths, Captain America knows that the Justice League knows it, and even other superheroes in the Avengers know it. This is good for both leagues, and although the Justice League doesn't have much favor with you, they have never felt your power, have they? Hearing this, Nick Fury sighed heavily. After the explanation, Captain America turned his attention to the Justice League before him. Nick Fury behind Captain America shook his head slightly. Wonder Woman thought for a while and then spoke their thoughts. Wonder Woman fluffed her hair gently, but her eyes were extremely serious. Hearing that Nick Fury had been following Captain America here, his expression changed. Take root on the new Earth. It means everything starts from scratch. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. A new planet that has been conquered naturally means the elimination of resistance. And with the elimination of the resistance, it means the absolute obedience of the remaining forces. They can better command this part of the Force to develop, and also on the new Earth, they will also be exposed to new and different resources earlier. Compared with the end of the Avengers, the Justice League is easier to move to a new planet. They are not much involved in this world. Less worry means that it is easier to move, but it also means that it will not be too close to the current ruler. But Nick Fury doesn't think so. The alliance that is not close to the superiors has reached the new Earth, so it may be a lot more difficult for them to master the new resources. But if all the Avengers are allowed to go to the new Earth without the trouble of various 12 relationships, I am afraid that the superiors will not let this moment be, and the alliances that are not very close to them will be stationed in their nests. This wooden head, why do you want to say such a thing as the opposite? Nick Fury couldn't help but complain about Captain America. I don't want to lose the old and I want the new. Director. When Captain America happened to turn his head to see this grievous expression on Nick for Sweden, Captain America's expression suddenly became more serious. This look is the best solution. We must choose one of the two Earths. Otherwise, after we have eliminated the enemy, it will be the beginning of the Second Civil War. Captain America's expression is a bit serious. Cleaning up may threaten the existence of one's own planet, which is the consensus of the two alliances. So the enemy will be wiped out by them. But once the enemy is cleaned up and the benefits are distributed, once there is any imbalance in this benefit, the rift between the two alliances will be infinitely widened. Obviously, the benefit of another Earth already meets the requirements of this kind of crack expansion. So instead of letting the Second Civil War happen, it's better to be more generous and openly divide the other half of the benefits. There has already been a civil war between the Avengers and the Justice League. It is precisely because of this civil war that one of the two sides is in the East and the other is in the West. Well, I admit that what you said makes sense. Nick Fury frowned, read more fictionzone.net. But still had to agree with Captain America's view. It is a good thing to kill the enemy, but if another civil war breaks out, there will be new resources on the new Earth. After the threat comes out, the new Earth will be a pure land. I made such a request after your classmates realized this, but I personally cannot directly allocate them to you. Looking at the Marvel woman who was still waiting, Captain America thought about it. But I have an idea here. I believe my companions will also accept it. I just don't know what your opinion is. Speaking of this, Captain America's expression has become more serious. In the future, we will inevitably launch an attack on another Earth, especially their leader is a very difficult existence. It is precisely for these reasons that we invite you to join. When Captain America said this, he glanced at Superman. Then we can make a rule. In this battle, whoever kills the new Earth in his hand first belongs to his alliance, and the remaining Earth will continue to be taken over by another alliance. What do you think of this? Captain America stretched out his hand. Whoever has done a lot in this battle can set up his alliance on the new Earth. This approach seems fair enough. But in fact, there is also Captain America's careful thinking here. Iron Man has the star-swallowing battle gear that can absorb the energy of the universe, which means that Iron Man has the ability to kill planet devourers. But it also only possesses such an ability. A single set of armor cannot defeat such a powerful planet devourer. As for Superman, he has the ability to drive out planet devourers, but he does not have the ability to kill him. The combination of the two is the greatest threat to the planet devourer. Superman defeated, Iron Man took the head, and the new planet fell on the side of the Avengers. In this matter concerning the future of the League, even the most fair and upright captain couldn't help but tilt the balance a little bit. Just when Captain America proposed this new method, the steel frame next to it frowned, and it was obvious that the probability was not normal. I agree with this method. But before he could speak, Batman, who had been silent next to him, suddenly nodded heavily. At the same time, he made a gesture to the steel frame calmly. I have no opinion. Superman nodded. Do you still think our winning side is small now? Looking at his compatriot with a slightly surprised look, Batman smiled triumphantly. Just getting on the plane? Steel frame couldn't help but ask. A formal meeting is not a formal meeting, but the most important thing is finalized. That suit of armor that can absorb cosmic energy is the key. It just so happens that I am also studying the same thing recently. So you can restrain the planet devourer's battle armor not only for the Avengers, but now we also have it. Superman didn't speak, but looked at Batman as well. As the leader of the entire alliance has already expressed his stance, other people will naturally not raise objections. Captain America nodded, and finally there was a hint of joy on Nick Fury's face next to him. 1 week is enough for us to prepare. You think the probability of winning in the Avengers is high, just because they have a set of anti-swallowing armor. Then we will proceed according to this method. Whoever kills that leader first will have the right to station on that Earth. Iron Man's voice hardened a bit. Why do you agree to them? Their probability of obtaining stationing rights on a new Earth will be much higher. Batman still kept his dull voice with a touch of solemnity in his hoarseness. The Avengers are about to be ready. Iron Man's anti-swallowing battle armor is also expected to be completed within a week, and I hope the Justice League will be ready within a week. The representatives of the two alliances nodded to each other, seeing his companion's slightly surprised gaze. Batman finally made a smile at the corner of his mouth. Coming from a stunned competition between two local tyrants, I didn't expect it to be used here. Ordinary people of the same two standards do not have any extraordinary abilities. But under the blessing of the powerful money halo, their combat power is also no less than superheroes. What they have in common is that they unanimously chose a combat armor that can enhance their melee combat effectiveness. Although Iron Man has reached the black and even played all kinds of tricks on this road, Batman is just a taste of it. However, in some aspects they are equally unwilling to show weakness with each other. I don't have the places you don't have, but I have to have the places you want. This kind of fighting spirit between local tyrants and geniuses is also general. The various anti-hero armors developed by Iron Man are also recorded on Batman's side. Of course, it is not only a record but also various equivalent devices. It may not be fighting armor, but it must be a mechanical product with the same effect. The transport spacecraft with several superheroes did not return to their base but came to another nuclear plant that had been abandoned. You bought it again. Superman was the first to get off the spacecraft and looked at this huge deserted factory and the striking signs of nuclear radiation outside. Batman nodded. The cosmic energy of the planet Devourer is indeed very powerful, but as long as it can be intercepted, the same ability will also cause damage to himself. Batman pointed to the behemoth in front of them. Unlike the fool who is addicted to fighting armor, I only selected the most essential part and enlarged it. When it comes to this, Batman's tone has a hint of disdain. What do you want to put on yourself? This is just an expression of incompetence. If you want to defeat anything, you only need to make the corresponding weapon. Putting it on yourself is not the point, but strengthening the power of the weapon is the point. It's similar to the Iron Man's armor, which can absorb energy and reflect, but its power is stronger. I calculated it and it is about 15 times the maximum power. There is a rare hint of triumph in Batman's tone. Don't say it's the Devourer. To say something apologetic, hitting you may have some effect. While talking, Batman glanced at Superman next to him. As the most powerful combat unit in the Justice League, Superman is sometimes used as a dumbfounding unit of measurement. Will it bleed? Read more fictionzone.net. Superman looked at the huge cylindrical launcher in front of him. Possible. Just when they were chatting. The universe where Su Chen lives, I feel like I'm almost out of breath. A member with a very obvious utopia sign quietly pulled his collar and spoke to the partner next to him. Just you hypocritical. The partner next to him mocked mercilessly, but the expression seemed equally tense. They are not in the Earth but in Asgard. The weather in Alaska is not so good now. Over the continent of Asgard, a thick dark cloud enveloped the entire continent. This made the entire continent almost plunged into darkness, but this is not meant to rain. Everyone can feel a breath of incompatibility from the gloomy dark clouds above their heads, a breath that seems diametrically opposed to living life. They have become more silent than before. On a flat and open ground, Su Chen looked at the Black Army before him and nodded. After the silence that seemed to be suppressed, the terrifying force of death surged. Standing quietly beside Su Chen is Hela, who has entered a fighting state, and in front of Su Chen and Hela is the undead army like a dark cloud. This group of legions that received the blessing of the goddess of death finally awakened. But what is a bit surprising is that the living feel the suppression of death here, But this group of undead who should have died long ago felt a rare vitality. It's hard to imagine that Miss Death would do such a thing. It almost violates her principles. Hella next to him said slightly with emotion, "Apart from Su Chen, I am afraid that only Hella understands what the blessing from the goddess of death is. It is the return of the will of the Legion. Although resurrected by the eternal fire, the Legion of Undead is essentially nothing more than a Kowloon Legion. Only their bodies are resurrected by the eternal fire. Not only do they still have the instinct for combat once they have more combat encounters in the future, then these combat encounters will become their experience and continue to improve. And in this deep sleep in this body that has been decayed but has been reshaped by the eternal fire, a new soul is slowly being conceived. But this time maybe because of Su Chen's request, maybe it was the goddess of death, who paid too much attention to this first battle between the universe and the universe. Now that the old one is gone, let the new one appear, no matter how eternal such a flame is, no matter how strong it is. The increase of will and the increase of wisdom are the best supplement to their bodies who cannot continue to improve. The other soldiers survived, but the instinct to fight, even a meager memory, is nothing more than a memory brought by this decadent body. Except for such a wonderful work as Fenrir, the soul has always been hidden in his own rotten body and has never returned to death. The soul of the Legion has already returned to the kingdom of death. The whole army of undead fell into a deep sleep, a brand new soul with some fragments of a soul on this body. The goddess of death brought Hela a gift unique to this Legion. It is definitely impossible to bring these undead from the kingdom of the goddess of death back to the world of this living being. But this does not mean that the goddess, who has existed almost since the creation of the world, has found another way for this Legion to improve. This time, it was this undead Legion that really came back to life. It is impossible for them to return to this world. Not only is the goddess of death not allowed, but also the resources are not allowed. Not only is the strength of the Legion strengthened, I can feel that my strength has also been strengthened a lot. Hela beside Su Chen thoughtfully. Although I am not sure if I can continue to rely on Asgard's undead power after I travel to the new world, I can be sure of one thing. Once I, who is dead, return to this world, all the broken connections will be reconnected. A look of enthusiasm flashed in Hela's eyes. Her connection with Asgard was once again strengthened. Even if this strengthening will break between two different cosmic dimensions, once she returns to this kind of connection, it can be established again. In other words, in another universe, even if it is a devastating blow, as long as a part of the debris returns to this world, it still means that it will not die. This is tantamount to adding some crazy flavor to this army again. If you can't kill, then kill it. Su Chen just smiled softly at this. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen turned his gaze to another Legion. Compared with the silence of the undead Legion, this Legion is truly dead. Far exceeds the size of the undead army, and the number is still growing, and their combat effectiveness may not be lower than the undead Legion. Seeing these sentry robots shining with peculiar metallic luster and runes, Su Chen nodded heavily. This time, apart from the undead army, which is basically undead, is the main force. The sentry robot army is also the main force, and I am afraid it will be the strongest main force. The two legions will become another biggest nightmare on Earth. Of course, in addition to these two legions, there is also a legion that is also not a minority. This is also the third legion that the Utopia Alliance has recently formed. With the gradual increase in the number of new mutants, there are also not a few people who have strong combat effectiveness among these mutants. And some of these militants will never stop some fanatical thoughts in their hearts. They threw themselves into the army and abruptly expanded into a new legion. There is very little need for an army on the Earth, and it has become a monolithic Earth, and their eyes are exactly as Su Chen thought, looking towards the Sea of Stars. And this new legion also began to prepare weapons to conquer this Sea of Stars. Starship, read more fictionzone.net. A new mutant with a powerful combat capability, paired with an interstellar spacecraft that can be supported in the universe. Then they will make the most unscrupulous force in this universe. With a concept similar to interstellar pirates but a more rigorous and justified utopian fleet than interstellar pirates, it is difficult to imagine what their opponents will be. It's just that the third army that has been quietly developing has not really launched its first impact on this sea of stars, and has been used in a wider range of places. When the mobilization order began, all the people in this legion were mobilized and assembled on the continent of Asgard through the Rainbow Bridge in a secret way. They will be the third army to conquer the ultimate Earth. Although they are not as good as the other two legions in terms of combat effectiveness and fear of death, as a standard person, they always have characteristics that the undead and robots do not possess. Also use them to control the next captives and there will be less fear. Not everyone can calmly accept the enslavement of the undead and robots. On the contrary, it is better accepted by his own people. Of course, this legion did not go against its own heart. After all, outside of another Earth, it is also a vast universe. At that time they will continue to insist on their own mission of exploring the stars and the sea, launching an offensive simultaneously like another one in the universe. All three legions have been assembled. What Su Chen guessed was that although Sandal Star received news from Captain Marvel, it has remained silent until now. Maybe they were dizzy with their heads caused by this blockbuster. Maybe they are just pure suspicion, but none of this is important anymore. The only thing that is certain now is that they did not catch this train. I am afraid that they will only have a one-star certificate of regret in the future, and such a good opportunity is placed in front of them but they abruptly missed it. There is no regret medicine in this world. Looking at the three legions that were ready, Su Chen took a deep breath. This will be the first contact with another universe. Su Chen's heart is also full of expectations. I hope the method the dead girl said will be more reliable. While talking, Su Chen has gently raised his right fist. Seeing the golden light flashing on Su Chen's right fist, a look of fear flashed in Hela's eyes. But at the same time, there is also a hot spot. As for how many people experienced the Qin in this task, it is currently unknown. All 6 infinite gems have been inlaid on this glove now. Su Chen can be guaranteed to have a brand new infinite glove to use at any time. Through a previous experiment, Su Chen has already understood that this sturdy-looking guy in his hand is actually just a disposable item. Everyone was stunned by Su Chen's big hand. Su Chen took a deep breath and immersed his consciousness in this wide glove. The little trouble brought is filled by wisdom. A glove is easy to break, so come 10, if it doesn't work, come 100. It is a complete infinite glove in Su Chen's hand. The dwarves who have worked so hard to forge the various equipment needed for the Utopian Alliance have received the latest task. But the people in charge of logistics management know that there are at least a dozen gloves like this in the treasury of the Utopia Alliance, but this does not have much impact. Now, open Jima. At this time, 6 different lights flashed on Su Chen's pair of gloves. Even in the Kingdom of Death, there was a vague look of envy. Disposable items, why don't I build more? The feeling of looking down at the entire universe is coming again, Su Chen said softly to himself. As Su Chen's consciousness deepened, the 6 infinite gems on the gloves gradually began to release their own different colors. Then Su Chen gently stretched out his index finger. With the gentle movement of the fingers, it seems that countless silk threads are being drawn from the darkness. The space in front of Su Chen began to twist gradually. As if a ball of dough is being kneaded at will, Su Chen opened his eyes to watch this scene and remembered what the goddess of death once said to him. The power leaked unintentionally can easily break the barrier between the two universes, which shows that the two universes are very close. The goddess of death analyzed and said, and as the universe continues to approach, this barrier would have expanded and expanded, but now it seems to be constrained by some method, but it doesn't matter, the barrier will still become thinner and thinner. The goddess of death moved her hands together gently. In the end, there was a bang like 2 bubbles, the barrier was broken, and the 2 bubbles merged into 1 bubble. The goddess of death continued to explain, and if you want to reach another cosmic method in advance, it is far simpler than you think. Again, this method is in your hands. The goddess of death glanced at Su Chen's right hand, indicating something. You only need to control these 6 infinite gems again and consciously channel them, then you can reopen the door to another universe, and as the universe gradually approaches, this method will become more and more relaxed. The words of the goddess of death seemed to resound again. The deformed space in front of Su Chen has been distorted to the extreme. There is no sound, but the conscious new mutants and the undead army have subconsciously left this area. It was a kind of panic from the soul, as if a sense of crisis that the sky had collapsed permeated any conscious creature. Also, it broke the universe. The sky is broken and the sky is falling. It seems that there is not much difference. And this twisted to the extreme space. When it reached a limit value, it suddenly stopped twisting. When picking up a piece of paper and rubbing it vigorously in one direction when it reaches its limit, that's when this piece of paper shattered. A kind of pure black appeared quietly and expanded rapidly at a speed that the naked eye could not reach, and instantly diffused into the entire distorted space. However, this blackness only existed for a few seconds before quietly disappearing. On the opposite side of this void, another different color appeared. The current Asgard road was covered with dark clouds, but in this hollow a few rays of sunlight came through. And something different from this universe. Read more fictionzone.net. Then Su Chen put down his finger, but this cavity is still slowly expanding at a very slow rate. Its expansion speed is not fast. If calculated at the current speed, it may only expand by a few meters in a few months. But Su Chen understands that as the two universes get closer and closer, the gap that he torn again will expand faster and faster. Until the two universes are completely merged into one. Seeing the different colors appearing on the opposite side, Su Chen actually came to this empty place, and without the slightest hesitation he stepped over this empty place. Hela is also close behind. The Legion of Undead moved. The Sentry Robot Army also moved. The same is true for the New Mutants. They got into their interstellar spacecraft at a very quick speed. These extraordinary will come to another universe in the same way. It's just that Su Chen, who has just arrived in another universe, frowned at the first time he touched the other universe. This is the repulsion of this universe. As soon as Su Chen arrived in the universe, Su Chen read a string of long-lost words. Alien Universe Resistance plus 1000. Alien Universe Resistance plus 1000. A series of characters fluttered in front of Su Chen several times before returning to quiet again. And in Su Chen's body, the composition starting from the atom is also quietly changing. One part disappears unknowingly while the other part is created unknowingly. Certain rules are different in different universes. The entry of creatures from another universe will inevitably cause some disorder of their own. Seeking flowers. This naturally caused Su Chen's body to adapt. Hela, who followed Su Chen into this universe, was unconscious. But after a moment, Hela's face also tightened. There was a look of pain. Well, the pain coming from the depths of the body made Hela groan. Unlike Su Chen's resistance, Hela and the others are unconsciously exposed. Under this different rule, it will only cause their body to decay. Our bodies are being destroyed. Hela realized it later and raised her head in surprise. It's just the repulsion of different universes. This feeling will become weaker and weaker until the two universes completely become one universe and they will completely dissipate. Standing on this piece of land, Su Chen spoke softly. Looking at the Undead Legion and the Sentry Robot Legion entering this ultimate universe behind him. As these two universes gradually merge, this kind of repulsion will become weaker and weaker. This kind of rule seems to be less lethal to non-living things. But then Su Chen showed a smile on his face. Su Chen looked at the robot army that hardly caused any damage, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Mountain. But now these two universes are about to merge, which means that their blood loss rate will gradually slow down and eventually disappear slowly. Su Chen groaned. Even if there is no enemy, even if it is this kind of decline, it will take a very long time to cause a lot of damage to them. This is probably the reason why different universes still maintain their independence. But their final result is only one: destruction. If it weren't for this reason, whether it was Hela or a new human, Su Chen would stop them immediately and return to their own universe. I didn't expect this situation. If the two universes had not merged, they would habitually enter the other universe in this way, and their health bars would keep dropping, and it would drop faster and faster. Fortunately, the situation in our Legion is really special. Use the method in the game to explain. I doubt his armor can pass through this wormhole. A person wearing a red armor with a lightning mark on his chest looked at the huge armor next to him and pouted. The armor is more than 10 meters high and it looks full of power. In the appearance of this armor there is a very distinctive stark industrial style with a standard red and gold configuration. It can't be Iron Man anymore. But if someone could see the inside of this armor, his eyes would be shocked. Unlike the ordinary Iron Man's steel armor, there is an empty existence in the chest of this huge armor. It seems that his master forgot to install an arc reactor for this armor. However, judging from the dense, invisible spouts around this cavity, it seems that this is not the case. The most explosive thing is not this hollow, but in this huge armor there is a shiny round object at each joint. Arc reactor. Except for the chest that should be equipped with the arc reactor, this powerful energy engine can be seen almost everywhere in this armor. This is the anti-planet devourer armor belonging to Iron Man. Absorb cosmic energy, store cosmic energy, and release cosmic energy. In simple terms, it represents a cumbersome process which is also the most important aspect of this armor. It can absorb the energy from the enemy and reflect the energy of this enemy back again. The weapons of the planet devourer can also be used to defeat the devourer. At the same time as the Utopia and its army, the Avengers and Justice League on Ultimate Earth also acted. All the superheroes in the Avengers have all assembled, and what they are waiting for is the completion of this huge robot. After the news within the Alliance was scattered everywhere, the superheroes headed by them were already prepared, but their respective forces had taken different actions. On Amazon Island, all the heavily armed Amazonian warriors have gathered in one place, as if waiting for news from someone ready to start a war at any time. But judging from the densely packed luggage around them, it seems that they are planning to start a long migration. Not only in the Amazon but in the deep ocean around the Amazon in the ancient country called Atlantis. People wearing fish scale armor have also made similar preparations. All the weapons are already in a state of activation, but there are many huge luggages around them. Read more fictionzone.net. How sure are you this time? Superman looked at Batman next to him. In addition to Superman himself, the weapons in their hands also have the star-swallowing cannon in Batman's hands. At this time, this huge energy cannon has been placed in the Bat fighter, quietly waiting for the moment of roaring. 80% or more. Batman glanced at the anti-swallowing star warframe beside him calmly, grinning at the corner of his mouth. They feel that they have the sword of Damocles in their hands, but they don't know that this right is also in our hands. As for Iron Man, who had already entered this huge anti-swallowing star battle gear, after hearing the words of the Flash. Children, the concept of wormholes is more than just what you see with your naked eyes. Iron Man shook his head slightly. Any object that comes into contact with him will appear at the other end of the channel. It is not limited to its size, let alone a battle armor. If the Earth touches this wormhole, maybe two Earths will appear directly at the other end of the channel. In the same universe. There was a kind of contempt in Iron Man's words. It seems to come from the ridicule of ignorant people by intellectuals. For this hero on the side of the Justice League, his face subconsciously became gloomy. Well, now that everyone has arrived, Tony can lift the blockade of this wormhole. The most important thing at the moment is the threat of another universe. Seeing these two alliances, it seemed that before they were unified, there was a vague tendency to war again. And Captain America once again stood up. This is not a joke, after all, the two alliances already have a history of war. Captain, I have strengthened the anti-swallowing star warframe again, and the cosmic energy that can be accommodated is even higher. I think even if the planet devourer does come again, just relying on the warframe is enough. Iron Man's voice came from inside the armor again. It sounds confident, but it is unknown what Iron Man thinks in his heart. At least while talking about it, the blockade satellite wrapped in a wormhole in front of them had already started operating again. This made the superhero of the Justice League who wanted to ridicule temporarily shut his mouth. From the part of the information they had learned before, they had already understood that it was not flowers and wine that would welcome them in another universe. But if you want to reopen it and let this wormhole return to stability, then the amount of calculations to be done will be an astronomical figure. As for disputes, wait until they can find flowers and wine. But now no one complains that for such a long time, even for them, the passage of time has already become a very vague concept. It will take a long time to open this satellite and restore the function of the wormhole. Analyzing the space and blocking the wormhole with a destructive tactic requires only very rough means. The blockade of satellites is finally about to be unblocked. The two alliances watched the slowly opening blockade, and the satellites were ready for each, but they each had ghosts in their hearts. At this time, Iron Man's voice suddenly rang. Those who come from the ultimate Earth can contact more than Nick Fury, control everything on the new Earth. With the slow operation of the satellite, everyone became nervous about their spirits. When there is a fight, make sure that the Giver Alliance takes the initiative. I don't know where the message was sent from, it has already been sent to the hands of this group of members with blinking eyes. After another 30 seconds, the satellite will automatically disintegrate and resume the transmission function of the wormhole. Behind the main members, some of the superheroes who belong to the Avengers flickered. Never allow the Justice League to have access to the resources of the new Earth. The so-called destruction is easy and difficult to build. Countdown 10 seconds. On the control panel in front of Iron Man, a huge beating countdown has appeared. 19. The hearts of the superheroes who were already highly nervous suddenly retensioned a string. 2, 1. The huge armor that is already active will be activated instantly after the countdown is reset to 0. Hundreds of arc reactors all around burst out of maximum power at the same time. It looks as if there are hundreds of dazzling stars on the body instantly. The other superheroes are also ready for themselves. Captain America raised the shield in his hand. Superman has long put on his signature tights. Batman has already entered his fighter jet, and the muzzle of the fighter jet is aimed at the blocked satellite. The Wonder Woman next to her also subconsciously raised her long sword and shield. With the countdown to 0, the entire blockade of satellites completely collapsed. Along with the opening and closing of the huge sprocket, huge cracks appeared on the entire satellite. Immediately after the entire satellite collapsed completely, part of it was involved in the hollow, not knowing where it was teleported to, while the other part 12 was slowly floating in the universe around the wormhole. The super satellite produced urgently by Iron Man looks huge, but in fact it is just a disposable item. It is an impossible task to find a device that can completely block this wormhole, and it needs to be produced in such a short time. Even if Iron Man does not dismantle the satellite now, this satellite will be completely scrapped in a few weeks. And after the collapse of this near-life satellite, the wormhole of the black hole reappeared in front of everyone. This time everyone can see the other side of the black hole, another planet that is also azure blue. In addition to the seemingly egg-sized planets, there are also a few sporadic spaceships. Judging from the state where they were stuck in the air without even turning on the engine, it was obvious that they were shocked by this wormhole that suddenly opened. With Su Chen's aggressive attack, besides the basic azimuth power, there are only these spaceships wandering outside on the entire Earth. On the one hand, they carried out surveys outside the Earth, and on the other hand, they carefully monitored the actions of this wormhole that had been sealed off. It's just that they didn't expect that within a few breaths this wormhole would have been completely opened. On the other side of the wormhole, it seems that people of all colors are already densely packed. It seems that they are not very concerned about our counterattack. Looking at the scattered spaceships, Batman's face showed a grim smile. Although the sound is completely isolated because of the separation between the two universes, read more fictionzone.net. But they still seem to be able to hear the desperate cry from the spaceships opposite. It seems to be an illusion-like voice, but they think it should be a real existence, but it's actually not like that. Why are these guys provoking an attack at this time? Master, they should have reached another universe. Send an alert immediately to notify the Earth to support quickly. We must persist until the Supreme Lord arrives. The spacecraft, which looks extremely quiet on the surface, actually has a warning light inside. One message after another was sent frantically to the Heavenly Sword Bureau on Earth. Be ready to launch an offense. These little shrimps are not worth our maximum use of force. Find a few more flexible guys to prevent them from spreading the information. Captain America preemptively issued the order, which caused people on the Justice League side to stare at him. In the Justice League, not everyone likes Captain America like Superman. The grievances between the two alliances are too heavy. Bari, tear them down. At this time, Superman Clark nodded and ordered the Flash next to him. The Flash, who was already ready in an instant, turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into the wormhole. This flash of lightning rushed onto a spaceship with lightning speed. Instantly visible to the naked eye, the various parts of this spaceship floated in the universe in a very strange form. On the side of the Avengers, the same man in battle armor rushed into the wormhole. The Steel Patriot also joined this war against Su Chen, although his movements were not as fast as the Flash when the railgun on his shoulder was aimed at the spaceship. A bright light flashed and the spaceship suddenly shattered. Boom. In order to adapt to the environment of the universe, Iron Man specially upgraded the Steel Lovers to make it more suitable for the battle of the universe. It's really exciting. Seeing such fierce attack power, there were only two pitiful spaceships on the opposite side. The face of the Avengers superhero subconsciously showed a smile. Gentlemen, the opponent's vanguard is so weak, let us do our best to get rid of it. Regardless of the two members of the two alliances, their actions have made Captain America very satisfied. This simple blow is very encouraging to our morale. Looking at everyone, they looked dumbfounded. The ability to change faces instantly amazed everyone. After receiving the message, the superhero's heart tightened and subconsciously raised his head to look across the hole. But Captain America obviously doesn't care about this delicate facial control. He stretched out his finger vigorously and pointed to the back of everyone. Where are the enemies? A shout with a slight shift in tone came from Captain America's mouth. Then Captain America held up his shield and turned his head to prepare to lead all the superheroes to launch a general offense. Could it be that the other party is already ready to ambush beside the impulse? Earth, our Earth has been attacked. Captain America's face changed from flushing to pale, then to dark green and finally to pitch black. Obviously, they couldn't see any enemy, but an inexplicable chill suddenly rose from their hearts. Captain America roared loudly, but apart from the two interstellar ships that began to flee desperately to the Earth, there was no one enemy attack. Heartbreaking. But Captain America's expression of excitement solidified instantly after turning his head. Following the direction of Captain America's fingers, everyone looked back. There is not much change in sight. Looking ahead is a blue Earth and looking back is also a blue Earth. But immediately afterwards it seemed as if people were dazzled. A small flower suddenly bloomed on this azure Earth. This feeling like an illusion made everyone rub their eyes subconsciously. But at the next moment the color changed suddenly. It is not a good thing to see the Earth bloom. Especially at such a long distance when the Earth will be able to be seen blooming. From their distance, the small flower on the Earth is at best the size of a coin, but this one scene has changed everyone's mind. And what shocked them was even more behind, as if to show them to their heart's content. A small flower bloomed quietly and then disappeared at a very fast speed, but then more small flowers bloomed. Enemy attack. This time, it was not just Captain America who yelled out this word, although there are wormholes connecting the two universes. But the voice cannot be conveyed. But this does not mean that the information cannot be conveyed. It is precisely because certain information, including electromagnetic waves, can be transmitted that Spider-Man can come to the Earth where Su Chen is and resend everything he has seen back. And Su Chen and the others came after this universe using a simpler way. Just bring a team of psychic mutants. The spiritual network that spans the entire Earth is quickly connected in this universe. This will be faster and faster than any contact method, and just when the several exploration spacecraft observed the wormhole opened, the signal was quickly transmitted to the Sky Sword Bureau, and it was also quickly transmitted to the Mine Network. This information was told to Su Chen almost 2 or 3 seconds after the opening of the wormhole. It's so early, it's better to come by coincidence. Su Chen, who received this news, did not panic. There is still a calm look on his face. I didn't expect that. At the same time when I launched it, the enemy and I had a tacit understanding, generally also launched an offensive. This is also Asgard, right? Read more fictionzone.net. Su Chen looked around for a while, looked at the familiar style, turned his head and said to Hela, "Yes, I think the host here has discovered our arrival." Hela nodded, looking at the dark clouds that quickly gathered on their side. Judging from the thunder and lightning that is constantly gathering in the dark clouds, it seems that a powerful enemy is approaching. Seeing this scene, Hela's eyes also flashed an inexplicable look. On the piece of Asgard that belonged to him, he was beaten by the owner of this thunder and lightning and could not fight back. Now it will never happen again. This is over to you and your undead army, and the sentry robot will be responsible for the Earth temporarily. Su Chen saw Hela's eyes. We will quickly resolve everything here, and then support the Earth. Hela's face quickly became cold. Two black long swords popped out in Hela's hands. The sentry robot is dispatched, aiming at the Rainbow Bridge. Su Chen nodded and then gave an order. The sentry robot corps, which had been walking mechanically, had an instant stop. Then the hot light from their heads lit up as if they had life. All the robots quickly discerned their directions and then suddenly rose into the sky as if another cloud covering the sky was converging towards the Rainbow Bridge. The wormhole opens and the enemy intends to attack its own Earth. Su Chen didn't mean to go back to the rescue at all. There is no need to go back to the rescue at all. I really want to know if you will continue to attack when you know that your backyard is on fire. A meaningful smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Although attacking the opponent's universe at the same time, Su Chen seemed to be a small step ahead of the opponent. And sometimes this small step will eventually create a moat. Seeing that part of the enemy diverged, the thunder from the sky seemed to be going to change direction accordingly. But Hela, how could he let his enemies leave? The two black circles in his hand came out and went straight to the thunder in the dark clouds. Tor, your opponent is me. Hela stood on the ground, but there were also many tall black swords rising on the ground. These black blades hold Hela as they rise continuously, looking at the dark clouds in the sky. Coming from the midair, the thunder in the dark clouds seemed to pause for a moment. In this universe, on the continent of Asgard, their king is Thor. That one took the scepter from his father and defeated Thor of his sister Hela, the goddess of death. In his hand is no longer the silver-white hammer but a storm axe shining with cold light. Compared with the other you, the current you is a little too weak. It is already on Earth when it reappears. The continent of Asgard from the ultimate universe once again ushered in the dusk of the gods that belonged to them. A loud voice came out. The younger brother in front of him from an unfamiliar universe also shone with a trace of rune power. Hela, who had only witnessed Thor's other state and the ultimate state, directly chose to ignore this pressure, looking at Thor standing in front of him. Hela shook her head slightly. Even if it did not launch an attack from top to bottom, the power revealed was enough to make people feel suffocated. Undead Legion. Those undead warriors whose centers of gravity were given their souls drew out their rusty long swords and shouted at the thunder in the sky. There is no Heimdall here, only a sword standing here empty. Hela took a deep breath and raised her right hand high. Even a sardonic smile appeared on his face. And Su Chen has already followed the sentry robot army to the vicinity of the Rainbow Bridge. But compared with the previous Thor, who used his own eyes and even his own life to exchange power, it was obviously far behind. Turn this Asgard continent into your homeland as well. As the rainbow-like colors lit up, countless sentry robots rushed in and then disappeared. In order to ensure the suddenness of the attack, whether it is the Avengers or the Justice League, almost all of their heroes have been assembled. They all gathered next to the wormhole, ready to launch an attack. This can be regarded as the first echelon of this universe, but in addition to them there are also people preparing. The group of high-ranking people who control this planet is not just the members of the Avengers who have ghosts in their hearts. They are also ready for other preparations to descend on another Earth. When the members of the two alliances gathered next to the wormhole, legions of ordinary people on the Earth have also begun to gather. They will continue to march towards the Earth after the heroes of these two super alliances have settled everything. It is ironic that the original intention of the two alliances was merely to defend against invasion from other universes. But when they found that they seemed to occupy a higher right to speak, anti-aggression naturally became aggression. There is no reason at all, it seems, that everything is as it should be. Even Captain America or Superman, who thinks he is the incarnation of justice. And those human armies that have already prepared interstellar fighters are all ready to go, waiting for news from the front. In the process of waiting, they watched a colorful light fall from the sky. Shall Thor have a share of the pie too? Some experienced veterans can very clearly distinguish where this light comes from. Thor descended on the earth and there was something that was no longer once or twice. So these soldiers are preconceived and subconsciously think that this time and action that spans the two universes, he is also involved in it. It's just that in the next moment in this brilliant beam of light, the overwhelming locust-like robots flying out make their faces instantly white. On the continent of Asgard, tens of thousands of sentry robots are stepping neatly and pouring into the Rainbow Bridge continuously. And after they landed on the Earth through the Rainbow Bridge, they also maintained a neat formation. This locust-like sight shocked everyone, and this shock lasted more than a few minutes. In the end, when everything was quiet again, this axis of light gradually became weak and the last person walked out slowly. The last person does not belong to this legion, or that person is a legion. With the appearance of Su Chen, this beam of light gradually became weak, but it did not disappear. Click. Read more fictionzone.net. Accompanied by an unpleasant sound, as if glass is shattering. The beam of light of the Rainbow Bridge disintegrated directly in front of everyone, turning into small pieces. It turned out to be unable to withstand the high-power transmission in a short period of time and was directly plunged into collapse. Is this ready to share the spoils? Su Chen looked around slowly. There seemed to be a secret military base near them, and the interstellar fighters ready to launch in this military base seemed to have explained everything. And this group of soldiers is now looking at the dense circle of sentry robots around the military base. The smooth shell and smooth lines outline the curve of death. No one dared to speak out. Although the sentry robots did not move, this group of soldiers who have experienced battle has already smelled a bloody smell from the appearance of these robots. The blood from the soldiers of Asgard, even if it is washed over and over again from the robot, there will still be some traces left. As for Su Chen, he swept across every soldier's face with a look of contempt. The cold words slowly spit out from Su Chen's mouth. Sentry robots, go, remove any armed forces that dare to resist. Su Chen's commands seem to have brought these sentry robots to life. The sentry robot, which had already landed on the ground, rose in an instant. They will strictly follow the orders, Su Chen said. Starting from this military base, it slowly expanded for 4 weeks, and all the armed forces detected in this process will be hit by them mercilessly. Somewhat surprisingly, when the sentry robots dispersed, the military base did not suffer too much damage. When Su Chen's order was issued, all the sentry robots burst out. This group of soldiers who witnessed the coming of Su Chen has subconsciously thrown away the weapons in their hands. They also have hearing. Except for a few soldiers who were still staying in the interstellar fighter planes, they were judged to be armed forces. The relentless blow tore the plane to pieces and the soldiers inside, and the soldiers who had thrown away his weapons subconsciously were classified as incompetent by them. The sentry robots that had completed all of this began to spread to the surroundings, searching for any armed gathering force they could find, and this base returned to quiet again. Except for the combat equipment that was completely destroyed and a few people who were scared to pee their pants, it seemed to be no different from before. After all, this is just a small military base and there are no particularly powerful weapons. However, some other bases were bad luck. After receiving orders from their superiors in order to deter humans on another Earth and make it easier to rule, they have been equipped with large-yield weapons. They are naturally regarded by sentry robots as armed forces and destroy these weapons on the spot. Captain America turned his head and watched the small waves appearing on the ground. It was the explosions that occurred in these bases. Su Chen had already ignored the trembling soldiers around him. He raised his head and his eyes were torch. It seems that the line of sight can penetrate the atmosphere, always seeing those superheroes outside the atmosphere. The desperate fools have already planned to return to Earth. Su Chen's body floated gently in midair. I hope they can be smart enough not to gather together again so that they can avoid being swallowed up. Su Chen said slowly, as if he was thinking of them from their point of view. Only in this way can I have fun and not make life so dull. Following Su Chen's words, several bright lights have flashed in the air, and the goal of these bright lights seems to be Su Chen. Rainbow Bridge is too fragile. In Asgard, Hela frowned as she looked at the broken Rainbow Bridge. The tone of dissatisfaction seems to be dissatisfaction with the project here. As a native of Asgard, Hela certainly understands how strong this rainbow bridge can be called the only passage. The crystal avenue connecting the rainbow bridge from Asgard has been destroyed how many times, but the rainbow bridge is still strong. This is not just a solid physical sense. The rainbow bridge positioned for magical power and spatial energy is firmly fixed there like a coordinate, letting wind and rain beat it safe and sound. Not to mention it is purely for transportation, even if it is violently attacked during transportation, according to the design standards of the Rainbow Bridge, there should be no damage. Unless it is an attack by an enemy like Su Chen. Is this Rainbow Bridge in the rain so weak? This was the first thought that came out of Hela's mind. This is not the original Rainbow Bridge, the real Rainbow Bridge. In order to deal with the other you, it has already completely collapsed. In front of Hela, Thor stood in front of her, who looked like Odin back then but who seemed to be younger. Hearing Hela's as if complaining, Thor's face suddenly became darker than the bottom of the pot. To defeat me from this universe. There was a thoughtful look on Hela's face. Hela can almost guess the tragic scene that happened at that time. The self in the ultimate universe is probably also connected to this continent of Asgard. To defeat another self, the first thing to do is to destroy this continent. We resurrected Surtle with the eternal fire, used him to defeat you, and then we defeated this damn flame giant again and rebuilt the continent of Asgard. Thor's tone was unusually fierce, but still can't conceal the tragic sight revealed by him. As a symbol of the twilight of the gods, the flame giant Surdar, once in contact with the eternal fire, the power released is almost endless. It seemed that this group of poor Asgardians had been forced by the other oneself at the beginning, and there was nothing to do, and they used such a shameful method. The continent of Asgard and Hela are one. Hela is immortal because of the continent of Alaska, but with the collapse of the continent of Asgard, Hela will also cease to exist. And Thor and the others waited forcibly for this continent to come back after being completely destroyed, defeating the flame giant and rebuilding this piece of Asgard. To be precise, a small thatched house has been rebuilt in this country that has collapsed. Everything starts from zero, and it also lives up to the original power. Whether it's the fairy palace or the rainbow bridge, everything is Zybai goods. No wonder the quality of this rainbow bridge is so bad. Read more fictionzone.net. We have defeated you once, and this time we will also defeat you. Thor raised the storm axe in his hand. Now he is no longer the weak one at the beginning. After experiencing the sorrow of the families leaving one after another, Thor, who has received another artifact again, is no longer as weak as before. After the fall of the continent of Asgard, Thor began to roll on the earth, but after several battles, his power began to become more and more powerful. This power surprised him and gave him confidence. It was also because of this growing force that the heart returned to the fallen Asgard area, expelled the flame giant, and rebuilt Asgard. Very impressive attitude. Hela nodded, gritted her teeth lightly, and said heavily. The familiar appearance and familiar tone once again caused some bad memories in Hela's heart. The feeling of being hammered into the ground by thunder is not pleasant after all. Along with the dark cloud where Thor was, another dark cloud began to form quietly. It's just that this dark cloud looks quieter or even more deadly. The power of death is also not to be underestimated, below Thor and Hela. The heavily armed Asgardian soldiers have also looked at each other far away from the soldiers of the Undead Legion. The same weapon, the same armor, seeking flowers. One side is as smooth as new, as if it had just been built. On one side it is dilapidated and it has already experienced how many years of devastation. The two armies, the new and the old, seem to breed a different kind of silence. Asgard will beat you again. Thor gritted his teeth. Asgard never belonged to you. There was also a bit of anger in Hela's eyes. Coming from two universes, different old and new hatreds are mixed together, finally broke out. Kill them all. The two people in the sky let out a fierce roar. The two armies on the ground also issued a fierce roar. A thunder and lightning flashing with dazzling light collided heavily with a black sword flashing endless death. The fate of Thor and Hela has been realized once again between two different universes. But no one noticed just when the two men launched a fierce attack. The death fog that originally belonged to Hela seemed to be suddenly attracted. A very slight mist of mist quietly left the main force and quietly entangled into the depths of the Asgard continent. Along with the immersion of this tiny mist, there seemed to be some inexplicable movement in the depths of the continent. The handwriting to greet me is really big. Su Chen looked at the superhero army that surrounded him with a mocking look, just when there was a battle between this pair of former enemies. The superheroes who had been wandering outside the atmosphere finally recovered and returned to the Earth with their maximum horsepower. With Iron Man locked in by big data, it is not difficult to find where the chaos first occurred. What's more, Su Chen didn't hide at all, just waiting quietly for the arrival of all the superheroes. Why hide? This group of guys are just being abused and killed by themselves. But when the superhero appeared in front of Su Chen still found that some of the superheroes were missing. Only the main force appeared in front of him, and the superheroes who followed as vassals had disappeared. Mountain. I thought you would come up with your biggest battle to welcome me. Su Chen's face inevitably showed a look of disappointment. Although Su Chen said before, I hope they spread out as much as possible so that they don't make their battles too boring. But when he saw that the other party didn't really use his full strength to deal with him, Su Chen still inevitably felt a bit of loss. I seem to be underestimated by the enemy. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Although Su Chen understands the discomfort like this, he seems to have asked for it by himself. The rapid outbreak of the Sentry robot army, their efficiency is unimaginable for ordinary people. In other words, it has long been adapted to the efficiency of the fast-developing utopian alliance, which is not something that people on this planet can afford. A Sentry robot shining with powerful energy waves and rune magic. Possess fast flying ability and instant powerful explosive ability. The fiery beam of particles sprayed on the head not only inherits the powerful attack power of the past, but also draws on the armor of a certain Odin, which makes the combat power even more enhanced. Find the target, lock the target, and attack the target. The goal is gone. The Sentry robot, which quickly reached its combat position and launched an attack quickly, was simply not something that unprepared human legions could resist. Even with some fully automatic weapons, the Sentry robot was discovered in time and counterattacked. But the torso of the Sentry robot made of ulu metal and other special metals, the ending is really sad. The bullet hit it and even the spark was never seen, just when the superhero locked Su Chen's position and headed to Su Chen's direction. Sentry robots have almost spread to 1/5 of the entire country. The places they spread to mean that the military organizations in these places have been completely wiped out. In other words, in less than a few minutes, 1/5 of the country's armed forces were completely wiped out and crippled. This result made the superheroes feel a chill in their hearts. Too fast, too ferocious. As a result, before seeing Su Chen, the leaders of the two alliances had already unanimously issued orders. Except for the combat part mainly used for the planet Devourer, the other parts quickly dispersed to resist the attack of the Sentry robot army. Otherwise, this country will be stripped directly into an unarmed girl before there is a result between them and Su Chen. The picture is so beautiful that it is hard to imagine, looking at Su Chen standing there alone and his teammates floating around him. Captain America subconsciously felt a touch of peace of mind in his heart. Read more fictionzone.net. We are already preventing your robot army from destroying everywhere. The robot army you send out will have no effect. Invaders like you will have no other way to deal with it except being executed. While talking as if touching some kind of pain, Captain America's voice became a little harsher. With a few traces of cold, murderous aura, Captain America, who was born in the military, felt heartache when thinking about the loss just now. There are not many people in this country who have weapons, but it is still the country that has larger armed forces. In other words, all the forces that have been hit just now are the power of the country, and all the losses are the country's. Aggressor. Su Chen ignored most of Captain America's words and only reacted slightly to this term. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose frantically and finally turned into an unconcealable laugh. Are you going to laugh at me to death so that you can beat me? Su Chen wiped the tears from his laughter and looked at Captain America not far in front of him with a mocking attitude. I'm an invader, so what are you? Is it possible that you just plan to organize a group to go sightseeing in my universe? Su Chen's face suddenly turned cold. Captain America was choked instantly. Don't pretend to be so polite. If you want to grab better resources, just say it straight, less hypocritical. Su Chen scoffed at this. Whoever has the big fist makes sense, and whoever can occupy more resources. Su Chen paused. People who can better protect themselves from harm. And the last sentence Su Chen did not say, but only silently in his heart. Captain, what are you doing so much nonsense with such an intruder? Just kill him. The Iron Man next to him was already impatient and raised the transmitter in his hand. On the other side, Batman is also eager to try. Captain America turned his head subconsciously but saw the Superman, who also happened to look at him. He's right, it doesn't matter whether it's positive or negative, it's just fighting for our respective planets. Superman still has a calm face, but he can see that the muscles on his body seem to tremble slightly. The powerful muscle power from the Kryptonians permeates the whole body like the tide. Superman's words seem to give Captain America a touch of comfort. Yes, we are for our respective planets. Captain America nodded heavily. In order to protect our planet from harm and for greater development, you must die. Captain America rekindled its fighting spirit and looked at Su Chen stubbornly. Be careful of his cosmic energy, let's attack. Captain America shouted. The superheroes from the side of the Avengers launched their own attack instantly. Don't be merciful, the previous promises are still counted. And Superman also turned his head and said, whoever kills this leader from another Earth first has the right to occupy another Earth. The gentleman's agreement so far at least has not been broken. Kill. Although there are fewer heroes on the Justice League side, they have also exploded into an aura that does not belong to the Avengers. The leading Superman is even more so, even if it comes later, but it is still a bit faster than the Avengers. The power accumulated in the whole body is activated instantly. With a howling gust of wind that can destroy everything, he rushed towards Su Chen's front door. Don't give him a chance to emit cosmic energy. Superman's commands are blowing in the wind. Looking at the Superman in the tights who came towards him, Su Chen twisted his neck slightly. The creaking sound of the joints loosening sounded like popping beans all over the body. This time I have no plans to use cosmic energy. How can this be? Looking at the gleaming shard in his hand, Thor's expression was nothing but amazement. This god, who looked slightly similar to Odin, seemed to have returned to the fear of being dominated by others. In front of him is his sister. It is also his biggest nightmare. The shape of the domineering goddess and the incomparable terrifying power once abruptly squeezed his most precious artifact, Thor's hammer. Even when they finally took revenge on Hela, they didn't directly fight each other but used the flame giant to end this half-sister with their own father. This makes Thor's heart faintly regretful. I want to kill her by myself. Get rid of this sinner who destroyed his most precious weapon, destroyed his own continent, and destroyed most of his people. Did not kill this sister personally, after having the storm axe and also having stronger power. Thor has always regarded this as the biggest regret in his life, but these are not the only regrets. The destroyed continent of Asgard is also a pity 12. Fortunately, this regret can still be repaired. After gaining greater power, Thor returned to this broken plane again alone. Re-expelled the flame giant by one person. The eternal fire was abruptly stripped from the flame giant's body by thunder. The skull of the flame giant is still placed in the treasure house of the fairy palace at this time. Thor, who had done all this, began to rebuild the continent of Asgard. The planes that had been broken into pieces were gathered again little by little, as if the worn-out rag doll was being repaired. Slowly, I don't know how long it took before the continent of Alaska finally had the embryonic form of a piece of land. But it is precisely because of this foundation that the people of Asgard were able to return and have all the basic facilities such as the Rainbow Bridge. Although compared with the former Asgard continent, the current Asgard continent is too weak. But Thor still felt a trace of satisfaction. This sense of power to create everything with his own hands made him feel addicted. Addicted to the things that even made him reluctant to intervene in the Earth, including the possible invasion of another universe. There are two alliances of Avengers and Justice League coexisting, and there must be no big problems. At this time Thor suddenly felt a familiar but unfamiliar aura. When he noticed this breath, his body was trembling slightly. He is excited. Is this Hela from another universe? Thor stood up subconsciously and the storm axe appeared in his hand at the same time. Read more fictionzone.net. This is simply the will of the universe helping him. Two of my biggest regrets, one of them is being resolved bit by myself. And another regret, is it going to be resolved? Really, God helps me too. Thor, who had picked up his weapon, chased in the direction of the familiar breath. The desire to defeat his own enemy by his own hands even overshadows everything else. Thor was indifferent even if he saw other enemies heading to Earth through the Rainbow Bridge. It's just a few robots and people on the Earth are fully capable of solving it. Although in the bodies of those robots, Thor also felt some traces of the casting of the Dwarf Kingdom, but he didn't care. Maybe he would be interested in going to the Earth to take a look after he solved the enemy in front of him with his own hands. Help out, by the way. But now the most important thing is to solve the enemies that appear in front of you. Hello. Thor made a sound almost roaring. He wants to be ashamed. Use this Hela from another universe to pay homage to the former continent of Asgard. Ideas are often beautiful. The reality is often very cruel. When Thor led his own army or a seemingly familiar army violently confronted each other, that damn familiar feeling of powerlessness slowly, like a poisonous snake, began to gradually devour Thor's heart. Too familiar. This one feels so familiar, the familiar even wanted to make this man who rebuilt the Alaska continent want to cry. Thor has a stronger power and a more powerful artifact, but Hela who has also become stronger. Maybe if there is no such wormhole after cutting off the connection between Hela and Asgard, Thor still has the power to fight. But even Iron Man can only temporarily isolate part of the wormhole connection. How could he be a pure fighter? Hela who can connect with the continent of Asgard, it means having infinite combat power. What's more, this Hela is not the one that was extinguished by the flame giant. This is Hela who fought the Rune King Thor, who once possessed full rune power. Thor wanted to wash away his shame from this one Hela. But what about Hela? The feeling of being hammered in the ground no one wants to experience. The two who tried their best as soon as they came up smashed into each other fiercely. The result was unexpected, but it also seems to be unexpected. Boom, this fragile, newly formed continent of Asgard groaned again. With a spinning storm axe, even though it is a thunder and lightning that can almost illuminate the entire continent, it rushes toward Hela. With his full anger, he squeezed out his storm battle axe forcefully. You are still too weak. A stronger weapon? This is a powerful attack that even the Titans can't resist. But looking at this rotating force that can almost destroy the entire continent. Even the Titan tribe is already equipped with infinity gloves and a full 6 infinity gems. After witnessing the Rune King who has almost the entire starry sky power. Hela, who was also full of anger, slammed her younger brother from another universe to the ground from top to bottom. A muffled sound, puff, and Thor was hit hard on the ground. Thor was lying on the ground and his eyes widened subconsciously. There was only a sneer on Hela's face. Stronger combat effectiveness? Then he stretched out his right hand fiercely. These are farts.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.